Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the fourth part of Silent Night. In this massive alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki isn't a loudmouthed rookie of the Konoha Nine. He is a hardened, battle-tested veteran of the Second Great Ninja War. Growing up as an age mate to the Ame Orphans, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, Naruto's worldview is forged in the fires of a brutal civil war and unyielding tyranny. Known to the shinobi world only as the Ghost, he is a lethal, calculating assassin that even the Leaf Village dares not cross. When Ame loses its ghost, the people of the dark gain a leader. Stepping out of the shadows, Naruto becomes the Silent Knight, leading a fierce rebellion to bring redemption to his people and absolute, quiet insanity to his enemies. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Foy the Snooze Button, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 17. Kushina's ears twitched, and her head spun to the right. Uncle! Naruto walked out from behind her, very much like he had come into existence from out of nowhere, and sent a wide-eyed smile to his only niece. Yo! The blush that came over the boyish woman's face was akin to a dark red flower blooming, spreading out over her nose, taking over her cheeks and turning her pale ears the same shade of crimson as her hair. Kushina's knees knocked together, and her hands went up to her hammering heart. The thought of him standing behind her did nothing to lessen her apparent embarrassment at being caught unaware. Where did you come from? He gestured dismissively. Around here somewhere. He then pushed his glasses back up his nose and smiled, addressing his niece and the mutely glaring man across from them. You'll both have to forgive me for intruding on your fight. He didn't wince as an explosion from where Onion and Hayashi were battling shook the ground. He looked apologetically at the redhead. I will be his opponent. Her eyes enlarged and the flush reduced to just over her nose. But Uncle Dash, I'll make it up to you. Her anger dimmed drastically, as her heart rate spiked at the proposal. We'll go for some ramen and ice cream when we get back home, my treat. He closed his eyes and patted her head, messing up her strictly attended to straight hair. Just like when you were a kid. She puffed out her cheeks, defiant. I'm not a kid. The man gushed, and brought her into his side with his right arm. You'll always be a kid to me, Nana. Kushina pouted. Not fair. Then she rounded on him, shoving her laughing uncle away. And it's Kushina. Sure. Nah. The masked man bopped her nose playfully. Nana. The woman's hair separated into 9 thick strands and she roared, her dark red face betraying any rage in her. Dark red QB chakra floated over her body and yet the bespectacled man remained near her, genially chuckling. Yardash. Hey! Her enraged yell was interrupted by the festering Namikaze. What makes you think you can interrupt me and the lady? The ghost looked at the other blonde with a deep, contemplative expression. He then walked past the Uzumaki, who was cooling down and attentively watching them. Minato gnashed his teeth and bent back down into a fighting stance. The flirty him was long gone. Answer me, damn it! Naruto kept on walking to him, a cool look over his face as he watched the man shroud himself with his lightning and water affinity chakra. The masked man stopped 5 feet from the younger blonde and tilted his head to the side slightly, peering deep into Minato's darkened blue eyes. He saw hate. Resentment. Wrath. He saw how much Minato wanted him dead, with all his heart and soul. Naruto's eyes quirked down fractionally, and he said, Jiraiya lied to you, kid. Minato's narrowed and he growled, flicking his wrists and summoning 3 Hierophant seals into each hand, making 6 dash. His churning sky blue eyes stayed focused on the ghosts before him, but a small part of his blazing mind wondered about the whole battlefield, excluding the parts his teammates, and Kushina's teammates, were fighting in. Picking the strategic places, he placed the seals, and a blur of plans rolled through his mind to get the glasses-wearing man's head rolling before he even noticed. "I'm not your father." "No, you're lying!" He leaped forward, scattering 2 kunai in each of his hands away from his person. Lightning coursed from his body with each step, and Naruto remained unmoving. His right hand led with the lethally sharp blade honed for Naruto's heart. The ghost, in a blaze of speed far surpassing the one pouring out of the younger blonde, snapped his right elbow up and, striking Minato's attacking wrist, throwing the kunai out of the man's hand, snapped the back of his right fist across the younger man's face, which sent him tumbling into the ground, leaving a long, deep gash in the ground as his body traveled through the earth. Kushina blinked rapidly. Her senses could barely keep track of Minato's speed, not to talk of her uncle's. It seemed as if lightning had screamed down from the heavens and hit Minato square in the face. A wonder when the sky was fairly clear and was a jovial shade of sky blue, no trace of thunder clouds anywhere. Naruto cracked his fist and started a slow trek to the Konoha ninja, who was shakily getting back to his feet from the jarring blow. The man saw the ghost steadily approach him, cracking his fist dangerously with a grim look in his blue eyes. "I'll beat it into your head if I have to." Minato bared his teeth and flashed away. Naruto's eyebrows lifted up, impressed that the man's presence had completely vanished from the crater before him. He turned on his heel and blocked a roundhouse kick with his left forearm, bringing the same arm down to deflect a sharp jab to his side, ripping another slap to Minato's face faster than any normal human could possibly anticipate. A trace of lightning flooded into Naruto's knee, a quick charge of his chakra to keep up with the younger man, and it tore through the air and lodged itself in Minato's abdomen. "Oof!" The Konoha ninja grunted and stumbled back after the savage blow, holding his throbbing stomach and coughing painfully. Naruto observed him for a moment and said, "I don't know who your mother was. What I do know is that she was a Komori, a member of my clan." "Stop talking!" The man flashed away and the ghost cocked his head to the side, guiding a straight punch past his head, and his right hand burned upwards, cracking against Minato's chin with enough force to lift him off the ground. Minato's speed could have very well been a problem for Kushina. Naruto could even go as far as say that the man lying on his side before him was evenly matched with his second student. The younger blonde groaned and held his chin, disappearing again. "Tell me this, kid," Naruto said in a loud voice, casually strolling about and flicking his eyes before him. "Haven't you ever wondered why everyone in your village hated you but Jiraiya still entrusted you to Tsukumo Hatake?" The ghost's right hand came up and grabbed the fist aimed to tear his head off his shoulders, turn the fist over and give a spine-tingling yank downwards, almost dislocating Minato's shoulder, though rendering the arm useless for the time being. He Spartan kicked the angry blonde back and slowly walked to him, as he stumbled back to his feet, holding his sore, unresponsive arm. Blood was seeped out from a corner of his mouth from the former uppercut, and he gurgled. "Lies, you're just trying to turn my head around. You're a censor type, kid. Touch censor, if I remember correct," Naruto said frankly, slapping away a kick to his shoulder and chopping his right hand down on Minato's only other shoulder. Questions began flooding Minato's head on how Naruto knew so much about him and his upbringing. "You've never once wondered why Tsukumo's lightning affinity chakra felt so familiar?" Minato's limb arm burned with pain, from the point on his shoulder to the tips of his fingers. "My spies said that Tsukumo could barely look at you, yet he couldn't throw you away, unlike when you were a baby. Don't. The sooner you accept, the sooner you can see how filthy your village is. Konoha is two-faced and corrupt." Naruto kicked down a rising knee before it could fully take off, smashing the knee down to the ground and immobilizing it. Minato's only good leg was swept back for him to fully be on his knees. "Look into it yourself," Naruto said with a smirk, knowing that the seeds of doubt had taken root in Minato's hazy brain. "I'm not completely sure why he abandoned you as a child and then accepted you into his home, into his family, later. What I do know for sure is that Jiraiya knew the truth and he intentionally told you a lie to put someone of your, admittedly, great intellect against me. Images began playing in Minato's head and his face lowered, panting for air and wheezing in agony. He was 9 years old at the time. I don't want anything to do with him. Tsukumo snapped under his breath. The Hitaki clan head's living room was well lit and Minato was hiding around a corner, listening to the murmured conversation between the gray-haired man and his mentor, Jiraiya of the Sannin. He is the past I want to forget. Jiraiya didn't back down. He is the past you have to accept, Tsukumo. He jabbed the man's chest. For once in his life he was serious. Man up and take responsibility. Have some respect, Toad, I'm still grieving my wife. The silent shout echoed out of the living room. Take that boy and get him out of my house. Is it because he looks like the ghost, or because he looks like that woman? The white-haired seal master didn't bend away from the Hitaki's hateful glare. It isn't the boy's fault for being born, it is your fault for raping his mother. Accept what you did and move on. Be silent, Jiraiya. The man's fists tightened and shook, turning away from his longtime friend to a picture of his late wife sitting on the fireplace. He knew. Oh, he knew, no decent, self-respecting dark woman would willingly lay in the same bed as a Konoha man or woman, hell, even a person from Fire Country altogether willingly. Not to even talk of sleep with them. No matter how appealing the person looked or spoke, or how convincing they were on how they would definitely alleviate their suffering, make the dark citizen enjoy being an object, the men and women did not stoop low and accepted nothing from the people of Konoha. The popular trend was to be authoritative and forceful, take what you want and don't think of the consequence. Konoha had more or less annexed darkness at the time, so they all saw it as their right. To the victor go the spoils. Tsukumo, in a moment of weakness, had succumbed to the encouragements of his sake. He saw Minato's future mother clearing the table of a group of passed-out Konoha ninjas, delicately nipping the dry bottles of sake and stacking the saucers on her tray. She did so with a hard look in her eyes, and she saw the indecision of whether or to slit their throats at that very moment. Tsukumo wanted her. Badly. She spurred his advances and his fogged-up mind burned with rage. Who did she think she was? Did she not know of the legend that was Tsukumo Hitaki, Konoha's white fang? Where did you even find his surname? He blinked, coming out from the memory of the night his life fell apart. He cast his eyes away from the picture of his beaming, late wife, shame pouring through his body in torturous waves. Minato's jaw dropped when he heard Tsukumo's voice crack. I didn't mean to hurt either of them. He put his face in his hands. I was just so angry. She rejected me. Can't you understand? Kamuri or not, no one deserves what you did. We were invading her home. Why would she accept you? Jiraiya said with a frown. You broke Kurino's heart and I will never forgive you for that. This might be your only chance to redeem yourself. I advise you to take it. Repressed memory. No. He simply didn't accept that it was him they were talking about. He told himself that there was some other boy in the house they were referring to. He pretended that he hadn't heard the conversation that night. Throughout his stay in the nearly vacant Hitaki clan compound, Tsukumo had refused to look him in the eyes. You were born in dark country, that's why you're able to use assassination techniques. But someone, probably Tsukumo, took you to Konoha. Maybe he couldn't bear looking at the physical reminder of his sins and misjudgments. He wasn't the only Konoha denizen that raped and took advantage of people from my country. Stop talking. But you were the only product of abuse that was taken away. Naruto looked down on the kneeling Konoha ninja and crossed his arms. The cold, hard truth is that I don't see you as a problem or a threat, kid. Minato grit his teeth and his unresponsive body trembled. There are at least 30 people on this continent that claim to be related to me, but when I looked into them, they're not even from my clan. A Ronin from Iron Country claims she was Naruto's niece. A man from Kumo claims he was Naruto's younger brother. Another man from Chill was claiming that he was Naruto's distant uncle. Many more people were spreading their names around and using Naruto's name to elevate their status. When my source in Konoha told me about you about, 13 years ago, I think you were the 11th person on that list. The only difference between you and them is that you're actually related to me and that most of them are dead, killed for sport by yours truly. Naruto didn't have any children, and not from lack of trying. Kushina was his non-blood related niece, and he raised her like he would raise his own daughter. He saw how hard Minato was taking it. Years and years of hating his so-called father, and now his belief system was destabilizing, falling apart by the seams. His mind grasped for them with all his might, but they slipped through his fingers. I am truly sorry for how the people of your precious village treated you for looking like me. But you're not some impressionable, uninformed kid anymore, you're an adult now. Don't be spoon-fed information when you can go and get it yourself. Don't simply swallow what I told you without question, not like when you were a kid and Jiraiya told you I was your father. Don't baselessly accept that Konoha was ill-treated by darkness during the Second War. Don't vainly acknowledge that because you're a prodigy, only you can put me down, or that I need putting down. They've programmed you, Minato. Molded and carved you with manipulation and neglect into something less human and more puppet. Open your eyes. Find out the truth on your own. Doubt. Doubt in his ambition. Doubt in his ninja way. Doubt in his whole existence. When doubt takes hold in the heart and mind of a fanatic, especially one as strong and influential as Minato, then it would make waves through the world. It would shake down Konoha to its foundations. This was exactly what Naruto wanted. Konoha's demise would come quicker this way, and neither he nor his ninjas had to do much. The questions plagued Minato's crumbling mind. Would Jiraiya really lie to him? Was Tsukumo his real father? Wasn't it darkness that wronged Konoha and not the other way round? I'll spare your life this time, kid, but pray I don't meet you for a second time. Not even your nifty Hiraishin seals would help you. He swiftly turned on his heel and waved his hand, non-verbally ordering his other ninjas to pull away. Some did so begrudgingly, abandoning their opponents in vulnerable positions. This was when more Konoha ninjas were surging towards their position. The leader of the Dark stopped when Minato staggered to his feet, his whole weight on his right leg, while his limp left leg hovered ever so slightly on the ground. His arms hung bonelessly at his sides and blood freely streamed out of his mouth. He was beaten soundly. You want to say something? I'll. He hacked and spat away a glob of blood away from himself. I'll kill you, Ghost. One day, I'll kill you. We'll see about that. The disappointment resonating from Minato was palpable. Wasn't he a prodigy? The fight he had been patiently waiting for had come, and he had failed in such a catastrophic, disgraceful way. After all his training, why wasn't he able to even get a glancing blow on the Ghost? Those tormenting questions swarmed him, and his legs gave out from under him, and Mikoto caught him before he could hit the floor. The Ghost was gone in a burst of smoke, and the other dark ninjas bolted away. The Uchiha lady was badly bruised, sporting an injured cheek, slash marks littering her midsection, thankfully protected by her flak jacket, and a bad sprain on her right leg. The masked woman she had fought also came out on the other end with bad burn marks on her left arm. Mikoto looked down into the vacant eyes of the blond man with a worried frown. Her 3 Tomo Sharingan orb spun to a stop and deactivated. Fugaku and Hayashi converged around them, worse for wear. What did he do to you, Minato? Mikoto wondered out loud. Uncle Ruto, why didn't you kill him? He said he was going to kill you. Fear the man whose belief has been put in doubt. The place he once thought was his home turned out to be a prison. The people he once learned from and trusted turned out to be his slave masters. From a book Jiraiya of the Sannin wrote. Naruto shook his head at the Toad Sage's outstanding hypocrisy. It's a nice book though, very interesting story. I highly recommend it. The woman scratched the side of her head. The hell does that even mean? The masked man flicked her forehead and tooted. Language! Kushina yelped and rubbed the bright red spot on her forehead. The rest of the Jounin team jabbered to Naruto, openly wondering what evil scheme their magnificent leader was concocting. Torian didn't want me to destroy the leaf but allow it fall on its own. I just gave the inevitable fall a small push. The assembled team of Jounin shivered on hearing the amused chuckle of the ghost in glasses. Oh, and hey, Kisame! Naruto suddenly reached to his side and a bubbling tentacle of blackness erupted out of his right arm, snagging the shark man before he was even aware and dragging the somewhat level-height man to the leader's side in a sharp crack of speed. The black smoke dispersed back into the pores on Naruto's right arm. The bespectacled man ignored the uncertain, tense shiver that came from the wrapped bundle on the Kiri-born dark ninja's back. Samahata was unsure on whether to take a small taste out of the tantalizing bonfire of chakra and suffer the consequences later or writhe in silence, temptingly close to a small lick of Naruto's chakra. Kisame shook off the daze and reoriented himself, realizing that his esteemed leader, the ghost in glasses, had his arm over his shoulder. When we get back home, we're gonna have a long, hard discussion about comrades' safety, jeopardizing missions and proper authorization. Kisame swallowed thickly. His blood ran cold at the devilish gleam in Naruto's sky-blue eyes. Some time later. The Hokage's office. The Hokage's tower. Konoha. Fire country. Fugaku harshly pointed at the docile blonde beside him, yelling. It is because of his incapable leadership that we all got our asses handed to us by those dark scum. If he had conducted himself professionally, we would have swept the four of them away, got the QB and been back here in record time. Enough, the Hokage said, holding up his hand for silence, but the Uchiha man wasn't finished. This insolent piece of animal waste was busy flirting with the QB instead of making proper plans to finish our mission. The ghost was even there and Nagato was manhandled like a child by him. So much for being a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. He mocked the way Minato's teacher, Jiraiya, spoke of his student. No jutsu, no seals, only hand-to-hand and his flashy Hirishin, and yet he was broken with little effort. It would have been better if someone as tasteless as Hayashi was made team leader. If you had made me team leader, this disgrace would not have come on the face of Konoha and dirted our reputation. The ravenous man roared, now turning to the heavily injured, silent blonde seal master. This man has brought shame to us and the leaf, and I demand he be stripped of his hideout and thrown in prison for his ineptitude. Hiruzen slammed his palms on the desk and bellowed. I said enough. Fugaku lowered his head and bowed on his left knee. The rest of the team, battered and wounded from the fight, were lined up in a row to his right. They didn't speak. They didn't come in defense of the Fuinjutsu master. Minato, the Hokage said in a deep voice, sitting back in his seat and puffing out smoke from his nose, pulling strongly on his pipe and exhaling, calming himself down before he did something he would regret. What do you have to say for yourself? Capture the QB and get information on the entrance/citizen seal. Those were their missions. The four of them were supposed to be the best of the best. The other ninjas they sent with the four were to act as a diversion to distract the support Kushina and Kisame had. They anticipated the ghost arriving and it was Minato's job to seal away his chakra, rendering him useless. They failed and it grated on his nerves. The Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and bit down on the end of his pipe. Speak, boy. I lost my temper when I saw the ghost. It is unbecoming of a Konoha ninja. I offer my hideout as punishment. He got to his feet, took off his forehead protector and offered it up to his Kage with both hands and a deep bow. Mikoto gaped at him. Minato! Wasn't being a ninja the thing he had dreamt of? He constantly yelled it at her face each passing moment. How could he abandon his whole life's ambition so easily? The two other men, including Fugaku, were equally surprised. Fugaku might have hated every single one of Minato's guts, but he didn't actually want him to quit. Hiruzen studied the bowed man before and waved his hand. There is no need to go that far, boy. Your involvement in the war builds morale among my ninjas, for some reason. He added to himself quietly. Keep your hideout, but there will be consequences for your failure. I take full responsibility for the team. As team leader, I didn't set a good example. Minato mechanically went back down on his knees, and hung his head, his dim, soulless eyes shaded by his wild blonde hair. Please pardon my teammates, Lord Hokage. It is all my fault. Mikoto grabbed his forearm and pulled, imploring him. Minato, you don't have to do this. We're still a team. Hiashi, on his left knee and with his head somewhat tilted down, closed his eyes as Mikoto turned to him for support. Fugaku scoffed from Minato's other side, and the woman, glaring hatefully at the two other men, rounded back on the blonde. We're a team, Minato. The Fuinjutsu master didn't reply, only slowly uncurling her hand from his forearm. What is my punishment, Lord Hokage? The Uchiha woman shook her head, rubbing her teary eyes with the back of her hand, and cast her eyes away from the blank man to her side. This Minato was different. Changed. He was vacant. He was uncertain. He was thinking deep. He was quiet. She didn't like this Minato. What did you do to him, Ghost? The Hokage hummed and leaned back, idly dragging from his pipe and breathing out black smoke from his nose. You will be demoted to Chunin, until you prove your rank again. Then you will go to our front lines in Frost Country. You'll be staying there for a year with no pay. The unresponsive man shrugged, but Mikoto exclaimed in muted outrage. Sir! That is too much. It's unreasonable. Quiet, Mikoto, be glad your team leader chose to take the blame for all of your failures. Sir Dash. Mikoto, Minato said in a quiet voice, fractionally turning his bowed head and flicking his crystal blue eyes to her and giving her a tired smile. Her lips flopped down and turned down as she detected palpable vagueness in his eyes. The woman's pale face saddened at how the man had accepted his fate, apologetic for failing the mission and losing face before their Hokage. He sighed in what she could only guess was exasperation and gave her a shaky, hidden thumb up accompanied with his exhausted smile. It's okay. Dismissed. Minato, come back in an hour for your deployment letter. Leave the village for lightning by tomorrow and hand it to Commander Jisho Nara. He'll know what to do with you. They left, and Mikoto wasted no time grabbing Minato by his hand, quicker than he could flash away, and roughly dragged him, ignoring Fugaku as he asked her if she was free for dinner. She shoved him into an alley and said, Talk. The blonde stared at her, impassive. He then slowly tilted his head to the side, a new question in his eyes. The Uchiha placed her fists on her hips and breathed out hotly. Why are you acting so weird? Minato rubbed his hand on his face and gave her a weak lopsided smile. Just thinking about some stuff. What stuff? Tell me, I can help. I'll let you know when I've figured it out. He made to step around her, but she shifted in front of him, barring him from leaving. Mikoto, I need to go get my things ready. I'm not letting you leave unless you give me a straight answer. He raised an eyebrow. You do know that you can't keep me here. She grabbed him by his flak jacket, and he sighed. Holding me won't help either. Why won't you let me help you, Minato? His eyes looked over her head, far away and staring at nothing in particular. The streets were empty and Inuzuka Niken patrolled up and down. The people were hidden in underground bunkers. It's something I have to figure out for myself. Mikoto screwed her lips to the side in distaste, then she huffed childishly. Stupid male pride, I hate it. A flicker of a smile came to Minato's face, and the Uchiha, feeling like she had somewhat succeeded, brought him in for a warm, tight hug, burying her face deep in his chest and saying in a muffled voice, I'm here if you need me, Minato. Minato flexed his fingers and gradually wrapped them around the shorter ninja's small frame, pressing his chin to her forehead. Yeah, I know, she said, her voice buzzing through his vest. I'll go see you as many times as possible. Thank you. She pinched his side and said, In case I can't visit, don't forget about me, okay? I won't. And no flirting. This time I won't forgive you. You know I was only playing, he said in a dull voice with a laughing undertone. Then no playing. Her fingers curled and gripped his sides with all their might, unwilling to let him go. No talking to any girls. I don't remember us ever dating, Mikoto. She pushed him away, finally realizing herself, and dusted down her flak jacket, her face masterfully devoid of feeling. We're not. I just don't want you to give me any STD when you come back. She smirked widely when Minato rolled his eyes and walked past her back onto the sidewalk. I'm serious. Yeah, I hear ya. Want me to help you pack? I'm good. He continued his steady walk to his humble apartment, and she cupped her mouth, shouting, I'll see you off tomorrow, Minato! Minato waved a hand over his shoulder, and was gone in a yellow flash. The first thing Minato did once he appeared in his apartment was to find an unused jotter and write down all the questions he wanted answered. All 4 full pages of them. He wouldn't consult Jiraiya until he had gotten a definite answer for each and every question in the book. One of the questions, question number 41 to be exact, was concerned with the exact nature of relationship Konoha had with darkness. The immediate next question was if it was justified of Konoha to hate darkness. He knew he wouldn't be able to get his answers from the library, as the library of Konoha only stocked up on books that either portrayed the village in gleaming light, or enlightened children on the village's rich history through story books. He knew this because when he was a Chunin, his Jounin supervisor had told him so, giving him proof by personally going around with Minato and showing him that there was no book in the whole library, from as high as S rank to as basic as F rank, that even slightly shone a black light on the village. It was a secret only a few ninjas knew, and Minato had been entrusted with this knowledge by none other than Orochimaru of the Sannin. He added a note for him to speak with the secretive Sannin when he was done with his extensive investigation. The man was known to be razor-tongued and brutally honest. Minato's research materials were limited out of the village, probably to a village or country that was neutral or non-aggressive with darkness but no less recorded history in its library. He would pile up discoveries from various sources and make a conclusion. Kumogakure first came to mind. Hidden Lightning Village was famously non-aggressive with dark country. There was a popular and real story that came in a few months back, that an entire battalion of Kumo ninjas, about 500 or more in number, coming down from their village to provide support to their forces in grass country, they encountered a small team of dark Chunin 50 ninjas, more or less on a retrieval mission to Waterfall. The 2 different shinobi groups sidestepped the other, staying far away and wary but keeping their hostility to themselves. No fights were started and they went their separate ways. This kind of situation, where Kumo and darkness would unintentionally meet on their way for a village function, had scarcely been happening, but it had been going on since long before the war. You're an adult, find out for yourself. Naruto's hard words ebbed through his mind, distracting him as he wrote down another question he wanted answered. Haven't you ever wondered? Minato gently banged his head against his work table. I don't know who your mother was. He grabbed his hair and tugged, a glassy look in his eyes. I'm not your father, kid. His breathing was becoming rapidly ragged. He banged his head harder against the solid wood table and pulled on his blonde hair, muttering to himself, pleading for silence. Look for yourself. I need a shower. He stumbled out of his study and pushed open his bathroom door, stepping into the shower, fully clothed, and turning it on. Cold water pelted down on him as he rattled down how he was going to murder the ghost if all this paranoia was for nothing. When he was a child, he had accepted Jiraiya's words without question because his universal truth at that time was that someone of Jiraiya's status, a legendary Sannin and a toad sage, would have reason to lie to a useless little speck of humanity like him. He was nothing special, and the most amazing man picked him out of the gutter and gave him a life. There wasn't a reason for Jiraiya to lie to him. There shouldn't be a reason. He didn't want to think of what he would do to Konoha if he found out the truth. Konoha, the village that stood at the pinnacle of human civilization and the single greatest place on earth. He believed with all his whole heart that whatever Konoha did, even if it looked bad or evil, it was all for the better. Konoha could do no wrong. Right. Jiraiya hadn't lied to him. Right. He didn't have wool over his eyes. Right. No, he didn't want to think of what he would do to Konoha if he found out the truth. Amidst his mental breakdown, Minato was well past caring if his growing doubt was selfish. The next day. Konoha's advance unit. Sumatai Valley. Frost Country. Frost Country was a technological village, much like their Kumogakure neighbor, though their development was more muted and focused on how best they could best survive the daily cold. The country was also where Kumo hired engineers and mechanics to build their own tech and stored a good portion of their village funds in the Frost Bank for emergencies. It was unarguably a Kumo's stronghold. Hitting the country would stunt Kumo's ability to fund the war. The problem was that, as the name of their country implied, the territory was constantly under thick snow and below freezing. Ninjas of the village were well adepted in the ways of the cold better than any invader. Frost still remained an important target spot to cripple Hidden Lightning and its allies, swerving the war in favor Hidden Leaf and its allies. Even after 3 years, the war in that region was not confrontational but fought with traps and guerrilla attacks. The snow and the cold was a factor that hindered the Leaf's advance unit, and this slowed progress into the Kumo stronghold. Geographically, Frost was difficult to get to because there were only 2 ways to the cold country: by sea or through Kumo. The country was rich, very much so, and Kumo's was allied to it through trade and civilian relations. At the beginning of the war, Hidden Lightning Village extended this alliance to include military because of the widespread investments they had made in Frost Country or in Hidden Chill Village. Konoha's plan was to remove Kumo influence and claim Chill resources as their own, though due to the near inaccessibility of the far northern country the advance unit there was almost forgotten. The Leaf had forgotten that it was from the advance unit in Frost Country that they had been able to get the equipment to jam radio of enemy ninjas. Commander Jisho Nara was a reedy man that did not fit the build of a tough and rugged war veteran that had been fighting against Kumo and Chill Frost allied forces for 3 years straight. He had gelled black hair and dark brown eyes that had medicated contact lenses over them of the same color. He was in the ordinary, standard Jounin uniform, though he had on thick white and light gray furs over his form to both act as camouflage and to ward of the soul-freezing cold wailing outside of the tent. The man eyed Minato with a hard frown as the blond man collapsed onto his knees. The tips of his fingers were light blue and his thick parka was frozen stiff from the blizzard he had to tread through to get to the valley. The cold wind and snow blew over the valley, but that didn't mean they were spared from a somewhat watered-down version of the frigid temperature. The seal master wiggled his fingers and rubbed his hands together, trying to get feeling into his numb hands and painfully shuffling to the waiting man, presenting him with the scroll the Sandame had written to be given to the commanding officer of the advance camp. Some other officers and ninjas were present in the barely warm tent, looking down on the shivering blonde, who had not known such cold in his whole life, not even during Konoha's winter when he was forced to sleep outside of the orphanage. The Nara scoffed as he read the scroll, rolling a cigarette in his lips. "So you're the hot shot that got demoted, huh?" Minato pushed himself into a straight position and saluted. "Chunin Namikaze reporting." Jisho smirked, a harsh expression on his face, and he looked about to his other subordinates, who had reflective looks in their eyes. "I remember you, he's the ghost boy." Minato gnashed his teeth but clamped his mouth shut. Jisho chuckled deeply and continued reading. "Smart. Know when to shut the hell up. If you do that, you may just live a bit longer here." The blonde nodded solemnly, rolling chakra through his body to find even the slightest bit of warmth. Commander Jisho rolled up the scroll and said, "My name is Jisho Nara. I am the commander of this advance unit." He gave Minato a degrading look. "Do you know what an advance unit is?" "Yes, sir." "Well, an advance unit is a group of selected soldiers that are to clear the path for the main force, dismantle traps, set up counter traps against inhabitants, and build a functioning communication tower." "Right you are. This is the Forgotten Fort, Ghost Boy." They were severely underfunded and terribly low on able-bodied ninjas. "I have been in Frost for 3 years and Lord Sandame has focused 96% of the war away from here." He threw the scroll at Minato and spat. "Now, he sends only you here after 8 months. One man." Minato wisely stayed silent. Jisho rubbed his temple and motioned for the letter back, opening it and saying, "Do you know what Lord Sandame said in this?" Minato shook his head. "Put him through hell." The seal master controlled his face so as not to show the resentment he had welling inside him. Jisho pushed the scroll into his pocket, saying, That is physically and mentally impossible, Ghost Boy, and if you read about this advanced camp before coming you know why. The Forgotten Fort was hell. Jisho turned to the table, where the map of Frost Country lay out, spotted with red and green markers where ninjas of the country had set traps red and where Konoha had placed traps green dash. The green markers were slightly more than the red. He said over his shoulder. Shake off that cold, Ghost Boy, we move out in 10. Author's note. And now, for a side story. Kushina is 12 here. Side story. Dark Lightning Unofficial Neutrality Agreement. The bell for the second to the last period rang and their teacher excused herself from the class to go and bring an important prop for their next class. Shinobi History. Students of the Dark Country Ninja Academy, Class 3B, erupted into murmured conversation, some leaving their desks and going over to sit by their friends, making idle chatter as their teacher went to the staff room. Kushina boredly balanced a pencil on her nose. One of her two close friends huffed and leapt onto the Uzumaki's desk. The girl was in a red and white track suit, red Converse, and her frizzy blonde hair was tied up in a messy bun, not hindering the 1-inch-long pair of horns protruding from the top of her head. There was a roaring black bear stamped on the back of her track suit jacket and the Dark Country insignia on her right chest. She had the sleeves of her track suit rolled up and her arms tapped her knee impatiently, wondering when Kushina would notice she was there. Hey! Kushina flicked her head back, tossing the pencil into the air and catching it in her left hand. Kushina's other friend, a boy wearing an obnoxiously green superhero cape and boots, turned to the left in his seat facing her. What did I do? Did you forget today's your birthday? The redhead scoffed. Of course not, my uncle said he was gonna pick me up. The girl, Shimara Kuma, quirked up an eyebrow. For the barbecue, right? Kushina rolled her eyes. Auntie Sue knows you're coming, there'll be lots of meat. The bear girl licked her lips and patted her tummy, eagerly waiting for when she would stuff herself full with roasted meat. The girl was from a branch of the Chuinku called the Kuma, bear, family. The small family upheld the clan's Fuinjutsu roots, though their method of taijutsu training differed from the rest of the class. Where the general clan practiced forms of ballet dancing to hone their fighting styles, the Kuma family practiced boxing. The Kuma family was presently almost exclusively members of Bileke, with members like Panda, Polar Bear, Koala, Black Bear hinted to be among the elite shinobi of the country, though their identities remained unknown and the members of the family respectfully didn't pry. Shimara aimed to be in Bileke. It was her dream. The Kuma family was also the only remaining branch of the Chuinka clan. Their branch counterpart within the clan, the Sakanomi family or Blood Drinker family of which Sueki was the last remaining member, had been wiped out. The physical features of the Kuma family was not that much different from the rest of the Ink clan, as they too bore horns and contributed in their own way to the artistic heritage of the clan, the difference being that they had large appetites and their preferred food was meat or fish whilst that of the rest of the clan kept a more balanced diet. Branch families of larger clans were not an oddity, seeing as they were merely a small section of a bigger group of people. Unlike what they had heard from Konoha, where branch hyuga were limited by cage seals by the main family, the branch families of clans in darkness were not that different from everyone else. The only other clan that had a branch family was the Suzumabachi clan, who had the Shirori termite family. The branch family were in tune with their termite colonies and thus used them, instead of using wasps like the rest of the clan. The boy in the ridiculous superhero getup was the only child of a rich and affluent real estate broker in River Country that was dipping his fingers in Dark Country's brimming tech company. The boy's father was one of the financiers of the company, though still owning a tiny fraction. The boy's name was Rantomo, but he preferred to be called Epic Mist. Epic Mist suggested, "You didn't invite us, so we were just wondering." The red-haired girl palmed her face. "We've known each other for 3 years, guys. Do I actually have to tell you you're invited to my birthday party? It'll help. I always tell you you're invited to come to my birthday parties," the bear girl said, pointing her thumb to herself, offended. Yumi Nakamura, the class teacher, walked back into the room with a map and a stand under her arm. "All right, class, settle down," She smiled thankfully to the class prefect as he came up to her to help her set up the stand. She placed the map of the continent on the stand for the whole class to see and handed the prefect a small stack of papers to share to the class. As he was going up and down the aisles, ushering his classmates back into their seats, and placing the papers before them, Yumi clapped her hands and began the class. Today we will be talking about the end of the Second Shinobi War, emphasizing on a major event that was the catalyst for Kumo and IWA withdrawing from Amigakure. The class rustled as they brought out their history textbooks and notebooks, flipping to the page their teacher was talking about and peering into the pieces of paper laid by their class prefect, which was a photocopy of a text from a different history book. Above the text was a grainy image of who they recognized as their leader, Naruto, standing in a fighting position 2 or so feet away from the current raikage. See. Kushina's eyebrows shot into her hairlines, tracing the young and serious face of her uncle with her pencil, captivated by the determination in his glowing white energy eyes. That single event is called lightning versus lightning. In some other history books, usually the ones outside of darkness and unallied nations, this event is blotted out as insignificant. Some attentive students scribbled down in their notebooks and others underlined a version of what the teacher said in their history textbooks, on how lightning versus lightning wasn't a main factor that drew the Second War to a close. The battle itself is minor compared to the results, but if it had not taken place, the war would have lasted much, much longer. The discussion wasn't about raising the students' perception of their glorious leader, but on the accepting the truth. If lightning versus lightning didn't happen, then the Second War could still have been raging on strong. Nakamura-sensei enlightened them on this point, skimming over the actual fight and talking of the mutual respect both masters of the lightning release had gotten for the other that had broached over to their informal, unwritten neutrality agreement between Kumo and Dark Country. Stay out of my business and I'll stay out of yours, was what it basically entailed. The bell rang and the students flooded out of the classroom, bearing a whole new understanding on why so many people, among the allies of their country and of those not allied, had so much respect for their leader. Kushina unconsciously shrugged on her bag and made small talk with her friends as she left the school doors, casually walking to the gates. A short distance from the entrance doors, Naruto raised his hand and waved. The Uzumaki girl visibly brightened as she saw him and ran to him full tilt, slamming into him with a hug. Naruto chuckled and patted her head. "Did you have a good day in school?" Yeah, we learned campfire jutsu and Yumi Nakamura-sensei taught us how to set a bear trap." Naruto's eyes curved up in a kind smile. "Sounds like fun." His eyes went up as he saw Shimara and ran jogging over to them. "I spoke with your parents. They said it's fine if I take you home. You'll meet up with us at Kushina's birthday barbecue." The little girl cheered, much to Naruto's amusement. They bobbed their heads and Naruto then looked skeptically at them. "She did invite you too, right?" And the two friends bowed respectfully to Naruto. Shimara shot out. "No, Lord Naruto." "Uncle, she's lying. Don't believe her," Kushina said quickly, very much alarmed. She flapped her hands and hoped that the issue would blow over. "It's true, sir." Epic Mist added his voice. Kushina whipped her head to him. "Traitor. Don't mind her. Kushina's always gets awkward when it comes to her birthday." The girl then turned to her uncle, betrayed. "Oh, don't give me that look." The girl silently puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms. "All right, fine, I don't know, teach you an extra cool rope binding trick during training." "Okay." Kushina took his hand into her own being utterly engulfed by his as she trotted beside him. Naruto made sure to stride in an easy pace. This was a completely different Kushina than the one they knew in school. The tomboyish girl they knew would sooner use her teeth to tear off the head of any poor idiot that treated her like a child. Now they were seeing how the girl flushed, blushed, and gushed like a true schoolgirl before her idol, yammering his ear off in what they could make out as partly incomprehensible stuttering. Since the girl had reconciled with Kisame and news got out that her last great prank almost permanently crippled the Shark Boy, people had been deferring to her fearfully, more so than in her previous years. The bear girl and the superhero wannabe had seen this side of her many times, but it still felt strange seeing Kushina visibly preen under her crush's serene, sky-blue gaze. Kushina skipping was something they still weren't used to seeing, for this was the second time they'd seen it happen, and it was always when she was going home with the country's leader. The Uzumaki noticed Naruto was in his white and black leader's robe, garnering a fair bit of attention from the parents and students, who bowed hastily and sent greetings to him. Her cheeks colored as she held his hand, bouncing next to him. "Hey, are you just coming back from work?" "Yup, there wasn't much for me to do." Not with how his two office assistants sifted through his files and handed him the ones he needed to attend to personally. "I decided to come here right away. Your Auntie Sue is getting the fire started back home." The man's eyes twinkled when he saw the Kuma girl smack her lips. "There will be meat aplenty." Kushina pouted, not liking how her uncle's attention wasn't solely on her. "Hey, Uncle, Nakamura-sensei taught us about lightning versus lightning during last period shinobi history. Is that so? What did she say?" "That you were super cool and beat the snot out of the rakeage." "Data Bane." The girl punched forward and made a wild kick. The leader laughed and scratched the back of his head. "It's a bit more complicated than that. Lord Naruto, sir." Epic Mist hesitantly said, and Naruto looked over to him, a look that immediately put the nervous boy at ease. "Nakamura-sensei didn't much about the fight." Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. "The fight itself isn't important, it's the result of the fight that matters." "But sir," Epic Mist interjected politely, not wanting to push his leader's patience. "We want to hear about the fight." Bear Girl nodded. "Please, Lord Naruto." "You all want to hear it?" The three 12-year-olds bobbed their heads as one. They were now leaving the school's massive gates and were making a slow, casual trek through the countryside, back to the main capital. Carriages that ambled down the road stopped by and asked if their leader and his wards needed a lift, but Naruto courteously declined. The weather was just right for a nice walk and a story anyway. "All right." Naruto cleared his throat. It was a warm autumn morning. Amigakure was celebrating a week or so of the death of Hanzo the Salamander, though they were still plagued by the presence of foreign shinobi in their country. The Akatsuki had kicked out most of Konoha's forces from their country, as the Leaf Village was the Red Cloud organization's primary target for their disdain for a good period of time, but there were still IWA and Kumo ninjas in reign. Iron Country samurai had long since retreated back to their home country as soon as Hanzo had been killed by the man with the eyes of a god. The upper brass of the Akatsuki were running low on energy, still recuperating from the events leading up to and after the death of Hanzo, but one of the members rose up and forcefully flowed chakra through his body, regenerating and refilling his chakra reserves faster than natural with a ninja technique not all people with the same bloodline as him knew of or could do. This technique was painful. This technique was unique to only him. This technique was called Hidden Art, Lightning Release, Copper Coil Restoration. The ghost would continuously strike the 7 main tenketsu on his body with what little lightning chakra he had, and within 30 minutes of that painful exercise he would be at full tank again, though his lightning would dominate his water affinity chakra more than normal, limiting how much smoke he could create from his body. The Amikage sent him out of the tower to massacre a wave of Kumo ninjas approaching their country, but instead, the ghost ran full tilt and tackled the rakeage, taking him deep through the forest, out of the cluster of trees and into a field of waist-length grass outside of aim. The soldiers prioritized locating their disappeared Kage over the invasion, so they withdrew. Meanwhile, "You've got some nerve, Ghost," C grumbled, wiping the side of his mouth with the back of his hand, gritting his teeth. His outstanding abs popped, casting aside the throb from when the 17-year-old had tackled him. His back also cracked, ridding himself of the pain of it meeting and breaking an uncountable number of trees. "Took me by surprise back there." The blonde teen adjusted the beastly, grinning half-mask on his face and dusted down his Akatsuki robes. "That was the plan. You're as fast as they say." The white-bearded rakeage closed his fists and they cracked, eliciting a rumble of thunder through the sky. Black clouds began gathering over the pair, who narrowed their eyes, barely even blinking, and rumbling with stored-up lightning chakra. "What's the plan now?" You want to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done that back in Rain. She raised an eyebrow. Then? If I beat you, you must withdraw your forces from aim. The man bellowed out a laugh. That, Ghost, will be impossible for even you right now. You've lost the element of surprise. Do you agree or not? Naruto grunted. I'll do you one better. If you win, I withdraw my forces and convince Onoki to take IWA out of aim. But if I win, you return with me to Kumo and we breed the ever-living hell out of you. Naruto hummed. That doesn't sound so bad. The dark-skinned man grinned cheekily, scratching the side of his face. I know, right? By breeding you mean? I mean you'll get any woman you want at any time. The ghost scratched his chin, considering the offer. With that offer, I'll be tempted to not fight at all. The assassin then rolled his neck and hunched his shoulders. But I'll have to pass. Aim is much more important. She looked at Naruto strangely. Are you crying? Fight me, damn it! She studied the silently weeping young man, who hid his teary eyes under the shade of his shaggy yellow hair. Out of respect, I shall not hold back. The white-haired man slammed his fists together and said in a deep voice. Lightning armor! Electricity lit up the wreckage and his white hair stood on end, as he bent down and took a deathly focused fighting stance. The ghost crouched down onto the ground and held up a half-dragon hand sealed to his chest. White noise! The black clouds directly above the blonde rumbled, and white lightning threaded through at blazing speed. The lightning then suddenly arced down and smashed the nape of the ghost's neck, coursing through the assassin's body. The only physical change was that his cerulean eyes turned sharp white and that a network of veins pulsing with white energy spread out on the sides of his face, coming from his eyes and reaching his ears. Naruto released the half-dragon seal, and the sky thundered deafly. C, keeping his fists together, studied the tight crouching position of the infamous assassin. Lightning curled and crossed over him. Then Naruto leaped forward, his arms flying behind him and his head lowered in concentration. Thin, wraith-like afterimages poured out from behind him with each step, crossing the field to his opponent at what looked like an average jounin speed. She raised an eyebrow, wondering how the ghost could be running that slow mid-jounin speed was slow for a speedster like him and yet still have afterimages. Then, as Naruto got 10 feet from him, his senses went wild and he dragged his head back. A right hook clipped against his jaw from an opponent he scarcely saw. What he did see was a pair of blazing white orbs hovering in the air and the faint outline of a humanoid-looking creature. The solid, fully colored Naruto finally reached him, his fist shooting through the air for a right hook. What the hell? He asked himself bewildered, flipping backwards as a jagged bolt of lightning screamed down from the sky, scorching the grass and burning off a patch of the soil underneath. The ghostly apparition followed him and he grit his teeth, blocking his chest with his forearms as a rising knee threatened to open a hole in his chest. C slapped down a jab to his chin, sidestepped a roundhouse kick, batted back a knee to his side and his left elbow roared with lightning, ripping a hole through the air as it traveled towards what he hoped was his opponent. The elbow passed above the wraith's face and the white eyes narrowed, skipping to the right and returning with his own elbow. C covered his face with his forearms and closed his eyes tightly as lightning from the thunder clouds blasted down and hit him square on the top of his head, just as he managed to blow the misty, semi-unseen elbow from the ghost before him. The fully colored Naruto went through those motions, including avoiding the retaliatory elbow from the wreckage. From an outsider's point of view, the fight looked like two opposing arcs of lightning flitting and blazing across the battleground, ripping the ground apart and setting fire to foliage. Each strike, counter or block was accompanied by a bolt of lightning from the sky and a ground-shuddering roll of thunder. The battle would be blinding to actually watch, and any sequence of attacks, not matter how long, actually took place within 2 seconds for both combatants. For them, peering outside, it was as if the whole world was frozen. Naruto, under his personalized white noise technique, was moving at half a second faster than the speed of sound. Every inch of his body was coated with his volatile chakra, specifically his lightning chakra, and this effect temporarily, and harmlessly, dissolved all of his skin, raising him up a few dozen notches on a scale of speed. Surprisingly enough, this form was a single step lower than Naruto's Silent Knight. The only way the Raikage could follow any sort of movement from the phantom was through instinct and shinobi intuition, though just barely. The man's lightning armor carried him on a speed that seldom, if ever, had his feet touched the ground, and this was to his benefit, as from what he could see, Naruto still tread on the ground, even with his speed. The full-color Naruto was merely a few seconds behind the fight, though his presence still bewildered and confused the dark-skinned Kage. This was a battle of speed and creativity, and the Raikage would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed by what he was seeing. An excited grin cracked on the white-bearded man's face, just as an uppercut rattled his brain in his skull and, as his feet left the ground, his own knee cracked against the ghost's nose, breaking it. He used the momentum from the dizzying attack to flip backwards onto his feet. His eyes immediately searched for the unseen ghost he had been battling for who knows how long. On the other side of the field, the ghost grabbed his nose and harshly jerked his hand to the side, forcefully setting his nose back in place with a small wince. The apparition pelted down to the Kage, who seemed to still be looking for him, and Ghost's hands threaded together, flashing through 50 seals at once. White lightning flashed down from the sky, approximately 8 meters from the Raikage, and then it bent and shot to him. He pivoted on his left heel, slamming his foot against the dangerously honing bolt of white lightning, and muttered, "Lightning shield!" Naruto finished his set, ending the seals with a ram and holding it under his lips. "Fire release, mortal flame sickness!" His chakra rattled over his form and the ghost exhaled over his laced fingers. The fully colored Naruto and the afterimages behind it all dispersed and rushed to the real phantom, passing through Naruto's back and exiting the ghost's maw as a burning human being, wailing and clambering at impossible speed to the alarmed, though still professional, Raikage. The burning human being leaped to see, its arms and legs spread open, and its pain screaming shaking the dark-skinned man to his core. He clapped his hands together and burned through 2 seals. Lightning release, electric dagger. A dagger of lightning exited from the man's armor and cut straight through the flame zombie, who exploded on contact. He rolled around on his feet and a knee cut through the air, ready to tear off Naruto's head for the distraction, but the semi-visible assassin skidded on his knees under the deadly attack, rolled forward as the Raikage called down a sharp arc of lightning from the sky to smash into him, barely missing the ghost. Crack! He called down 20 more red-tipped bolts of electricity from the black clouds rumbling high above them, pointing them on where his senses informed him the evading ninja was running. He turned around in a full circle as jagged bolt after jagged bolt of lightning screamed and exploded in the ground, destroying the battlefield all the more. Crack. The apparition he had been doggedly targeting suddenly stopped and flounced around a bolt of lightning, and pointed his hand at the Raikage, who was sending 5 more of his attacks down from the heavens to his opponent. Naruto's fingers closed, his thumb, pointer and middle finger protruded. Lightning release, sleep paralysis. The Kage saw the shots of white lightning coming for him and he thrust his chest out, brazenly deflecting the paralyzing attacks with his broad chest, wearing a wide, maniacal grin on his face. The lightning armor shrouded over the Kage clattered against the shots from the apparition and clanged off him somewhere else. The ghost stood his ground and fired off more shots, squeezing more and more of his potent lightning chakra out of select tenketsu from the tips of his pointer and middle finger. The Raikage bellowed out a boisterous laugh with each deflection until the very last shot. The ghost hitchhiked on his jutsu and appeared before the shocked Kage, mid-laugh. Naruto swept around the Raikage and pushed his palms forward, striking his palms against the back and side of the dark-skinned man. Palm strike after palm strike, harmlessly glancing off the crackling body armor, until the Kage felt a chill run through him as the humanoid creature attacking him with unfathomable speed grinned. A wide, devilish grin that showed Naruto's gleaming white, serrated teeth. He looked down and his eyes widened. Explosive tags. Custom explosive tags. Ones that steadfastly stuck to his lightning armor and promptly fizzled on one set. He smirked darkly. "You're fucking crazy, Ghost Dash." The ghost, tittering out a demented laugh, raised his hands and snapped his fingers, long before the dark-skinned Kage could finish his statement. Katsu! The resulting explosion zeroed in their position, and Kumo ninjas hurriedly ran over, pushing their noses in the crook of their elbows as black smoke washed past them. Hot wind blasted out from the center of the blast. They wisely stayed back on the outskirts of the fight zone, gaping at the state of their Kage. His white jounin flak jacket was burned beyond recognition, showing his thundering chest and abs. His pants were frayed on the end and the ends of his white beard was singed from the heat. Standing before him, hunched over and panting through grit teeth and churning white orbs, was the infamous ghost, whose red and black cloud cloak had lost its sleeves to the heat and whose broken nose freely pulsed with blood. Naruto had his hands drawn close to him, guarding his chin and his chest, standing about 2 feet from the Kage of Kumo. C, also out of breath and valiantly hiding it, maintained eye contact with his corporal opponent. "You're lucky I don't want you dead, man," Naruto said, breathing out smoke from his open, though hidden maw. "I could have left the bombs to incinerate you." On the very last second before catastrophe hit, he had covered the man and himself with the little smoke he could muster, but not fast enough to save C's flak jacket or the ends of his pants. The man patted down his nearly burnt, white beard and chuckled. "It's my loss." Naruto dropped his defensively raised fists and sighed heavily. "Good, awesome." He rubbed his broken nose tenderly and winced again, already hearing his student scold his recklessness. "I'll order my medics to fix your nose. Don't worry about it." Naruto waved him off, holding his nose with his left and waving off the offer carelessly with his right. He then pointed out, "Just don't forget our deal." The man smirked lightly and held up his right fist. "Hi, all my ninjas will be out of Kumo in half an hour, and I will have Oanoki do the same soon." Naruto looked at the offered hand tentatively, then he bumped the fist with his right fist. "Good fight, old man." The Kumo ninjas visibly saw the respect both legendary shinobi had for each other in the small gesture. The Raikage laughed loudly. "Please, old man was my father's name, call me C." "Gotcha, call me Naruto." The ghost then felt a rush of tiredness hit him, and he groaned. The jutsu he had used to force up the flow of lightning chakra in his chakra network called to him, reminding him that he could get himself back to full tank and heal his nose with his body's natural regeneration, but he shook off the thought. This time, he wanted his energy to come back on its own to balance out his chakra network, so that he would be able to fully use his smoke release. He exhaled from his nose, as his battered nose was too clogged with blood for much use for that moment, and he said, "Well, have a nice life, see?" He tiredly limped past the laughing Kage and mumbled to himself, "I really need a nap. I'm so fucking tired." The Kumo ninjas on the edge of the battle zone silently stood aside, parting down the middle in an unvoiced show of respect, allowing the ghost as he leisurely hobbled back to aim. And the Raikage was as good as his word. He withdrew from aim, strong-armed the Tsuchikage to do the same. I'm not sure how, but I'm not questioning his methods. Smaller countries and hidden villages heard that those 2 great ninja villages left AIM and took their forces out of other nations back to Kumo and Iwa, and they followed suit and went back to their homes. Konoha didn't see anyone left to fight, so they too left, their allies as well. The conflict subsided gradually and eventually the war ended. He looked down to the 3 children. The end. Databane. Amazing. Cool. Naruto smiled gently, and Kushina swung his hand as she skipped next to him. "I'm glad you liked that story." Of course he omitted some parts, like the Raikage swearing or him considering the breeding option. He pointed forward and said, "We're almost home." Chapter 18. 5:45 p.m. Flat 042. Waning Crescent Street. Southern Region. Dark Country. Kushina Uzumaki grabbed onto the doorknob of the front door of her humble flat, and the seals on the knob recognized her hand and fingerprints, allowing her to turn it. The door opened with a soft click and she peeked inside. "I'm home." She flicked on the lights and opened the door, allowing her uncle to enter the somewhat narrow entrance hallway. Kushina took off her shinobi sandals and placed them by the door, next to a neatly arranged row of sandals, sneakers, and boots. The redhead proceeded down the hall and turned when she got to the end, looking at the person looking around, scratching his chin. "Please come in." Naruto entered the apartment and slipped off his sandals, politely keeping them where he had observed his niece keeping hers, and plodded inside on the rigorously vacuumed, soft-textured, dark green carpet. He moved to the end of the entrance hallway and entered the living room, catching Kushina as she entered the kitchen. "Your roommate, isn't she around?" Kushina went to the fridge and read a note attached to the front by a small magnet. "She went shopping," she hummed and tapped the piece of paper. "Apparently, we're low on fish, seasoning, sealing scrolls, and she wants to get a lawnmower for the backyard." Naruto idly nodded to what she was saying, casually looking around. The living room had the same carpeting as the rest of the house, 3 chairs and a couch, a television, and the leader saw the notable small, white crank that was the temperature regulator of the house, which explained why it was warm but not swelteringly so in the house. "Have there been any problems since you two moved here?" The woman's head jutted out of the kitchen, and she rolled her eyes. "We've been here for 6 years, uncle, we're fine. I'm just saying." Like a good uncle/father figure, Naruto snooped around his niece's flat, looking for anything out of place. "You moved out too early, I was 15. Kushina called from the kitchen, setting a kettle on the gas stove. "And I was a chunin, basically an adult." Naruto lifted up a cushion on the chair, dropped it back in place, walked to the television, and dragged his pointer finger along the top, rubbing the near non-existent dust between his index finger and his thumb. "If it were up to me, you'd be in the house until you were 60. Kushina laughed to herself, knowing that her uncle was, once again, scrutinizing her home. "I don't think Auntie would have liked that." Naruto grumbled sourly. Sueki had been the one to strong-arm him into the ground, submitting and letting his precious niece move out of the house and move in with her longtime friend into a pleasant, fairly quiet 3-bedroom flat in a warm district in the southern region, where the cool air blowing in from the sea washed over the houses, spreading the faint aroma of freshly baked bread. Most of the people in the region were from the Panther clan, though the row of flats Kushina and her friend lived on were occupied by mostly members of the Ink clan, some Uzumaki, and a small cluster of clanless. Anything they really needed was close by and accessible. A pharmacy and clinic, a shopping center, a market area. Fish market was by the sea, and the rest was a short distance away. Training grounds spotted about, with target ranges, a small though comprehensive library, retail shops, and restaurants. The last point was a given, seeing as the southern region was dominated by the food-loving Pansasenshi clan. The police patrolled the streets, and there hadn't been any sort of serious incident since, especially because the street Kushina had moved to had several ninjas and retired shinobi on it as well. There was a Defense Corp regional office some miles east of the street, still in the southern region. The apartment itself was connected to the country's electrical grid and water board. The protective seals had long since been keyed into Kushina and her roommate. There was a landline at the end of the hallway in case of emergencies and on the occasion of a power outage. The southern region, like the other regions, had a backup generator that would automatically go on, restoring electricity. Broken appliances could be fixed at a fair price, but overall, living in the house cost almost nothing, except for the small percentage of money taken from Kushina and her roommates' salaries after each mission as country tax. There were thousands and thousands of working adults in darkness, so tax could be taken down several notches. The payment was wired to their accounts immediately after a successful mission, and the tax was taken out every month. Some miles from their district was a daycare, a kindergarten, and a children's park, as well as an actual park was closer. Naruto didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't have chosen a better place for his niece to live in. Kushina and her roommate, Shiramaru-kuma, had been searching for a good place to stay in since they got their chunin flak jackets, and an agent in the housing allocation office in the civilian division had taken into account all of their preferences and conditions, recommending them a few houses, and they ultimately chose the one they were living in presently. The civilian division was the one in charge of building, maintaining, and distributing houses to those that applied for an accommodation but didn't know which location would suit them better. Those that were unsure of where they wanted to live in such a large place like Dark Country, were directed to that office and, given time, a summarized list of locations would be provided. That particular office had not been set up to divide or share clans and clan lists indiscriminately in the country, but rather to simply and only give houses to those that didn't know where they wanted to live. For someone like Naruto that was pretty well off financially and mentally, and who was also a vital part of Dark Country's daily life, all Sueki had to do was hold off sex, food, and her company. Naruto caved in spectacular fashion. The man coughed into his fist as he reached a wall in the parlor where pictures of the redhead and her former teammate hung, with images of their families and friends. A familiar smile came to Naruto's eyes as he saw his niece in a picture with her former teammates, Shirmara Kuma and Rantoma, also known as Epic Mistache, holding up their newly administered Chunin flak jackets and grinning proudly. They were 15 at the time and were just finding their feet in the country's shinobi force. Their teams specialized in frontline combat, and they could also break through enemy ranks with pure, unbridled power. The team had not been compatible with Dark Country's more covert and silent arts because only one member of the team had been blessed with being able to use assassination techniques, namely, Shirmara Kuma, and the other two had been born outside of darkness, so they couldn't use the secret techniques of their assassin comrades. Naruto and Sueki had organized a party to congratulate the members of former Team 19 and held it at the teenagers' favorite restaurant. There was another picture of Shirmara in a sleeveless dark brown vest, red shorts, wearing bright red boxing gloves and a comfortable pair of red shoes, delivering a jab to her opponent's liver while guarding her chin with her other fist. Her eyes were narrowed, focused. This was during a martial arts tournament in Bear Country. Kushina had opted not to participate, choosing to support her friend in the crowd. The bear girl had been in a group of 3 Chunin that had been selected by Naruto to participate, and their group had ranked 3rd in the end, though they made a spectacular showing, enough for the daimyo of Bear Country to request Shirmara become an ambassador for Dark Country and Bear, even if the 2 countries didn't ally. Shirmara ultimately refused, seeing as being an ambassador would stunt her when she became a member of BLAK. It was at that time that Kushina told her guardians that she was planning to move out of the house. Her and Shirmara would find a place to live in together, and share the responsibility of maintaining the house. As expected, Naruto put his foot down and forbade his youngest student from leaving the nest, but, after getting his arm twisted behind him by his mostly expressionless vampire wife, he reluctantly gave them his blessing. Though the couple felt something off. It was a few hours before the spring festival that Kushina came clean. Flashback. 7 years ago. Kushina stood before her uncle and aunt with her torso bowed forward and her eyes lowered. Shirmara was behind her in the same posture. The 2 Chunin were out of uniform and in casual civilian garb. The bear girl was in a slim-fitting, soft pink and white formal kimono with a small black bear symbol on her right chest, long sleeves that passed the tip of her fingers, a pair of knee socks and light blue sandals on her feet. Around her torso from under her chest to a bit above her waist was a dark red and black obi sash. The formal dress displayed her slender form both proudly and modestly. Kushina was in black pants and a white shirt with red Converse. They were before the front door, as the 2 refused to enter until they had heard them out. Sueki kept her face neutral, unfeeling, and her red eyes hovered over the bowed forms of the 2 younger females, while Naruto had his eyes narrowed dangerously. His niece forced her eyes to stay down, and Shirmara couldn't muster up the spirit to glance at the 2 legend-class shinobi. Naruto frowned and said, "Kushina, what is the meaning of this?" "Uncle Naruto, Aunt Sueki." The man and his wife felt their hearts drop as they heard their niece call their full names. "Shirmara and I," Kushina swallowed, ready for the explosion, "are going out." The Uzumaki's eyes bugged out, still bowed, as her uncle and auntie sighed in relief and collapsed into each other. Naruto had a hand to his heart, his head tipped back and his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and Sueki had a hand to her forehead, her eyes closed in relief. "Dear Kami, Kushina, don't scare us like that again," the vampire muttered in a somewhat controlled voice. Kushina's eyebrows furrowed when she sensed concern and anxiety from her cool and collected aunt, and those emotions weren't caused by the news. Naruto had his left arm draped over his wife's shoulder, and he swiped the back of his right hand on his forehead, cleaning away the sweat. The redhead looked up and glanced at her aunt and her uncle. You're not mad?" Naruto laughed aloud, jolting his 15-year-old niece and her girlfriend. "Come now, Kushina, why would we be mad?" Then Sueki spoke first, her lips lifted in a small smile and her red eyes positively shining. "Kushina, honey, we thought you were doing drugs." "What?" It appeared the Kuma girl was just as surprised. Naruto came forward and swept the girl into his arms, extending his reach and dragging Shurmara into the embrace as well. Warmth ebbed from his body and his niece soaked it all in, curling her fingers in his gray button-up long-sleeved shirt, and her girlfriend too didn't seem to mind the approval sent over to her through the hug. "You don't need our permission to date anyone, Nana. We wanted your approval." The girl buzzed and Naruto chuckled, sliding back and ushering them into the house as the sounds of the festival began filtering into their suburban home all the way from the heart of the capital. The girl had a small flush on her cheeks as her face parted from his chest. And she looked to Sueki for help as the pair plodded into the house, taking off their shoes at the front and proceeding to the parlor. The vampire smirked invisibly. "She wanted my help wearing her grandmother kimono." "Ah, yes, I see." That night was the country's very first spring festival anyway. Understanding Kushina's logic, it would be improper to not look her best while on a date with her girlfriend during the festival. This was also going to be the first time his niece would be wearing a kimono of any kind, besides the ones her mother wore for her, so she wanted to do it right. "We haven't started using your bedroom for anything, so it's mostly untouched. You can go there." "Thank you, uncle." The tomboy bowed politely. She then turned to her girlfriend and said, "Why don't you stay downstairs and talk with Uncle?" Shurmara beamed and waved the girl off. "Sure, hurry up and get dressed. The festival awaits." Kushina waved back and clambered up the stairs. Sueki followed behind at a controlled pace. It was as if all the light and joy in the room had been dragged out as the two ladies went upstairs. Then the light flicked back on. Shurmara felt a harsh chill run up and down her spine for a split second. She exhaled and saw her own breath. She whipped around, as warmth and radiance returned to the house, and saw her girlfriend's uncle sitting on a seat in the parlor, smiling merrily at her. "Take a seat, Shurmara." "Thank you, sir." She ambled to a chair on the other side of the square center table, adjusted her delicate kimono, and sat down gently so as not to leave any wrinkles. She hesitantly pointed out, "And you can call me Shurbear, like usual." Naruto, holding his smile, cocked his head to the side lightly. "Shurmara." The bear girl's finger flopped down in defeat, and she nodded. "Yes, sir." "How long have you been dating Kushina?" "A few weeks now, dash." "How long is a few weeks?" 5 weeks, sir." "Ah, is that so?" The man raised his left hand and rolled his wrist. His ninjato flicked onto his hand from out of nowhere. The black handle rested comfortably in his hand and the silver blade glinted in the light. The single sharp edge was dyed black from the man's bloodline. Deep black smoke ebbed from the lethally sharp edge and the two whirlpool seals on tip of the ninjato, and just under the guardless handle, also oozed with toxic smoke. Naruto, keeping his sparkling blue eyes on the bear girl, dragged the pointer finger of his other hand on the lethally sharp side of the sword and the smoke pulsing out gradually stopped. "Is that so?" Shurmara, playfully called Shurbear by the man across from her, cleared her throat, uncomfortable. "We've wanted to tell you and Lady Ketsueki for a while now, but dash." She momentarily stopped as the man rolled his other wrist, holding a palm-sized whetstone in his other hand. "Kushina was scared you won't approve." "SS so." Naruto dragged the stone up the sword with a soul-chilling shahing. "Why yeah, that's about it." She coughed into her left fist, feeling cold sweat drop from her forehead. "Ah, sir." Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Oh, these?" He motioned to his ninjato and the whetstone. "My blade was just dull." Of course. Shurmara bobbed her head, trying not to flinch at each painfully hard drag up the blade. the poor girl then said, changing the subject. Ahem, what other weapons can you dash? What are your plans for my little girl? Her spirit inflated hopefully. Well, I found a great spot on a hill we can have a night picnic and watch the fireworks. Ran. Epic mist. Will join us after midnight. Tell me, Shermara. A light shower of spark flew off the blade after a particularly sharp drag. How did your parents react? The girl visibly perked up. They aren't going to stand in my way. Naruto mutely raised an eyebrow and her shoulders deflated. Baba doesn't like it, but he said if I'm happy then he won't hold me back. Mama. The girl felt a fond smile spread on her face as she recalled her mother's reaction. Mama was very happy for us. Naruto stopped sharpening his impossibly sharp ninjato and slowly dropped them onto his table. I'm going to be straight with you, Shermara. I always knew you were into girls and I suspected my little girl might have been as well. I don't mind, I really don't, but what's bothering me is that you two were scared of telling us. Shermara then felt guilt set itself deep in her heart as she saw the shaded sadness in the man's blue orbs. Sir, I'm Dash. But enough of all this sappy nonsense, Naruto said as Shermara made to apologize for momentarily forgetting the kind of people Naruto and Sueki were. His grin sparkled and he motioned to her. Have you been able to get into BLAK recruitment? The boxer teetered and shook her head. Admission is very strict. I tried my best. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. It can't be that hard for someone like you. The horned teen shrugged limply. I'm not what they need right now. The coordinator of the BLAK recruitment camp in the eastern region, Captain Octopus, said I should work on my sealing and my kenjutsu. The leader tapped his chin, deep in thought. I can put in a good word for you. Shermara shook her head. Her long, wavy blonde hair shook with it. I appreciate your help, sir, for everything you've done, but I want to get in on my own strength. If you say so. The girl then smiled widely. Ah, yes, are you ready to tell me about white noise? Naruto raised an eyebrow and settled back in his seat, crossing his right ankle over his left knee. That's my personal hidden technique, kid. I'm not telling you anything. Shermara clasped her hands together and pleaded. Can I at least see it? One more time? Naruto kept quiet, only perching his elbow on the arm of his chair and resting his chin on his palm. Plie. We're indoors. If he intended to destroy the house with a jagged, blazing white bolt of lightning screaming down from the heavens, then he would have done so in a heartbeat. We can go outside. The festival. Naruto reminded her with a laughing smile. Dang it! She cursed, correcting herself mid-sentence as she remembered she was in the presence of a superior in rank. What about tomorrow? Meeting with my council for the whole day, something about a biannual evaluation of national development, or something like that. It's super important though, I know that for sure. So it might take up most of my day. I can set an appointment with your office assistants. Appointments like that are only for important issues, Shermara. Naruto warned and the girl whimpered back into herself. A pouting glaze came to her eyes. I commend you for being stubborn, kid, but white noise is my secret technique. To use white noise, Naruto first had to shroud his body with his chakra and send up a bolt of lightning from anywhere on his body, which would mix with the nature chakra in the air, form thick black storm clouds and return the white bolt of lightning, this time saturated with atmospheric nature chakra. The bolt would hit the nape of his neck and spread into his nervous system, resulting in the shroud of chakra over his body seeping under his skin and framing his soul. Naruto's chakra was dangerous in on itself. It could burn chakra paper, and it could leave permanent burn marks on other besides himself, Sueki included. His chakra wasn't dangerous to him, and normally, it wouldn't be hard to absorb his chakra and make it frame the interior of his body, but with the addition of the nature chakra of the storm clouds, white noise was able to feel and cover his soul. If he was to remain in place, outwardly he wouldn't be that different, only with burning white eyes that crackled with electricity and a spider web of veins that spread out from the corner of his eyes to his ears, noticeably pulsing with white energy. But if Naruto was to actually move, even a single step, His soul would leave his body at about several notches faster than the speed of sound. Almost dangerously close to the speed of light. His body would move at a slightly slower pace mid to high jounin and follow the last movement of Naruto's soul form. Naruto's body would still be fast enough to leave after images, but his soul was too fast for even that. Naruto didn't have to split his attention between controlling his body and his soul at the same time. The fire jutsu Naruto used while in his soul form that passed his body through him and turned it into an insane fire zombie was taxing, even for someone with Naruto's chakra reserves. The jutsu essentially destroyed Naruto's body, and to reform his body Naruto had to reshape the nature chakra inside his soul form and bring it outwards, which was basically the reverse of what he did to enter his white noise form. While in his soul form, the only way Naruto could actually be touched was if his opponent was able to see him. Else, Naruto was invisible to the eye and untraceable by sensory abilities. It was terrifying to think that silent night was more powerful than white noise. Shimara had only seen this jutsu once, after weeks and weeks of begging and pleading and pestering Naruto, and she had been in awe. It shouldn't be natural for any human to have that kind of power. It made her wonder what sort of training regimen Naruto had gone through to get to where he was now. The ghost in glasses was truly one to be feared. The girl shook her head and diverted the conversation to another point. So, sir, how are you and Lady Kitsuaki going to celebrate this festival? We'll watch the fireworks from the roof. We've already got a blanket and a food basket ready. The boxer smiled. So romantic. Naruto smirked teasingly. You're one to talk. An embarrassed flush came to her face as she realized herself. Well, mine is different. Naruto scoffed. An infuriatingly jovial glimmer entered his sky-blue eyes. No, it's not. It is. Kushina and I are not married. She stopped as she realized herself again, but it was already too late. Naruto sat forward on his chair and grinned. It was almost like the light in the room brightened, and the air about him danced happily. Shimara coughed into her fist. Speaking of marriage. Naruto trailed, his eyes casually wandering about the room. Oh. When's it going to happen? Shimara raised a shaky finger and answered. A large sweat drop grew on the side of her head. Sir, we're only 15. And? The legal age for marriage in this country is 17. The bear girl laughed nervously. You just made my point for me, sir. It's never too early to plan for the future. Naruto flopped back into his seat and rolled his right wrist in the air, looking idle but speaking purposefully. I'm just saying, when are you going to make an honest woman out of my little girl and put a ring on her finger? Or she puts a ring on your finger? I'm not sure how this works, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure someone puts a ring on someone's finger. He crossed his arms, proud of his depth of understanding. Yeah, sounds about right. Kushina and I have only been together for 5 weeks, sir. 5 weeks is basically for life, lil bear. I'm pretty sure it's not. She held in the stubborn anger at the other familiar name Naruto called her, glad that he was over his former sadness. Shimara stood up abruptly when Kushina entered the room, dressed in the ceremonial kimono her late grandmother had willed to her. Flashback end. Naruto gratefully collected the mug of tea and sipped, somehow doing so through his mask and not from Kushina's own understanding having any lips to actually sip with. I still don't know what to think, with you living with your ex and all. The redhead shrugged. I'm really just glad that your bear and I were still able to stay friends. She stood at Naruto's side as he looked over the wall of pictures and memories. She's my best friend, uncle. I'm not sure what I'll do without her. The masked leader glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and jabbed his elbow into her side. There's no one I won't trust to look after you than Shimara and Ran. Kushina laughed into her mug, hiding her blush. I don't need looking after, I'm a big girl, remember? The reason she had given him for breaking up with Shimara after 8 amazing months was that her conscience kept berating her for leading her friend on. She still harbored a crush for her idol and it refused to leave her even to that day. It wasn't that she was in any way disinterested from other women, as Naruto could attest that his niece was comfortable flirting with them, and it wasn't that she was interested in men. just one man. It was confusing. Kushina was a great wingwoman for both Shimara, her ex-girlfriend, and Ran, her male best friend. It was a good thing too. The Uzumaki didn't know until it was too late that her two friends were awkward flirts. Naruto wanted to know how his niece was so good with the ladies, but at the same time, he didn't. He really didn't. The blonde tipped the last drops of his tea into his mouth and smacked his lips. Well, I think we're ready to head back into town for round 2, don't you think? Hi. The young woman collected his cup and scurried to the kitchen, saying in a loud voice over her shoulder. We should probably try another restaurant. The chef in the last one looked pissed. Kushina's appetite was understandable. She was the Kyuubi holder and a holder of a unique strain of chakra from her clan, a combination that burnt any sliver of food that entered her stomach. Naruto, on the other hand, was an anomaly. He always had a large appetite, even for one in the Kamuri clan, who were widely normal when it came to food intake. The undisputed fact was that both uncle and niece had powerful metabolisms. Oh, I know! She skipped back into the room and grabbed her uncle's hand before the courage to do so could flee her. She pulled him to the exit. I know this amazing food stand over at the Shinobi Stop district that serves the best ramen. Oh, Naruto hummed, a spring in his step as he tossed on his ninja sandals. The Shinobi Stop district of the southern region was a popular place where ninjas of the country and allied nations came by for a quick, easy, and affordable bite. The district itself was lined with food and, as per the busy lifestyle of the average shinobi of dark country, genin included, the place was well known for being a quick stop, cool down, and recharge. There were other similar streets, districts, and corners around the silent nation that provided this kind of service. The two ninjas leaped out of the flat, hand in hand and smiling ear to ear, and skipped to the revered source of food. Naruto and Kushina loved food. The Shinobi Stop district will learn this the hard way. A few days later. Sunagakure. Exactly a week before the Third War began, Dark Country had officially been recognized as a wealth nation by all its allies and some non-allies that had a vague idea of what was happening inside the Hermit Country. Non-allies like Kumogakure, Bear Country, Grass Country, and Hidden Chill. Being a wealth nation meant that Dark Country was economically stable as well as still gradually progressing at an even rate. The organization of officials was strict, Darkness's own being extremely centralized and hierarchical. The standard of living was evenly above average. The value of their ryu didn't fluctuate abnormally. The National Bank had a deep reserve that could keep the whole country afloat for at least 10 years in case of a crisis. Mortality rate was reduced, and birth rate was fairly average. Literacy was at an approvable level. More than 80% of the working class were working or doing some other questionably legal activity to rake in money for themselves and their country, but most importantly, for a country to be declared a wealth nation by a majority of the continent, or a majority of important countries on the continent, was that they possessed a loyal military force that could and would defend the country's border, internally and externally, without fail. Roles, ranks, and mission classes were outlined in detail, and the organization of the people at the top, namely Naruto and his council, spread down to the people. Land mass wasn't a factor. Being a wealth nation did not mean that Darkness was among the 5 great shinobi villages, but rather a list on its own that comprised of countries and villages that held all the character traits for being a wealth nation. Before Darkness was added to the list, there were 4 wealth nations in total: Snow Country, Iron Country, Hidden Chill, and Wave Country, all in order from first to last. Though Wave had lost its footing when it had been invaded from all sides and used as a battleground for the powerful warring factions, destabilizing everything. River Country used to be in the list, but the immediate former daimyo had willingly stepped out for his own personal reasons. Dark Country, though ever still secretive from the first day Naruto had taken up the reins of leadership, had been inducted into the list as the 4th wealthiest. This conclusion had been reached from evaluating the sturdiness of the borders, the high trading value of their ryu, the wisdom of the traders outside the country, and the high demand for their products. It was argued that the wealth nations were more power than the 5 great villages. Konoha had opposed the list of wealth nations since the very beginning. Mainly because the first and third were close allies, the second was neutral and Wave, the fourth was argued to be a weak merchant's nation, like River. Now that Dark Country was added to the ranks, Hidden Leaf wasn't happy. It had expressed its distaste by diverting a substantial amount of its war efforts in finding and destroying Dark Country merchants' shops. The hard part was positively identifying what was and wasn't Dark Country owned, for the merchants outside of the Silent Nation were few and far in between. A large number of them had already fled back home or were rescued by ninjas of the dark. Presently, Naruto was on an official visit to Suna. The man had just finished an important meeting with his Suna leader counterpart, and was leaving the tower. Waiting for him outside was a crowd of people, a wild mix of Suna indigenes, dark citizens and other people living in hidden sand. This crowd was larger than the one that had seen him enter the tower. The dark leader, donning his ceremonial cloak and wide-brimmed hat, smiled lightly and waved to the cheering crowd, even as his guards and Suna ninjas forced a clear path for him to pass. The diligent ninjas caught some that were trying to leap over them, aiming to at the very least touch to the blond man that had helped turn around the state of living in the desert village. Raza shook his head as the people hooted and screamed for Naruto's attention. Naruto laughed and slapped the man's back, pointing at a section of civilians that were waving placards for the Kazekage to take them out on a date. The younger leader rolled his eyes. A particularly eager group of people called and beckoned to Naruto, waving Kurono to him. Naruto recognized them as dark-born Suna civilians, and he merely waved back to them with his hand forming the country's revered horn sign. The two men walked at a steady pace in the path created for them. The reputation of both men had gone up tenfold as time went. Raza was apparently more popular than his father for how he was spreading out wealth and increasing funds to Suna scientists collaborating with dark scientists and finding cures to diseases and ailments. Naruto had already been popular when he had entered office, but with how Dark Country had become a member of the illustrious Wealth Nations just after 17 years of becoming leader, the people found it harder and harder to find fault in his laws and decisions. Fourth place on the Wealth Nations list wasn't something to scoff at. It essentially meant darkness was certifiably moving towards being a superpower. Non-allies questioned the reclusiveness of Naruto's country, but, as an official member of the Wealth Nations, they couldn't hope to oppose them unless they were backed by at least 3 great hidden villages, of which darkness was already allied to Tukiri and Suna Dash. This wasn't even considering Uzushio, who were more or less a great hidden village allied to Dark Country that had refused to be ranked. Naruto pushed up his glasses and kept an ear for Raza as they both spoke about the Dark Sands' performance in protecting the Suna farm. "We love you, Lord Naruto!" "Sir! Sir! My lord! Look here, my lord! Look over here!" Naruto hid his smile and said in a low voice, "The Dark Sand is doing a commendable job safeguarding your farm, Raza. What's your secret?" The man eyed his friend darkly. "Like you don't know." "Oh, you know, I only provide some of the ninjas. Ordering them around is another issue by itself. They work for the farm, protecting it is their only order," Raza reminded Naruto with a scoff. "Besides, defying an order from either of us is punishable by suicide. You should try smiling more, it'll make this." Naruto motioned to Raza's face. "Look more appealing for the ladies." The man had a sharp, venomous retort ready to unleash on Naruto, but he instead asked, "Did you get my last correspondence? About the explosion on one of my oil fields and the coal mine caving in?" Naruto nodded. "Normally, both of those things have nothing to do with me." Raza nodded, actually appreciating how frank Naruto was being with him. The ghost in glasses held nothing back. "But I've got money and men in those 2 things." The blond man adjusted his half-mask and murmured to his Suna counterpart, tuning out the rancorous cheering of their fans. "Dark Sand is looking into the explosion with your shinobi, correct?" "Yes, I had to make a contract with Lady Katsueki." The commander of BLAK and Dark Country's director of Dark Sand, the Suna director of Dark Sand, was a puppet master named Chio. "The explosion on the oil field was caused by a cigarette we found close by. It's not the brand your country produces, which was mainly purchased by Suna and Uzushio. And even if it was, my workers are smart enough not to smoke at work. What brand? It's somewhat hard to discern, but we scraped it together. It was an imitation of black tobacco. Imitation, you say? Any adult that smokes in Suna would be able to differentiate between black tobacco and an imitation. He lowered his voice and said to his old friend, "We were able to analyze the tobacco used for the cigarette and compare it to the ones made in grass, and they match." He smirked under his turban when he didn't see Naruto's blue eyes jump to conclusions. "The cigarette from grass is supplied all over the continent." "I see. The fire also burnt away any DNA. What about fingerprints? My ninjas in dark sand are still dusting it off for anything. Most likely someone infiltrated your borders and planted the cigarette to create some sort of doubt in your ninja's ability to defend your oil workers." Aside from Naruto's country investing a lot of money in Suna's oil fields, gas reserves and coal mines, with hidden sands loan and all, Suna's oil, gas and coal were precious goods sold across the continent, and the only rival, though the word rival was stretching it a bit too far, was hidden swamps oil. The money poured in by both Naruto's country and Raza's village increased quality, reduced the price of it being sold within Suna and darkness, but increased to anywhere else. The people of the sand had confidence in the oil, gas and coal, and in turn had confidence in the Kazekage for making those three expensive products almost equal in value to gold. Yes, coal wasn't declining in popularity as gas and oil demand increased, so Raza and his village's coal experts were devising ways to turn coal into diamonds for sale as it was, or to sell as jewelry. For a village that had an abundance in natural resources but was unable to fully utilize them at a point in time, dependent on another village that exploited them and left them with almost nothing, Suna wasn't going to waste any morsel of coal no matter how unpopular it became. Especially with the country they were allied to that aided them in digging up this coal, darkness had given them every avenue to not fail. The difference between the Dark Sand Alliance and the Sandleaf Alliance, which was still a thing for some reason, was evident. Suna got along better with Dark Country, from the billion Ryu loan to their assassin counterparts actually lending a hand in building the Suna farm, and a small handful of other facilities. The so-called alliance Suna had with Konoha was now more of a formality to keep the latter village off their backs. Sure, the explosion would slow down output, but Raza had many more oil fields scattered around Suna that would have to work double time to keep up with demand until the one that went up in flames restarted operations. Naruto then added, "Don't worry, old friend, we'll get to the bottom of this and feed the perpetrator his own heart. I'll stuff him with my gold sand." Naruto laughed at the grisly image and continued, "Let's talk about that later. What about the coal mine? Was it because of the explosion on the oil field?" "No, they're too far apart for the shockwaves to reach." "Then?" "The cave fell in from an explosion to the roof." Raza then clarified, "Someone dropped a bomb from high up." "How many people were killed in the cave-in?" "Well, we found 23 bodies and 7 injured." There was a strict protocol set up against the event of a coal mine falling in on itself. The workers would keep an eye out for the signs, and even the faintest of suspicions was followed through accordingly. The bomb came at an unknown time from an unknown person, so the miners underground had no time to flee. Naruto's blue eyes dimmed grimly. It didn't lessen the blow that only 5 of his citizens had been killed in the blast and the subsequent cave-in. Suna's citizens were good people. No one deserved to die like that. The blonde's face cleared of all emotion, and he flexed his fingers. Raza, vaguely aware of the professionally tight-lipped Naruto was keeping on his emotions, said, "Their oxygen masks did not snap, but most of the rocks fell on their heads. Thankfully, they didn't suffer." The gold sand user too was struck hard by the attack on his mine. Much like Naruto, he kept a cap on his feelings. "Lady Sueki had a hunch and asked my permission if she could have a few of your Gato ninjas look at the blast zone." "What did they find?" Raza stopped at the end of the crowd of cheering fans and turned to his friend, fixing him with a firm eye through the darkness of his brown and yellow camo turban. "Clay. Explosive clay, to be exact." Naruto felt a small twitch on the side of his left eye and he frowned. "Iwagakure's Explosion Corp." Naruto looked down slightly and a dark, twisted smirk turned up on the corners of his face. The Gato ninjas tracked the clay all the way from a glade in hidden swamp. That's such a kid. He might be pulling a waterfall on you. A waterfall? Raza asked. Remember when I halved waterfalls everything? The Kazekage nodded his head. Well, before that, the leader of Waterfall informed Kakuzu that he would be made a missing ninja if he failed, that he acted on his own. The Tsunekage slowly nodded, understanding where Naruto was coming from. So, the person or people that blew up the coal mine would seem to have acted out on their own. Personally, I didn't care for proof back then. I halved Waterfall to make a statement. The aforementioned statement worked. No one was willing to mess with darkness. There also wasn't a war back then. Raza tiredly rubbed his forehead, idly watching as he and Naruto's guards formed a wide circle for them, giving them some semblance of privacy from the few civilians trying to listen in on their talk. I understand what you're saying, Naruto. Naruto was all in favor of retaliating indiscriminately, for that was what he had done all those years ago when IWA infiltrated his borders. This time, if Suna were to retaliate, it would mean that the Sand Village was actively introducing itself to the war. More countries and villages would take it as a chance to lay siege on the uninvolved desert oasis. This leaves 3 options, the Kazekage said mutely. Yup. Sabotage an important IWA mission that would result in equal damage to what has happened to my village, Raza pointed out first. Attack IWA but make it look like it was from another village, or even better, defectors of IWA. Dissatisfied ninjas of IWA could be framed for any attack on their home village. A specific ninja would not be named, but all clues would lead to it being a domestic attack of terrorism. This would throw light on the problems of village from those the disgruntled. A chain reaction of civilians and ninjas alike realizing the faults of their village and the fault of their kage would occur, and it would rattle Hidden Rock to its core. Raza then highlighted the last option. Or both. The second one alone sounds very tempting. Naruto mused silently. It's up to you. The first option would take too long, intercepting war mission orders from the Tsukage, gauging how much damage it would make and making sure no IWA ninja discovers our involvement. The turban-covered man shook his head. Suna has better things to do with its resources than commit to that kind of long-term revenge scheme. Naruto rubbed his hands together. Second it is, then. Yes. Since this attack happened on your home soil, I'll leave the main retaliation to you, but for the sake of my people that were killed in the mine, leave the cover-up operation to my ninjas. That can be arranged. The 2 men then steadily proceeded to the Kazekage's mansion. Naruto's mind wandered to his first student. Sueki enjoyed working for him, it seemed. The harder she worked that day or that week including missions she went on and the number of lives she had ended, then the harder the sex. Naruto wasn't complaining. It was a good thing Kushina had moved out. It gave the couple freedom to dirty up their house however they wanted. Thankfully, they cleaned up after themselves when their appetites had been sated for that moment. The man didn't pile up work and duties for her, for being commander of Bileke and director of Dark Sand was more than enough work for any normal human being. It was different for Sueki. In almost every sense of the word, Ketsueki Sakanomi, Naruto's wife and his first student, was a true vampire. Except for the aversion to sunlight, holy water or holy symbols, the red-eyed lady broke out in hives if she makes the mistake of ingesting garlic. It had happened on 2 particular occasions, when they were still struggling orphans in AIM, and once some years ago in a party to celebrate Daikihara Pansa Senshi's youngest cousin becoming a Defense Corps officer. It was a normal, allergic reaction. She could somewhat lessen the affliction with her blood manipulation ability. Sueki was immortal. Plain and simple. The Sakanomi family of the Chuinka clan, though few in number, had been eradicated to only Sueki and her parents due to their family water reservoir being poisoned with concentrated, grounded garlic. Konoha ninjas ran over the family compound and slaughtered them. Else they were not meant to die in the first place. Their family's second head was still very much alive for that matter, hundreds and hundreds of years later. Though, for what they enjoyed in longevity, they suffered for in low birth rate. There wasn't anything wrong with their bodies, and their vampirism prevented them from acquiring any sort of genetic disease from a non-Sakunomi, so it shouldn't be hard to conceive a number of times without losing their youth or vitality. Except it was. Naruto and Sueki had been trying for years to have children. The man was ever patient, but the woman, though not always showing it, fretted that not being able to bear for her husband would make her lose him. It was a way of thinking she had since her mother had explained the sacred heritage of their family. Their family doctor, Yuma Nakamura, had said that neither of them had any underlying problems with their reproductive systems. Naruto had no problem getting it up and finishing the job, and Sueki could say that she had seen stars multiple times a night. The couple stayed fit, exercising daily and lightly sparring whenever they found the chance, with each other or with their subordinates. They drank plenty of fluids, and their diet was fairly healthy, not counting the few splurges Naruto makes a few days a week. There wasn't a problem. Except there was. Naruto had taken to assuring his wife that even if they didn't end up having children, he wouldn't ever leave her. There wasn't any pressure to bear kids, and even if it ended up that they couldn't have kids in the end, he still wouldn't be sad. Also, having children with her hero had been a dream of hers she held to that very day. Sueki appreciated her husband's loyalty, but secretly, she had been consulting with the family doctor on alternative ways to have children. Naruto knew of her sneaking out of the house or branching from her office in Black HQ to the hospital, and infidelity never once crossed his mind. Recently as well, the BLAK commander had been taking trips to her family's deserted branch compound in the Chirinku compound, eastern region. There, she would scour the exclusive Sakunomi family archives, sifting through ancient texts, tomes and scrolls for any sliver of information, any hidden jutsu she wasn't already aware of that could aid her in her quest. She wanted a child dearly. Naruto could respect her privacy concerning her family's private library, but he grumbled in displeasure when he was reminded that Yuma, their doctor, was keeping his mouth shut unless Sueki gave him the go-ahead to speak about their meetings. Unknown to Naruto, Yuma laid out the options to her. She chose one. She could only hope she could convince her husband. Naruto and Raza finally arrived at the tower. The masked blonde smiled widely and grunted as Sueki came at him with a tight hug. "Hey, Sue. What's up? Sensei." She looked up at him. Her serious red eyes cleared his face of any playfulness. "We need to talk." A trench somewhere in Angel's Tundra. Hidden chill. Frost country. Minato clenched and unclenched his fingers, peeking out from under the gray and white camo blanket he was underneath to the distant chill shinobi team sweeping the area for traps and replacing them. Speckled around the general area were other Konoha ninjas lying in wait, mentally preparing themselves for their superior's signal to launch their ambush. The only reason they weren't freezing to death was because of the glitch-y heating seals Minato had drawn on the camouflage blankets to protect them from the snow, but not melt the ice falling on them. Yet another blizzard was rolling through chill, and Minato looked down to a small pad and pen. He picked up the writing instrument and began scribbling down a letter to the last person on the planet he trusted. "Dear Mikoto, this should be my 30th letter to you, I think. It's only been 5 months and I feel like I've probably gone mad. I haven't sent any of the other letters anyway, but for some reason I always expect a reply back. Writing to you, even though you'll never see these letters, is the only way I can stay sane in all this senselessness. I don't know who to turn to anymore. Commander Jisho almost caught me sneaking back into my sleeping bag yesterday. The clone I left in my sleeping bag ran out of chakra and dispelled just as I came in. This damn snow is messing with my chakra. I can't feel my fingers. It turns out that the seal tag in Wave still works. I got there and the fighting there is even worse, if that's even possible. I broke into the private library of some fat piece of human waste. I don't know why I'm insulting him. He ran away. Or he's dead. This snow is messing with my head. I haven't been able to sleep lately. I'm sorry I'm rambling." Minato flexed his fingers and painfully cycled chakra through them, just to get feeling back into his numb limbs. He picked up his pen and continued. His place was trashed, looted probably. Clothes all over the place, some parts of his home were burnt down, and I think I smelled semen in his pantry. I'm not sure. If it sounds crazy, it means I've finally gone off the deep end. I was able to find his office. Remember my last letter? When I said I snuck into the grass daimyo's palace and stole a bunch of his history books? Well, I was looking through the fat fuck's book collection, and most of the books he had about Naruto basically said the same thing as the grass daimyo. Orphan, had to fend for himself and his friends, became the ghost because of necessity. So that his name would scare away people from hurting his friends. I'm trying not to be a sheep. There's no way in hell Naruto was able to manipulate the grass daimyo and this shit-eating slime ball. Why am I insulting him again? Why was there semen in his pantry? What was I saying again? The Namikaze dropped his pen and rubbed his eyes. His heart was in a painful frenzy. His mind would only ever allow him 5 minutes of sleep before he was jerked back awake to sneak out of the camp to answer more of the questions he had on his paper pad. His shaking hands picked up his pen. Naruto has killed so many people. I feel like he doesn't care how much blood he has on his hands. One thing all those books agree on is that he has killed, he will kill, and he will keep killing as long as it protects those he holds close. I've found out so much these past 5 months, Mikoto. I've answered so many questions. A hard grin cracked on Minato's light blue face, and his cerulean eyes churned. Konoha manipulated the last daimyo of darkness and annexed the whole country. Konoha took so much from darkness: trees, obsidian, silver, crops, people. The people of Dark Country tried their hardest to push Konoha back, hell, to push everyone back. But it was a losing battle. Konoha raped, enslaved, stole, and crippled. People, whole families, ran away from their homes because of what Konoha started. The Second War wasn't even happening in Dark Country. Then Konoha came, demanded for shit, and the stupid, fucking, weak-kneed daimyo gave it to them like a simpering puppy. I read in at least 8 separate books from 8 separate places that it was because of Konoha, my Konoha, that Katsueki is the only remaining Sakonomi. A whole family, gone. Just like that. They looked like nice people. I don't even want to talk about the Kurama clan. The Civil War would have gone on, just like the Second War, until Naruto and Katsueki came. The blonde dropped his pen again as his fingers cramped from the cold. He shook his hands and peeked out of his blanket. He could scarcely see anything through the blizzard. He saw the glint of a forehead protector from a chill shinobi and how the man bent down to adjust a trap Minato had personally laid. Minato blinked numerous times as his vision blurred. He rubbed his left hand down his face and muttered, "Get a grip, man." His eyes flicked down, and he picked up his pen. "Mikoto, I want to tell you something. Promise me you won't tell anyone else, okay? Promise?" "Okay, I'm finding it harder and harder to think Konoha has ever been in the right. Maybe, just maybe, Jiraiya lied to me." The pen dropped from his hand as he blazed out from under his protective blanket, a split second before his commanding officer could give the order to attack. A layer of snow blew over the heating blanket, and cries of agony lightly filtered through the howling din of the snowstorm. In a camp somewhere in Snow Country, Jiraiya shivered. A chain of distant explosions went off. Orochimaru looked at him with a raised eyebrow, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes. The assembled ninjas around the command table felt uneasy at the chill that had visibly gone through the Toad Sage's body. Was it a bad omen? What the hell was that? Tsunade hissed under her breath, and all eyes fixed on Jiraiya, who chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his neck. "Someone must be thinking about me." He patted Orochimaru's shoulder, and the scientist dusted off the place the other man's hand had touched. Jiraiya ignored the rude gesture and said, "Please continue." Chapter 19. Naruto dragged his wife into their assigned bedroom inside the Kazekage's mansion and clicked the lock on the door after him. He spun around to Sueki and looked down, peering deep into her eyes with a straight expression. "What's happening? Where's the fire?" The white-haired woman tenderly grabbed her husband's hands, and the man unconsciously rubbed his thumbs on the back of her hands, putting her at ease. She licked her lips and cleared her throat. You know how I've been visiting my family's archives? Yes. I found something in there one of my ancestors wrote. She said that members of my family, pure-blood Sakanomi that is, like herself, could bear only one child every 60 years. On average. She did an experiment centuries ago and found this out. Naruto's eyebrows slithered up his forehead. Isn't that a good thing? I don't want to wait that long before we have a child. Naruto sighed with a tired smile. I'm not going anywhere, Sue. What's the rush? She faltered in her statement and cast her eyes away, muttering. Sensei, I want children, even if they're not my children by blood, children running around the house, making breakfast for them and getting them ready for school, patching up their bruises. Naruto-sensei, even if I am unable to have children for you, I want to be able to raise your children. Naruto's face turned with suspicion, and he drew out her name. Sueki. No, it's fine, I've already reconciled myself to this option long ago. Until I can give you a child myself. Shooting in the dark, Naruto hesitantly suggested. Adoption. The red-eyed woman glanced up at Naruto, unimpressed at him dodging her obvious message. The children in the orphanage already see you as their father. Adopting one won't make much of a difference. Naruto visited the country's orphanage regularly, and the feelings of being a mother grew in Sueki's gut each time she accompanied him. I'm talking about something else. From what Naruto could remember, Sueki's mother was a very loving woman. Whether it was her own blood daughter, or him Naruto or their friends, she poured out her love to them. The woman had plenty of love to give. This amount of love was most likely passed on to her daughter, hidden deep under layers and layers of unconcern and cold, stoic indifference. Naruto lifted his right hand, still in her soft grasp, and turned her chin gently to face him. You have to tell me what you're talking about or else I'll misunderstand. He grinned cheekily. And you know I probably will. Sueki huffed in frustration. Sensei, I'm fine with you, having children with another woman. The blonde's head jerked back in shock. He released her hands and wiggled his pinky finger in his ear. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Sueki smirked invisibly and crossed her arms. I'm okay with you sleeping with another woman. She saw the joy fighting for domination in her teacher's eyes, but he rightly kept it out in favor of self-control. The woman laughed airily, quickly adding, but only someone we really trust and only as long as I have sex with you two sometimes. I've always wanted to be in a threesome. It's been on my bucket list since Kushina came out. Think of this as killing two birds with one stone. You get to nail two women and I get to nail a woman. The vampire beamed up at her husband. Win-win. Naruto felt heat bubble up from his gut. He covered his mouth with his hands, keeping himself from gushing and his eyes from tearing. Sweet Kami! Or you don't like the dash? I do! Naruto exclaimed much too quickly and much too loudly. He rushed to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. I do! The honesty of his words shone through his cerulean eyes. Naruto gulped thickly at the hungry grin that cracked on her face, her seductively slow lick of her lips and her fangs gradually protruding down. He thought he had seen how far his wife was willing to take their sex life. He thought pet play or master-slave roleplay or extreme exhibitionism was the extent of her sexual adventurousness. But no. Their craziest sex escapade once involved ropes, hot wax, a bar of soap and a bowl of ramen. But the whole teacher-student, master-slave roleplay was something the couple normally gravitated towards. It felt natural. Weekends were especially hectic in their house. Naruto was now seeing his wife in a whole new, much cooler light. He cleared his throat tensely as he felt his pants tighten. Who did you have in mind? Sueki stood up on her toes, so close to his face, and whispered. We'll talk about that later. The hungry woman flicked off his wide-brimmed hat and hastily threw off her clothes, struggling for a moment to hop out of her pants. Naruto hurriedly pulled off his leader's robe and tossed off his shirt. He picked up his giggling wife and brought the tittering vampire into a hot kiss, his lips meshed with hers sensuously. The couple fell onto their bed and didn't leave the room for another hour or so. Office of the Kazekage. I'm going to exploit a common fear. Naruto sat back in his chair on the other side of the Kazekage's desk and looked at the sand leader with a raised eyebrow. And that is? Jinchuriki going berserk. Of course. Naruto bobbed his head slowly. That's a good idea. It'll be difficult to logically link the berserk beast holder to any specific village. Raza scoffed, proud of himself. That's why I chose it. The masked blonde shrugged. Whatever. Like I said before, leave the cover up to my ninjas and I. A corner of his eyes smiled lightly. Give us a dead body and we'll make it look like a suicide. What if the body has been dead for, say, 5 years and the person died of food poisoning? Even better. Naruto answered with a laugh. It's actually much easier than you think. Raza's lips screwed down, and he asked, And I take it you're not willing to teach my village? Naruto grinned. Nope. The Kage grunted in displeasure and laid out his plan to his friend, while the BLAK commander sat next to her master, writing down points in the plan to pinpoint weak spots. The Kazekage had a prominent jounin with him in the room, a bandage-wrapped ninja by the name of Baki, and he also had with him a Suna councilwoman named Obatachi. Outside of the office, Raza and Naruto's guards kept watch. The seal masters of both teams sealed off the office from being eavesdropped by any person that had nature chakra, or chakra in general, inside them. This meant that they were warding the place off from Zetsu, also known to Naruto and his allies as Plant Man. It was working. Zetsu was annoyed. Panda and Polar Bear, two high-level Fuinjutsu masters in Naruto's guard detail, could sense the nature chakra, but the person's location couldn't be nailed down. The Plant Man was smart enough not to prod the barrier on the Kage's door. The BLAK Chuinkiduo, from 2 different teams, subtly notified their captains, and the 8-man guard detail swept their senses around for the spot the Plant Man was creeping. The Master of Dark Country stayed professional and contributed bits and pieces of ideas to the plan, forming a solid base and building the strategy up little by little, but a part of his mind wondered to why only people born in Dark Country could learn assassination techniques. A long time ago, about a year after the Civil War had ended, Naruto had commissioned the upper brass of the Suzumabachi clan to research and investigate into the unnamed phenomenon that all average natural-born citizens of the country felt. The specific thing Naruto wanted to know was why ninjas of the country went deeper into their arts and burst into the realm of assassins. The Wasp clan had the most comprehensive library in the country. Seeing as back then there was no established public library, they also had the knowledge of what their new leader wanted and how to go about finding the answer. They did some digging. This was the official story. When all the present clans of the country had settled into Dark Country, and the clanless had arrived as well, there was palpable, toxic darkness in the air. Pockets of this darkness was able to drive a person mad or at worst kill them, but when Lord Yin had arrived he used his power to push away the darkness, but he couldn't destroy it, for he said that even that was out of his power, so he collected the darkness and the deadly animals that resided in it to the place in the northern region that was presently called the Dark Forest. The animals he chased to the caged-off area festered and mutated with each coming generation, becoming stronger and wilder, and it was a real task for the Dark Animal Conservation Department of the Civilian Division to keep them docile, prevent the extinction of a species, and ensure the animals didn't venture out of the massive gates unless they were authorized by Naruto, and only Naruto, to do so. The country was called Darkness, or the country hidden in the darkness, because of the blackness that had once covered the land. There was a residue of the dangerous darkness in the air, but far from enough to actually be able to do any kind of harm. The first settlers of the land had inhaled the raw, thick darkness, and were suspected to be the very first to hold said darkness within their beings as a vital part of their chakra networks. The faint remnants in the air was still enough to be inhaled into the body and latch onto their chakra networks, though this could only be so for newborn babies, hence why only people actually born in Dark Country could use the silent art of assassins. Ginkgo Suzumabachi, the clan head of the investigation team and who would become the director of the Shinobi Academy in a few weeks as at that time, had requested he dig further into the subject, and Naruto granted him permission. The man and his team had powered through each and every aspect of their research topic, leaving no area for even logical guesses but rather tested and trusted answers, and he noted down and categorized every single morsel of information he and his team discovered. He presented his findings to his imperial leader some weeks later during a council meeting. The sunglasses-wearing wasp-eyed man had called the innate affinity towards assassination methods, assassination techniques. These techniques were divided into branches: infiltration, impersonation, camouflage, suppression, detection, misdirection, assassination, cover-up, memory, stealth, and mastery. These 11 branches were unique to Darkborn because they did not need chakra to do much, if anything at all, and they could do it with ease. Aptitude for the techniques could not be passed down from parent to children. At a point during Naruto's earlier leadership, he and his council had conducted an experiment. They had 2 groups, 10 children and 10 adults. Both groups were split in half equally, differentiated by one half being from darkness and the others not being from darkness. Each group was taught the very same way with the very same teaching methods and with an equal amount of break time. The aspect of assassination technique they were taught was impersonation, specifically what, at the time, was considered a simple high official impersonation. Any decent dark ninja should be able to do it. Both groups with adults and children not of the country found it hard, if not impossible, to understand the lesson. The use of henge, or illusions in general, were not involved but rather on the detail of the person's voice, projecting their voice, their target's persona, mannerism and behavior, the curious way he walked, his peculiarities and things like that. For instance, any average person would need a touch of chakra in their throats to convincingly impersonate another person's voice, but it wasn't so for the assassins of the country. Detail was the emphasis of the impersonation branch of assassination technique. Onion and Carrot did not have any formal kind of training with assassination techniques, but they had managed to impersonate a whole family they had only read from on paper right down to the clipped steps of the grandmother, enough to fool the ambushing Konoha ninjas until it was too late. Sure, illusions were used, but it wasn't illusions that changed their voices, walked for them, or had them act as carbon copies of the civilian family. Those that were from dark country, born and raised, grasped the lessons with the speed of ravenous wolves. Subsequently, those that were not of the country could not fathom the lessons. Further effort on their plan resulted in overworking themselves, feelings of being useless and incompetent, questioning their intelligence and purpose in life, lack of confidence in their abilities and, in some extreme cases, depression. 2 of the experiment subjects ended up killing themselves for their apparent failure, and a young boy had turned to burning his palms to rid himself of the irrational feeling of being looked down upon. No one looked down on dark-born allies, that is River, Yuzashio, Kiri and Suna, people born in darkness. They had their own strengths. They didn't need to be able to use assassination techniques to be useful to the country. Their devotion to their precious leader was enough. Hell, some citizens of the assassin nation that were born in the country didn't end up becoming ninjas and turned towards the civilian route. Assassination techniques was inducted into the school curriculum of the Shinobi Academy, but Naruto ultimately decided that only natural-born citizens of his country could be allowed to attend the classes so as to prevent any more cases of abject depression or suicide among his ninjas. The classes were evenly spread out among the 4 years, until the students graduated, where they would be tasked to master the techniques by themselves, thereby fulfilling the last branch. A famous case of a person outside of the country that had unknowingly taught himself assassination techniques was the ghost, Naruto, who in turn unknowingly taught it to his first student, Blood, the vampire empress, Katsueki. Orochimaru had only formed the bulk of the foundations of Naruto's ninja abilities, but when the man had left, assigning his former student to continue his training by himself, Naruto had consciously branched towards the quieter, more covert arts on his own volition. There was a story being taught in the assassination classes of how a merchant in hidden salt water had gotten himself into a lot of trouble and immediately called for help from his home country. The man had killed an aggressive councilman in self-defense, and there was no rational way he could escape the country without being caught, for he was as civilian as they came. A team was swiftly dispatched to the nearby hidden village. One prominent member of the team was a woman named Karina Agamori, who would later on enter BLK and become BLK operative Squirrel. She was a Chunin at the time. The team arrived in time and made the self-defense murder wound look like an old, self-inflicted wound. The team stayed hidden in the village, watching the traitors back, and when the saltwater ninjas investigated, their verdict was that the councilman had died from choking on a meatball whilst he was having dinner with the traitor. Even the most stoic person would have to admit that changing a crime scene from a brutal self-defense murder to choking on food was impressive. Of course, the real story was kept a secret, and the traitor left saltwater months later without being held down. A few of his ninjas who subsequently became BLK operatives had first made their names making full use of their inherent assassin skills, like lion, black bear, cockroach, turkey and wolf, among other shinobi. Naruto smirked secretly as they finished up their planning. They could handle cover-up. It might sound cocky and conceited, but it was the truth. Naruto looked to the BLK commander, and she shook her head, indicating that there weren't any more holes to be filled. He turned back to the Kazekage after the silent talk with the vampire and asked, "When do we leave? How quickly can you get your people together?" Naruto jabbed to the other man's door. "Right now." Sueki sent a sharp hum through the BLK tattoo on her right upper arm, and 3 ninjas marched into the office. Naruto turned a bit to his left, casting an eye on Panda, Phoenix, Komodo Dragon and Koala went down on their knees behind him, bowing their heads and placing their hands on their hearts. He jerked his head to them, and Sueki sent out a Morse code through her Black Ops Commander tattoo to only the 4 masked ninjas, sending out a variation of vibrations to the seal by focusing chakra to that point on her arm. The 4 remained motionless as they received the message. This quick communication took 10 seconds of thick silence, and Sueki, looking up from her jotter, flicked her eyes to the Kazekage, then to her leader. "Plan, man?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Inside here?" "Outside the door." Raza narrowed his eyes. "Can you get him?" Sueki looked to him, sensing the man's frustration at not being able to sense the nature chakra being hiding outside of his office attempting to break through the seals. "Only if he touches the seal." A twisted smile crawled onto Naruto's face. "He's like a stubborn mosquito." His regret was that the people he knew could nab the plant man primarily made up the DC, namely, the Hogo clan Dash. The mole summoning clan sustained their youth and vitality with nature chakra. A few of them were sages, but only a handful of said sages were active members of Naruto's Black Ops, and said ninjas were on missions far from the country. Naruto's eyes brightened, and he got off his seat. "Permit me to try something." "Is it going to destroy my village?" Naruto laughed. "Oh, don't worry, old friend, nothing too bad will happen." He smoothly walked to the door and cracked it open, saying, "You said you're ready to go on the mission now, right?" "Yes," Raza answered skeptically, unsure of what was brewing inside of the other man's mind. "Then let's go." 10 minutes later. A team of 4 Suna ninjas, plus the Kazekage, and 4 BLK operatives, including Naruto and Sueki, making 12, silently blazed on the hot desert sand. Their feet crunched quietly on the sand and their heads were lowered, focused on their destination far north of the village. Iwagakure. Unlike the rest of the continent, there was no sign of fighting or destruction in the desert. Simply sand? Sand as far as the eye could see. The sun beat down on them, and the scorching wind blowing in from the east forced beads of sweat to form on their brows, but the group were professional ninjas, and at some point in the past they had trained their minds and bodies in the swelteringly hot deserts of Sunagakure. Raza could have very well carried them to Iwa on an assembled mass of gold sand, but Naruto had declined, saying they could be spotted. Everyone was silent. Everywhere was silent. Naruto's BLK commander then mutely waved her left hand, and her Black Ops subordinates surrounding Naruto pelted outwards, away from their master, ushering with them their Suna comrades. Naruto clapped his hands and meshed his fingers together, shifting his hands to form the dragon hand seal. A single bolt of lightning cracked out from the top of his head and shot into the cloudless, clear blue sky. The white-hot chakra creation circled high above them in a flash of light, expelling black smoke and quickly forming a thick black cloud about 2 miles wide. In a few seconds, A thunderstorm was rolling through the desert, weeping jagged shards of white electricity and a light shower of inky black rain. The droplets of poison smoke rain bent away from the Suna and dark ninjas running away from the man that had created the storm, fizzling lightly as they touched the sand, almost as if they knew better than harm them. Naruto's white and black leader's robe flapped wildly in the violent wind, as his comrades fled away from him for their own protection, and he stopped running, standing with his knees bent, his shoulders hunched and his fingers still curled into the hand seal. A bigger bolt of lightning came screaming down from the center of the summoned thunder cloud and smashed into the nape of Naruto's neck. Naruto grit his teeth as atmospheric nature chakra poured into his body, shooting to each of his tenketsu, zapping each of his muscles and threading itself through his organs. White energy leaked into his serenely blue eyes and veins cracked out from the corners of his eyes, stopping at his ears and pulsing with white energy. Making sure the black cloud spiraling above didn't go out of control and roll towards Suna, several miles away. The black rain lessened under Naruto's tight control. Blindingly white bolts of lightning cried and shrieked down, crashing into the sand and turning it into glass, scorching a few areas black. Nature chakra soaked through his very being and Naruto exhaled heavy black smoke through his tightly clenched teeth, feeling the poison smoke rain fall on him but not leaving a trace. This was much more powerful than when he was 17 years old. Zetsu's eyes widened in realization and he slipped through the ground, fleeing, as Naruto uttered two terror-inducing words. White noise! The sky groaned painfully as the storm cloud rumbled. Naruto's eyes flicked up and he grinned savagely. Got you! The blond man's soul form oozed out of his body, tearing through the sandy ground and leaving scorching hot glass in his wake. Hit! Zetsu yelled as he sped through the ground as fast as he could, dreading to look over his shoulder, fearing that the man giving chase was now above his shoulder. This was the fastest Zetsu had ever run in his whole life. No matter where he turned, the cloud of blackness above him crouched through the sky after, and the bonfire of atmospheric nature chakra doggedly followed from behind him. Naruto's soul form raised his right hand as his feet rushed under him, curling his fingers to form a handgun and muttering. Sleep paralysis. Zetsu swerved under a giant rock jutting out from the ground and proceeded his attempt at escape. The jagged shot blew up the rock and Naruto harmlessly passed through the shower of stones and debris, shooting bolt after bolt of paralyzing lightning after his target. The relentless attacks kept coming tirelessly. White Zetsu clones bled out of the plant man's back, flapping their hands wildly in an attempt to distract the malevolent spirit chasing their summoner, and rushing towards the master of lightning release, and Naruto shot them all down, sensing that they were all decoys for the main source of nature chakra running away from him. In the end, being faster than the speed of sound wasn't something Zetsu could reach. The humanoid creature giving chase sped past him with a roll of thunder from the infuriatingly stalking black clouds above them, and spun around, flowing back towards Zetsu and leading with a brain-rattling straight punch to his face. The blow caved in Zetsu's face, driving crackles of electricity into its head and deep into its soul, blasting it back with an explosion of light. The power in the single blow had his limp body careening through the storm-riddled desert, crashing and smashing on the ground. His back bounced off the glassy ground and finally its Venus flytrap head crashed into an erected wall of earth, courtesy of the human-liking creature Naruto had become. Naruto pointed to the sky, at the massive black cloud, and forcefully swiped his finger down to where Zetsu was currently reeling in agony. A particularly vengeful arc of lightning screamed down from the heavens and ripped into the plant man. Crack crack! Naruto ran to the crater of glass Zetsu was lying into and skidded down into it, hovering over the curious-looking spy's unresponsive, crisply burnt body. The blonde's body phased into existence once again, the one that ran about at a slower pace in turn faded out of existence, and the glasses-wearing ghost stared down at the panting mess below him. Naruto slowly bent down on one knee and cocked his head to the side. Light from the lightning high above them glinted off his glasses, casting a grim, ominous light over his face. The lightning monster's eyes raked over what he had done to the white and black plant man, Zetsu's lower torso was burnt right down to his knees from the last attack, and green blood freely ran down his nose. His head has returned back to its normal shape, but there was still a fist imprinted smack dab in the middle of his face. Naruto recognized the mostly burnt Akatsuki robe on the plant man's body. Naruto glared and thunder shook the earth. He held up his right hand and formed his country's horned hand sign. "Remember this?" Zetsu coughed out green blood, feeling his nature chakra core succumbing to the saturated atmospheric nature chakra coursing through him from the very last attack. He blinked blurrily and hacked painfully, feeling life slip out of his body. "I don't need any answers from you, whatever your name is," Naruto said with a terse frown, and he stood up. "All I know is that Nagato is smart enough to know not to mess with me. You were followed me by yourself for whatever reason, and you tried to sabotage the progress of my country." Zetsu's hands shakily lifted up, begging for mercy. "Please, Dash." Naruto hummed with a smile and pointed his right-hand gun down to the plant man. "Nope." Bang! Zetsu's head fell open. This time it wasn't a paralyzing attack or even a painless bolt, but a simple, atmospheric nature chakra-saturated shot of electricity straight to the head. Zetsu stood no chance. And just to make sure, Naruto flipped through 5 hand seals and hopped out of the glassy crater. Fire release, great fireball technique. The man blew the tremendous inferno of raging white fire down into the deep, glassy depression the dead plant man was inside. Naruto stared down at the burning white inferno inside the glass crater with a blank expression. Then the corners of his eyes turned down, and he looked down emptily, invisibly searching for emotions to feel, for he had just killed and incinerated the person that drove a wedge between him and his very first friend, Nagato. The creature burning in the hole in the ground was the one that planted the preposterous, insane idea in Nagato's head for world peace through world domination. The bright white flames reflected off Naruto's sky-blue eyes as he looked into himself for some sort of joy. Or relief. Anything. The ghost hummed. "Strange, I don't feel anything." Maybe he was too emotionally foregone, that the number of bodies on his title and the amount of blood on his hands was clouding his conscience. Or maybe, as now the plant man was dead, he had now completely disconnected himself from Nagato and Konan. And Amigakure. Raza came up to his side, glancing over the white flames and turning to his old friend. "Something wrong?" Naruto was silent for a short moment, before he looked to the Kazekage with a faint smile and a sagely laugh in his eyes. "I was thinking about lunch." 55 minutes later. Earthstone Country Flatlands. "Move forward!" An IWA squadron commander bellowed when the ninjas in his command had trampled over the trenches and traps set by enemy forces. "Ahurur Gag!" The IWA Stone allied forces charged onwards, yelling battle cries and hurtling to their opponents on the other side of the flat plain. The waterfall Konoha allies roared in turn and sped to their enemies. Leading the charge was the squadron commander, a tall, red-haired man with a black handlebar mustache and an IWA forehead protector with 4 short horns jutting straight out from each corner. The man was in a dark brown short-sleeved shirt and black ninja pants with white combat sandals. A protective jounin flak was over his torso, and spinning in his right hand was a blurry 8.5-foot-long war hammer that expelled piping hot steam with each revolution. The man bellowed and bent down, ramming his head into the first few ninjas he made contact with, stopping abruptly and throwing a straight kick into a kunoichi's chest, kicking off the broken ninja and turning into another kick, one that cracked against the side of the head of a man unfortunate enough to be in his way. Steam blasted out of the man's pores as he swung his massive hammer, taking out 4 Konoha ninjas. The holder of the 5-tailed horse breathed out steam from his nose and jerked his elbow back, breaking a ninja's face, ducked under a swing from a katana and turned around with a wicked left hook, dislodging the victim's jaw. The man's strength came from boiled ninjutsu, which in turn came from the gobi. The commander spun his mallet, deflecting a hail of shuriken. He grunted as 2 slipped past and jammed into his chest, but the man slammed the butt of his war hammer into the ground and a tsunami of steam wailed out of his form, pouring forward towards the waterfall leaf side of the battlefield. "Get back!" A waterfall squadron leader shouted, retreating from the wall of heat surging towards him. A few of his comrades were caught in the blast, their skin turned red and harsh, cruel blisters festered on their skin. Their eyes popped, and their eardrums exploded, pouring out blood from their ears. The waterfall commander bounded 3 more steps forward and flipped around swiftly, flashing through some hand seals. Water release! Water encampment wall! The man exhaled and a wide-spreading wall of water rushed out of his mouth, covering him and a handful of his subordinates. The lower rank positioned themselves behind their waterfall commander and followed suit, flowing through the hand seals without need for command, and the wall of water grew longer and larger. The thick white steam clashed against the wall, and the ninjas behind stubbornly held their hand seals, baring their teeth in concentration. None of them held water affinity, but that limitation was cancelled out as plenty of them were holding up the water wall. They could hear the stampede of IWA stone ninjas coming from the other side of the water wall formation. A Konoha squadron commander looked over his shoulder from his own section of the wall and roared, "Water users! Clear a path!" The recovering allied force behind him bent down onto the ground and yelled, "Hi!" Those keeping up the water wall bent forward ever so slightly, and their bodies tensed in preparation. The true water users among the waterfall leaf ninjas ran forward and used the backs of those holding the water walls as launch pads, leaping over the walls and flashing through seals. Water release! Water absorption dragon! The shinobi breathed out and several dark blue dragons roared out of their mouths, opening its maw wide open and flying straight into the thick steam, sucking in the water droplets in the air, as well as stray human chakra lingering about. The ninjas holding up the wall released their jutsu and wind users flowed past them. Wind release! Great breakthrough! The waterfall Konoha forces ran as the wind users scattered the stray beast chakra in the air, locking horns with the IWA stone ninjas coming at them and already in combat with the water users from before, the ones that had dispelled the steam the 5 tails holder had created. The IWA commander, the Gobi Jinchuriki, was in the thick of the battle. He brought his right foot down and flattened the foot of another ninja, snapping his leg sideways and breaking the same ninja's shin and spinning around, smashing his hammer into the victim's face, tearing off his head. The head cracked into another Konoha ninja's head and felled one last person, while the culprit was handling more of his opponents. He grabbed a kunoichi by her face and drove his knee into her gut, breathing steam out onto her face and grunting as a 2-fingered strike to his neck connected, hitting his marble-hard throat, digging deep inside and pushing his jugular. He tightened his muscles, stopping himself from skidding backwards. His throat throbbed painfully, and he opened his mouth, ready to bath the whole area before him in blistering hot steam in retaliation for whoever had attacked him, whether or not his boiled ninjutsu would kill a comrade or not. His eyes turned a resentful shade of red, and he coughed. His eyes bugged out of their sockets. He looked around him and noticed that his side of the battle was being pushed back. He rubbed his throat, throwing a nose-shattering knee into a ninja he couldn't clearly identify and breaking the sternum of yet another shinobi. He tried to speak and wheezed in pain. He felt foreign chakra run through his system and he bared his teeth. His throat pulsed in pain, and ran his own chakra through his system, burning the foreign chakra out of his body. His eyes blurred and he swayed, managing to deflect a tanto with the side of his hammer but drop his weapon as most of his strength left his arms. He ducked a slash aiming to lop off his head and swung his right foot into the person's side, swaying dizzily after doing so. "What's happening, horse?" The horse-tailed beast inside the seal shifted and got himself more comfortable inside the solid iron cage he had been housed in for years. "Your blood has been infected." The gobi holder hacked, and brought his hand up to his neck. The colors and sounds of the world around him blurred and meshed together as he saw blood on his hands from his throat. On instinct alone, the middle-aged Jinchuriki grabbed a fist with his now free hand and yanked it down, throwing the attacker down onto the ground and savagely stomping on his head. How is that even possible? When did this happen? His bleary mind wondered as he wobbled, finally noticing the cries of death about him. The Jinchuriki had total control of the beast's chakra in his person, and his metabolism was strong enough to expel any toxin, but a direct attack on his blood of this magnitude and potency was something he hadn't ever felt before. And it terrified him. Burn it out! The peaceful horse beast tittered to itself and perched its head on its forearms. Don't feel like it! The beast held no loyalty to IWA anyway. Why should it bother helping the village that was purposely depriving him from its freedom? The Jinchurikis felt his knees hit the ground. His body flopped onto the ground. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he heard his stone counterpart yell, "Fall back! Fall back!" Someone ran up to him, his footsteps thumping on the ground with each bound, and hefted him up onto his shoulders. Slithering unseen in the mad fray for escape, a sentient glob of gold sand that had previously been impersonating an IWA ninja, zipped to the outskirts of the battle, over to a hill on the Sunastone border, and slipped into Ra's pants leg, seeping into a storage seal on his calf. When the clone/IWA imposter had been made, Sueki had given it a single drop of its blood on the tip of its finger, and kept it from coagulating by mental command. The Gobi Jinchuriki had not seen the attack coming, for he did not think a comrade from his very own village would strike him with the nerve attack to the throat. The clone had introduced the vampire's blood into the tailed beast holder's bloodstream via the nerve strike that had created a deep cut. Raza looked to Sueki, who had her eyes fixed on the battleground, her red eyes shrunk down to the size of pinpricks. Her expression gave nothing away, and her dark red half-mask cast an ominous look on her face. The woman's white hair billowed with the wind as she kept track of the Jinchuriki she had infected with her blood. "The Five Tails isn't fighting," she finally said, her voice low. "That's good, isn't it?" Naruto asked from behind his Bileke commander, holding a bento tin with one hand and a pair of chopsticks with the other. The trio of legend-class ninjas were the only ones on the hill, as their subordinates had used the fighting to creep into the IWA camp. Naruto picked at his food with his chopsticks and ate, humming with a smile. "It means it would take longer for my blood to be burned out of his system. Just about 20 minutes. Depending on the number of tails of the beast and the amount of control the Jinchuriki had over said beast, the longer Sueki could make the person her zombie. She had been taught by Naruto that if she could kill the Jinchuriki before she made the person her zombie, then it would be better because not only would she have a ninja under her control but also one with a beast sealed in them. Sueki, during the Second War, had been able to infect the immediate former Four Tails holder and the Seven Tails holder. She was 15 at the time. It was also during that war that she had gotten her moniker, Blood, the Vampire Empress. An army from Iron Country of no less than 300 master samurai had invaded AIM, and the girl had halted the force with a spiderweb of blood attacks. She directly infected 50, biting down on their necks and drinking their blood. Those 50 would infect 100, those 100 would continue the string of infections until no one was safe. All became her zombies. Mifune accepted defeat rather than his whole country become food for the zombies, and called his forces back to the country. The pride of the samurai leader had been struck that day, but he swore to leave AIM alone. This didn't stop Sueki from ordering her zombies to kill themselves. Her feat had earned her an affectionate pat on the head from her teacher. The vampire flushed a dark shade of red underneath her half-mask as she remembered that wonderful day. Her master's acknowledgement of her strength greatly eclipsed anything else that had happened that day, including the mass control and murder of over 300 samurai, forcing a country to retreat, and creating a powerful enemy in the person of Mifune. Sure, Iron Country hated Sueki with a burning passion, but she didn't much care. Naruto was happy. Naruto loved her. That's what truly mattered. "Your seal masters would loosen the seal, and I'll take him into the village," the merciless white-haired lady said in a dull voice. She pulled back her long-sleeved red shirt, checking her digital watch. "In 2 minutes." Her eyes wondered and Naruto raised an eyebrow, pausing as he made to each a clump of coconut rice. "What's wrong?" "The beast, it wants to talk to me." The two ninjas turned to Raza and Sink, and the Kazekage groaned. "Fine, you have 5 minutes. Five-tailed Jinchuriki Mindscape." The five-tailed horse watched, intrigued, a blood-red chakra rushed through the seal and swirled before its cage, forming a pale-skinned lady with white hair tied into a neat ponytail that was thrown over her right shoulder. She was in a long-sleeved red shirt and black combat pants with red sandals with a jounin flak jacket on her middle and a knee-length black cloak thrown over her shoulders, covering most of her body. There was a large symbol for Dark Country stamped on her back, a pair of curved horns pointed downwards and a forehead protector with the same symbol proudly displayed on it. The lady wore a red half-mask and her equally red eyes illuminated through the depressing lighting of the Jinchuriki's dim mindscape. The general area was simply a tall plateau that held the solid iron cage the beast was sitting inside. There was no sun, but there was still a strange source of light coming from somewhere. The woman marched close to the cage and the beast looked on, interested. She stopped a foot from the cage and looked up, maintaining eye contact even as the horse beast stood up onto its feet and looked down on her. I never would have thought I'd ever meet the infamous Blood. The one to command 400 non-humans. It began, a sharp grin spread on its face as its dolphin-like teeth glinted in the low light. Once Swaki had infected a person without the intention of allowing said person free, the person had lost their status of being human, and became zombies. A quiet laugh passed the horse's maw. It's now clear to me why Sora lost to your blood infection. Swaki's lips threatened to twitch down. You know who I am? This one, referring to its Jinchuriki, holds a grudge with many shinobi. I merely read his emotions and pick out the useful parts. Is there a reason you called me here? Yes. The horse settled back down, and its eyes stayed with Swaki's bright red orbs. I take it you wish to destroy Awagakure. Not so much as destroy but more, cripple. And you also plan to do so by releasing me in the very center of the village, correct? That is correct, yes. The horse's mere presence would ebb boiling hot steam chakra about, and roast alive a great many number of innocent, and not so innocent people. Any kind of movement would shake off more and more chakra, like a hairy animal shedding skin. This would happen unless the beast was either sealed or the beast super suppressed its entire being, which was something tailed beasts preferred not to do for the simple reason of it being uncomfortable. I do not know nor do I care for the reasons you wish to cripple IWA, but I wish to make a deal with you. Another grin etched onto its long, dolphin-like face. Or do you have a way for me to speak to your master? Swaki narrowed her eyes at the beast's tone of voice. You'll have to make do with me. The monster laughed aloud. I did not mean to offend, vampire. The white-haired lady shook her head slightly. What deal do you want to make? When I am released and I cripple Awagakure, as you say, I will lend darkness my strength and my chakra, but in exchange, I want to live in your country's dark forest. Why? I believe this has never been written in any history book. My siblings and I, we were born in the place that is now known as Dark Country. The woman's eyebrows shot up into her hairline. The darkness that used to cover your country was residue from when we were separated from the 10 Tails. 10 Tails? The Gobi smiled sadly. Ah, yes, that too was never recorded. Suppose I believe you, that you and the other beasts were born in my country, then why do you want to return? I was sold to Awagakure by Hashirama decades ago, for the price of maintaining balance on the continent, so he said, and I have been passed on from one cage to the other ever since. It looked around at its present cage with disdain. I want to know freedom, vampire. It sighed as it saw the suspicion on the woman's red eyes. Dark Country is my home too, our home. I suspect my siblings also wish to return to their place of birth. I only want to live in peace outside of a cage. I don't care if it's in the dark forest, all I want is somewhere free. I won't take up much space and I don't require constant feeding, once a week or two should be enough. Swaki stared at the horse for one long minute, then she sighed, halting the giant monster's bargaining. You're not lying. I can tell. The horse beast smiled gently, suspecting that the vampire could sense its emotions. I want to go home, vampire. The kunoichi's shoulders sagged. At least this is better than just showing up uninvited. The tailed beast was also offering its services to Dark Country. I do not want to harm anyone. We are, dare I say, family, don't you think? The darkness is the result of my separation from my siblings, or birth from the 10 tails, and you humans have since made your home there. The horse's eyes dimmed considerably. Even though I want darkness all to myself, I cannot bring myself to kick you people out. The giant monster was unexpectedly polite, Sueki thought to herself. The manners and attitudes of each tailed beast wasn't something anyone had ever noted before. The only person that had spoken with them for a prolonged period of time was Hashirama, and he didn't give any details on their behaviors. All humans knew was that the chakra of each tailed beast was unique and toxic to humans, and so the monsters had to behave like their chakra, as the behavior of humans too was linked to their chakra. The Uchiha were fiery, the Hozuki were cool-tempered most of the time, and so on. That was their logic. Kyubi, for example, bore the world's most toxic and evil chakra, making it the strongest beast on the planet, so strong only a person with a special strain of chakra in a specific clan could dream to contain it within themselves. There was no way such a powerful beast with such chaotic, evil chakra could have a personality other than being evil himself. Hence, the beasts were presumed to not have any personalities. That was the general assumption. It was shockingly easy to hold a conversation with the horse beast. Sueki prided herself on being a good judge of character, and she had been able to pick out that the beast before her, who was keeping his steamy, boiling chakra from rolling over her, was quiet, somewhat humble, and spoke in an old-fashioned polite way. Her naturally skeptical mind didn't want to trust the beast, for she too wanted to follow the crowd and stay on the safe side by not allowing the horse monster passage into her country. But the minute information she had gathered from the horse's character floated at back of her mind, unavoidable and undeniable. All right. I'll try and convince Naruto-sensei to bring you in. The beast, in a sitting position, bowed its head in appreciation. You have my thanks, vampire. Sueki. You can call me Sueki. The beast felt a large, genuine smile leap onto its face. Then you may call me Koko. Reality. With Naruto and Raza. The two men shared a look. No person in history had ever been told the name of a tailed beast by a tailed beast. They were all simply named after the number of their tails. Names in general were only shared by the bearer out of respect and as a sign of humility for the other person. It was possible for a name to become so famous every person would know it, but it couldn't compare to the bearer providing it themselves. Sueki knew this too. We can find somewhere in the forest for it to live in. I'm not sure if he'll fit though. Naruto wondered with a large sweat drop on the side of his head. The Black HQ was in the forest, and there were still many species of animals that lived in the forest. He sounded like it knew this too. Sueki provided. Maybe he knows what to do. Naruto mumbled to himself, deep in thought. We're taking a big chance with this, Sue. I can vouch for him. Naruto's blue eyes fixed on her red eyes, searching for any slight doubt. He found none. Naruto rubbed his face and groaned into his hands. His hands dropped down onto his side again, and he said, Your senses have never failed us. I'll trust you on this one. He shrugged limply. Besides, the Gobi could tell us about history. I will take full responsibility of anything that happens during his stay. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Sueki bowed deeply to her teacher. This won't mess up the plan, Raza. Don't worry. The man scoffed. I'm not worried. IWA still gets attacked whether or not the 5 tails goes to darkness. It's inevitable at this point. The BLAK commander turned away from them and sent out a Morse code message to her team, to be relayed to the Suna ninjas, on the ever so slight change of plans. A short while later, Iwagakure. Koko galloped through the panicking village, prancing gaily and spreading about its blisteringly hot steam. People screamed in agony and wailed in torture. Skin melted from bone, human beings shriveled up into themselves like salted snails. IWA ninjas rushed about the frolicking beast but were unable to get closer for the steam burnt without discrimination. Oanoki whizzed around in the air and shot down a beam of dust release. The attack crashed into the muzzle of the horse monster, and in retaliation the hair on the Gobi's body frizzed out. The people saw it coming but could not find the needed speed to flee it. A tsunami of steam rolled out from the monster, one that towered high above it and spread for miles around, blanketing almost half of the village in deadly white heat. The people in the steamy mist howled in torment as large, harsh blisters grew on their bodies, remnants of the beast's own chakra. Those that moved too quickly and their blisters burst died immediately, for exposing the open sore to the beast's chakra-ridden, skin-searingly hot steamy air resulted in a full body paralysis and a nerve in a corner of the brain, the one linked to the increase and decrease of chakra in the body, burst under the strain from the rush of tailed beast chakra. Oanoki ignored the line of blisters on his left forearm, ones he had gotten from guarding his face as he zipped into the thick white air. A tailed beast suppression seal burned on his palm. Once he got in the very center of the blast, he saw nothing. Nothing but the festering, bubbling corpses of his people. Men using their bodies to take the full brunt of the steam, guarding whoever was near them, and women hugging their children dearly, using their backs as shields to hold back the wave of steam. Buildings were crumbling as the bricks and stones used to build them lost their strength. The windows shattered at the slightest breeze and the gravel road became too soft and hot for any person to tread on. Innocent people, dead. Their faces twisted in various stages of torment. Hundreds of thousands of people had died from the beast's attack. Half of Iwagakure was cordoned off, for the fragments of malicious steam and chakra in the air seared to the slightest touch. Some days later, the Tsuchikage called all of his forces back to the village. The Third Great War experienced a great stumble and momentum at the exclusion of the Hidden Rock village. The next day, Mito's grassland. Northern outskirts of the dark capital. Dark country. A pure white horse with 5 long, swaying tails cantered about the expansive grassland, skipping over a small running stream and stopping by a tall birch tree, rising onto its back legs and neighing joyfully to the heavens. The horse stood at an outstanding 10 feet tall, from the top of his head to its front hooves, and its blue-green eyes danced with mirth with each unrestrained canter about the grassland. There were 4 protruding horns coming out from his head, his hooves were tan-colored and there were red markings under his blue-green eyes. There was a noticeably small ebb of steam with each step, but this steam only harmlessly settled on each blade of grass or on each tree. Naruto, standing with his wife and the Ink clan's head, Amara, watched the display of the giant 5-tailed horse running about the field. It was much, much, much smaller than when it had first stepped into the country. Does his choose who gets harmed and who doesn't get harmed by his chakra? Amara wondered, and Sueki, her half-mask hanging from her neck, screwed her lips to the side slightly. I think this has to do with it giving the dark forest most of his chakra. True to what the vampire was saying, when the beast had been unsealed in the dark forest, the palpable darkness of the forest seemed to welcome it back and each tree bent away with each step. The beast's chakra never once left the boundaries of the forest, as each wisp of steam was either absorbed into the ground or into the trees, harmlessly contributing to the ecosystem of the evil, demented forest. Koko had followed his instincts and poured out his chakra into the biggest tree in the forest, thus reducing his size from a mountain to a hill. The forest accepted his chakra without folding. This effect of basically storing his chakra in the tree reduced his presence, and also the potential threat of death if he was in the proximity of any human. Yes, there was still the danger of his chakra growing again, but that could be fixed with a short trip to the forest, and to the tree where his chakra was being housed until he needed it. Naruto was sensibly wary of the beast, by nature of course. It felt too good to be true to now have the physical and verbal support of a tailed beast, who gave permission for his people to visit it within a certain time frame and who would also teach them of history before Lord Yin had gathered the darkness into the forest. Koko enjoyed the peace and quiet, and the Mito-dedicated grassland provided this in spades. The boil release would be a great counterpart for the Kamuri smoke release, because both abilities stemmed from water affinity chakra combining with fire affinity chakra. Still, he intended to introduce the horse beast to Kushina and gauge her reaction. Uncle Ruto! The 3 high officials of the country turned around to the sound of the bright, chirpy voice. The young lady ran up to her uncle with a warm flush on her cheeks, smiling from ear to ear. You called? Chapter 20. Kushina stuck out her thumb from the corner of her mouth, and squinted hard in concentration. Her sweaty left hand held Naruto's right hand palm up, and her right hand, holding an ink-soaked fuinjutsu brush, swiped and slashed on the leader's palm. That's... She drew 3 small circles. Connected those 3 circles to each other, and drew a clean cross meeting right in the middle of the circle formation. She put the last finished touch on the seal on Naruto's hand, a simple dot to the middle of 2 of those dots, and a whirlpool swirl in the last circle. The woman exhaled and let go of Naruto's hand, who kept his hand up at that height even without her support, and wiped her sweaty forehead. Naruto looked down to the seal on his right palm with a contemplative eye. Then he held up his hand facing forward, and the 10-foot-tall, blue-green-eyed horse bent down a little and snorted out thick white, harmless steam onto the seal on the blonde's hand. The very same seal on Naruto's hand that had been drawn on Koko's chest glowed a soft white and black of Naruto's chakra and, as the steam dispersed from Naruto's raised hand, shimmered with white-tailed beast chakra. The summoning contract had now been formed, and the seals were linked together. Naruto wiggled his fingers as he studied the level 9 seal. Amara peeked around him and also looked at his hand, checking for herself if the seal was correctly drawn. The seal mistress threw an approving thumb up to her fellow, though younger, fuinjutsu expert. An average summoning seal for a summoning contract was level 7 and usually administered by the summons themselves, but that kind of contract should never be tried when connecting a summoner and a tailed beast, especially with person with chakra that was as volatile as Naruto's. The agreement between man and tailed beast was that they could both summon the other, but only for important or extremely dire situations. The Gobi and the Dark Leader agreed to this condition. Naruto smirked slightly. This seal was a show of trust between them. The seal dried as the glow of beast chakra subsided, leaving a mild tingling on his finger, and he said to Kushina, "Are you sure you don't want to get in on this?" He looked to Koko, and the 5-tailed horse bobbed his head once. "He doesn't have a problem with you joining this summoning circle, and I don't either." Kushina laughed nervously and scratched the back of her head with one hand, waving dismissively with the other. "I don't think I'm physically ready to join this." Koko being the 5-tailed horse aside, Naruto's estimated power level had always been a subject people purposefully avoided openly speaking about, because there were many households telling their children ghost stories, many ninjas praising their leader's strength during a chance encounter, and many young children role-playing as their beloved leader on the playgrounds of the school or the parks. In their games, Naruto was what they called a cheat character. Speaking about it in the open with Naruto in attendance was something that just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. Not out of envy, for envying their precious leader was something they couldn't bring themselves to do. It was out of respect that they didn't measure or estimate Naruto's power level. It felt very disrespectful somehow. Yes, they referred to Naruto as Legend Class, which was double S rank, but that classification had come from their allies, not from Dark Country. The power rank of Dark Country was chock full of outstandingly strong or amazingly intelligent people. Sueki was at the very top of the rankings, as she was a kunoichi of high repute outside and inside the country, deservedly being BLK commander and Dark Country director of Dark Sand and all, and a little bit behind her were members of Naruto's council. After them were Jounin and Special Jounin. Those special cases stood above the rest still under the council the like level of intelligence and mastery of their assassination techniques. Naruto just couldn't be ranked. Simple as that. Sueki coughed into her fist to break the silence. Naruto looked to Koko with a raised eyebrow, still thinking about what the redhead had said and why the country excluded him from their power rank, and the beast seemed to mutely shrug at his silent question. "Why don't you try the seal?" the vampire asked, pulling Kushina and Amara back, and Naruto politely motioned to Koko. "Go ahead." Koko fractionally bent his head down, and the seal on his chest glowed black and white. Poof! A large plume of smoke exploded around Naruto and the horse, and a gust of wind subsequently blew it away. Naruto was on the beast's back and Koko neighed, rising up onto his hind legs. The thundering sound rumbled through the grassland, and Naruto, grinning widely, grasped the horse's thick white mane to keep himself steady. The light hit Naruto at just the right angle, and the calm wind blowing from the east reached the horse and the man in the right place, making Naruto's white and black leader's robe flap in the wind and the horse's heavy mane tousle gently in the air. Kokuo's front hooves finally slammed back down onto the ground, and the masked ninja looked down to his subordinates with a cool smile. His bright blue eyes glowed from deep in the dark recesses of under his leader's hat, and the plain black half-mask looked to have a beastly wide grin stretched from ear to it. The blue-green-eyed horse snorted steam from his nose and stamped his right foot on the ground a few times, adjusting to the new weight on his back and, coincidentally, maintaining the image of legend-class shinobi and his loyal, 10-foot-tall, five-tailed steed. Stars sparkled in the eyes of the three women, and their knees weakened at the sight. Kushina placed her hands to her madly thumping chest and whispered, awestruck, "CC, cool." The two other women nodded dumbly. Suiki's sluggishly hand came up and closed her distant cousin's mouth, while she was still shamelessly gawking up at her husband. Kushina hastily cleaned the droll on the side of her mouth. Naruto laughed. A slight smirk lingered on the corners of his eyes. Glass crater. Desert of Sunagakure. Sunagakure. Toby looked down into the smoking glass crater with disdain swimming in his single black orb. His full face, orange swirling mask gave away nothing. A head of red hair popped out from the edge of the festering crater Zetsu had been killed in, and clambered out, steadying his feet on the sand and exhaling as much toxic smoke from his puppet body. "It seems Zetsu is gone for good, Madara," Sasori said. "There's nothing down there Lord Pain can use to resurrect him." "You don't say." The one-eyed Uchiha drawled sarcastically. The offensive tone in his voice wasn't lost to the older shinobi, whose wooden face showed no reaction to the insult, outside of the peaceful, gentle smile. Obito shook his head. "Figures he'd do something this dumb." Sasori re-entered his hulking Yahiko puppet body and settled inside, extending his chakra strings out of his fingers and connecting it to all the vital parts of the puppet. The ominous-looking wooden creation grated as it rumbled around the glass crater, checking the exterior if, by some chance, some kind of salvageable DNA had sprayed outside. As he looked from inside the Akatsuki robe-wearing Yahiko puppet, Sasori said, "Lord Pain warned him." Obito breathed out tiredly. "He did. Our orders were to specifically stay away from the ghost. We can do anything to Dark Country, as long as we stayed away from the ghost." "I know. You'd think someone as dim as Haiden would be the one to disobey Lord Pain's order." "Yes." Yahiko stopped before the silently musing Uchiha and said, "I've always wondered, is it because Lord Pain has history with the ghost that he wants us to leave him alone?" The hunchbacked puppet turned a little to the smoking crater. "The ghost? I don't think he's even human." "Oh, he's human." The larger being shifted back to the Uchiha, rumbling with emotion. "We could feel this fight, if you'll call it that, all the way from AIM." The large puppet lowered its face and looked directly at the now impassive Uchiha. "Take this from someone that has faced and beaten Sabaku no Tetsuyo, the person that did this, the person that caused this." He motioned around with his tail to the dozens of other glass craters. Though shallower than the one they stood before, they were still very deep, at the patches of burnt, scorched sand, at the fizzling earth that had been caused by the poisonous black rain. "This person is not normal." Toby stood up and met the hard look from the Yahiko puppet. "Naruto is yet to face an Uchiha." Yahiko stepped back and scoffed. "TCH, think whatever you want. Besides, if Naruto is not human, then Nagato is truly a god." Sasori didn't know whether or not this was an insult to their leader or a compliment, so he wisely moved the conversation in another direction. "Darkness now has the Gobi. Retrieving it would be much harder now." Toby didn't want to, but he had to agree. This made the retrieval much more difficult. The many seals that covered the entire country, protecting the occupants and the territorial integrity of the nation of assassins by casting an invisible dome thousands of miles high and thousands of miles wide, prevented him from successfully infiltrating darkness. He could very well teleport into the country, that was the definite truth, but the seals would detect his presence immediately, tag his chakra for the security forces to track and most likely incapacitate him, leaving him a sitting duck. This was the same problem Zetsu had. Anyone that didn't have proper authorization to enter the country, that is, anyone that didn't have the entrance/citizen seal that passed the seal dome, was as good as captured. The seals of the country, the efficiency of the defense corps and the ninjas, and the secrecy of the people virtually made Dark Country a dark region, where only educated guesses could be made concerning what was happening inside. The only thing Akatsuki knew was that darkness was the fourth member of the Wealth Nations, and that report didn't look so favorable. It meant that even non-allies had acknowledged the might of Dark Country, and for people to do that even after knowing almost nothing about darkness was, admittedly, frightening. His only hope of entering the country and nabbing the gobi and the kyubi was if they found a person that specialized in flying, aside from Pain, for the man wasn't too keen on leaving AIM anytime soon. This person would peer down from the sky into the country and pinpoint where exactly the two targets were for Toby to teleport in, grab them and leave just as the tag on his chakra was activating. Another option was recruiting missing ninjas from Dark Country, but the problem was that there weren't any missing ninjas coming from the Hermit Nation. Were things really that good in there? Was life in darkness so nice that everyone was satisfied? Was that even possible? This led them, the criminal organization, to look for missing ninjas that could fly. They currently had their eyes on a recently renegade ninja from Iwagakure who used to be a member of Explosion Corporation. There were a fairly large number of missing ninjas coming out from the crippled hidden village, most of them fleeing because their previous calls for tailed beast holders to live far away from the village had not been heeded by the Tsuchikage. Ever since IWA had excluded itself from the war, the Third Great War was losing steam, fast. Warring factions were now realizing that they couldn't remember why exactly they were fighting. The purpose behind the conflict was gone, and the motivation of the fighters was draining from their beings by the day. Two great hidden villages, Suna and Kiri, were already not involved in the war. Yuzushio was entirely unconcerned and limited its relations with Dark Country and River Country, yet another war-free, refugee-accepting zone, were now increasing their operations with mainly its close allies, namely Darkness. Suna and Hidden Salt Water, because its Dark Country counterpart had increased the number of ninjas going to River for escort missions. It looked like Dark Country now had more specialized shinobi to send out on missions, even despite the war, and it also looked like life in the country had not faltered or changed that much in spite of the war. Now, after the Gobi had wrecked a good portion of their village, IWA was officially out of the war and had locked down its border. The countries and villages doing the actual fighting weren't sure of their positions anymore. Fighting now seemed illogical. Some would say fighting was pointless. Confusing even. There were talks going around that Konoha was planning to call a 5-Kage summit, which would include the two great villages not warring with them and the one unofficial great not concerned with them, to sign a collective non-aggression pact. All previous alliances would remain in place, but the agreement would be that the 5 of them would not do anything to provoke the other. For wars as big as the 2 previous and 1 current war could only be sparked by 3 great villages quarreling. In addition to the 5-Kage summit, there were speculations of the 4 Wealth Nations meeting in their very first conference of Wealth Nation daimyos to outline their own non-aggression pact. Snow, Iron, Hidden Chill and Darkness, the 4 Wealth Nations, had a lot of influence on the continent, and not because of their land mass or their population like the 5 great hidden villages, but because of their wealth, the strength of their shinobi, their networking, and the casual, hardly formal trade alliances they had with smaller countries and villages. If the 4 Wealth Nations were to agree to their conditions and sign the pact, then war might as well be considered dead. The 5, or in this case 2 great hidden villages, could still fight if they wanted, but the rest of the continent would move on, as their casual trading alliances with the Wealth Nations was something they didn't want to lose. It annoyed Toby on how much Naruto was interfering with his plans. It burned him. Whether Zetsu is alive or dead, the wheels of change have long since been turning. Toby mumbled to himself, not even bothering with his idiot facade, because Sasori knew the real him. This plan of ours cannot be stopped. The leader of Darkness had his bases covered. Toby was man enough to admit that, but Naruto, you will slip up eventually. A few months later. Konohagakure. A hero's welcome was being held at the northern entrance of the village to welcome the rugged, frost-bitten men and women that had fought night and day in the nearly forgotten advance guard in Hidden Chill. Maybe the fort wasn't so forgotten. The raids and guerrilla attacks of the shinobi and kunoichi slowly tramping through the crowd, being sprayed with colorful confetti and marching onwards to the Hokage's tower to the sound of the cheering masses, had resulted in many innovations to the village. A notably example was the radio jamming device. Many Kumo hotspots in Frost Country had been dismantled and sent back to Konoha. Advance Guard Commander, Jisho Nara, kept a controlled face as the civilians and ninjas of his village extended their hands to him and patted his back, doing so for his men walking behind him. The people showered their appreciation on them. Just a little more time and they would have infiltrated Chill. Minato sluggishly walked somewhere in the middle, clothed in the same gray and white camo clothes as his fellow returning comrades. His eyes stayed down on the ground, his left hand grasped a strap of his backpack and his right hand was clenched tight around a large duffel. His knuckles whitened as the people hooted and patted his back, reaching for him in any way they could. It was almost like they didn't recognize him as the ghost boy anymore. The throng of people only now saw a hero, the Yellow Flash. The one that had eradicated 3 whole waves of Kumo ninjas that had managed to locate their camp in the frigid Sumatai Valley of Frost Country, doggedly and tirelessly keeping the Lightning Village shinobi back while his injured comrades escaped to another camp further down the valley. Amid the fangirling screams of the people, Minato wasn't deceived. He knew the depth of corruption that ate away at the village he had once thought was his home. The man hunched his shoulders and kept his eyes down, not allowing himself to be swayed by the joy of the people swarming around him and his comrades. His ears twitched when he heard his name. Minato! His eyebrows furrowed and he looked up, searching for the person. Hey, Minato! Over here! He saw a brown-haired woman about his age frantically waving to him, hopping up and down and grinning toothily. Hey! A slight smile twitched on his corners of his lips. Hey! Eyes on the prize, Namikaze! Jisho barked from the head of the procession, a few people ahead of him. First we report to the Hokage, after that you can do whatever you want. Minato bobbed his head solemnly and turned back to the beaming dog woman, whose smile dimmed somewhat at the apologetic look reflecting in Minato's eyes. The light returned to her face, and she gestured for him not to worry, mouthing, "Later." The man smirked sharply, an actual expression on his dour, pallid face. Later. Minato returned his eyes back to the ground and shuffled on. He wasn't sure why Tsum was so happy to see him. He hardly knew her. During the academy, through his years as a Chunin and even while he was a Jounin, he had never spoken more than 5 words to the Inuzuka. Yet, he saw real happiness in her eyes. She was also the only person he knew to come and see him enter the village. He shook his head. The war was ending. They could be busy rounding up Konoha ninjas outside of the village. Some minutes later, the blue-eyed seal master found himself on a barstool, tipping his head back and chugging down another of rice wine straight from the jug, disregarding the saucers the bartender had left for him. Minato licked his lips and groaned as the sharp taste of the authentic rice wine hit him like a truck, almost making him double over, but he kept his chin up and swallowed 5 more mouthfuls to dull the feeling. 3 jugs later, and he wasn't even buzzed. Seated on a bar stool next to him, Suminazuka, Jounin Kunoichi of Konohagaku no Sato and partner to the presently absent Kuramaru, eyed the war veteran, leaning into bar with her right elbow and drinking back a saucer of sake. That bad, huh? Amid his delirious search for something to dull his mind, Minato nodded, his lips still latched onto a newly presented jug. He smacked his lips and grit his teeth, groaning again at the tongue-curling taste, repeating in a murmur, "That bad." The woman flicked her eyes down, and saw that the seal master still had his backpack and duffel bag at his feet. "You sure this is the first thing you want to do?" Minato looked at her over his jug of sake and the woman chuckled, raising her hands in surrender. "Fine, man. I'd drown myself too. I'd seen all the shit you've seen." The blonde choked as a small surge of sake mistakenly flowed down into his lungs, coughing. He bent forward onto the bar and hacked, blinking away the tears in his eyes. Tsum snorted and patted his back, more a sign of showing that she was there rather than helping him get the sake out of his lungs. Just take it easy. The sake's not going anywhere. Yes, it is, Minato grunted, sitting back up and looking at the woman. Down my throat. The scruffy woman barked with laughter and slapped the bar, even as Minato scoffed out a short laugh and drank deep from the sake jug once again. That's a good one. Minato cleaned his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, Where are the rest, Tsum? I'm not good enough for ya, dude. Tsum rolled her eyes and playfully punched his shoulder. PSH, I was joking. She threw back her saucer of sake and slammed it back down onto the bar. A lot of things have changed, Minato. Minato sighed. Like what? Well, for starters, Higurashi quit being a ninja and opened a weapons store. Yoshino finally got Shikaka to marry her. She sniggered quietly at the laughing eye roll from Minato. I know, right? We all saw it coming. She licked her lips and continued. Hayashi got married some time ago to some Hyuga princess. They're on a honeymoon in Waterfall now. Shikaka and Yoshino too, for that matter. The Inuzuka tapped her chin, thoughtful. Seems everyone's getting married these days. Minato shrugged. Next best thing, I guess. Ha, it really is. You're not getting married. Tsum smirked with a raised eyebrow. The blonde's eyes went down to her hands, looking for a ring. Or you already are. Nah, unlike what you all think, I'm not the long-term commitment kind of gal. The man snorted into his jug and muttered. Like you have to tell me. Something inside her stood up at the snarky comment. Listen, smartass, I had shit to do today, but I put all that aside 'cause I wanted to see you in and ease you back into society. The sarcasm rolled out of Minato's lips unhindered. How nice of you! Tsum ground her teeth and glared darkly at the drunk man, then she exhaled tiredly and rubbed her eyebrows. Chill was bad, Minato, I know that. I can see it all over your face. The Hokage not paying you for months must have made it worse. I want you to know that even if everyone else is too busy, I'm going to be here for you, okay? Minato unclasped his fingers from the jug and leaned heavily into the bar, looking at the other ninja. He saw how much she understood shimmering in her eyes. He saw how much the war had taken from her, and how much of herself she had lost to the war, and he sighed sadly. I'm sorry, Tsum. I'm being a stupid. There might have not been anyone there for her to keep her together. Kuramaru could have helped, but nothing could replace the comfort of another human being. He didn't know what had happened to her during the Third War, but it had to be horrible for it to change her this much. Guilt overtook the inebriated man as he saw a flash of vulnerability behind the solid, rocky exterior of the dog woman. I'm really sorry, Tsum. The dog woman's lips screwed to the side and she placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. She glanced down at his luggage again. So, how about I take you back to your place, help you clean, unpack, and we can go and have lunch? Minato coughed and said. My place was torn down. Kumo, they said. I don't even know. I don't care anymore. Damn. The woman cursed, her eyes shifting about in thought, unsure if she should voice the idea in her head. She cast aside the hesitation. Her friend needed her. Well, how about you stay at my place for the time being? Until you find your feet, that is. I can't do that to you. I don't want to be a bother. The slightly slurring blonde was dirt poor, unpaid for more than 10 months now. His apartment was no more, therefore he was homeless and his only friend now was a woman he had barely spoken to before. He doubted he could ever find his feet, not to talk of speaking to Orochimaru about his questions. He was falling deeper and deeper into depression. His bleary eyes checked the jug, confirming that the bartender didn't replace his ordered drinks with water. This sake isn't working, he grunted sourly in his mind, pulling more of the sharp-tasting strain of sake into his body. I can still remember. Wasn't it supposed to be the good stuff? His first real drink in months, and it was making him feel even worse. No, it's fine. Think of this as a favor. Sum's voice brought him out of his regressing, degrading thoughts. She hopped off the stool before Minato could raise another complaint again, slinging his backpack over her shoulder and helping the staggered man off his stool, steadying him with her other shoulder and managing to grab the duffel bag from the ground with the same hand she used to hold his backpack. For now, she was staying in a guest house until the Inuzuka clan compound was rebuilt. Come on, my place isn't too far from here. Thanks, Tsum. She nodded as she juggled his weight and the weight of his bags. What? He coughed again, hobbling under some steady support. What happened to Mikoto? Married Fugaku. She didn't see the drunk man's heart visibly shatter. Vacationing in a Suna beach resort. The next day, Tsum sleepily tramped out of her bedroom, yawning widely and rubbing her eyes. She was in an oversized button-up shirt, black underwear, and green flip-flops. She smiled pleasantly and followed her nose to the smell of toast, bacon, and eggs. The blond man standing before her stove looked over his shoulder as his senses tingled, and threw an easy smile at her, swiveling around and scraping a large batch of bacon from the pan and onto an awaiting plate on the small dining table. She sat down, noticing that Kuramaru was scarfing down his own plate of bacon in the corner of the two-room apartment one-bedroom, and everything else in the other room dash. There was barely even a chair in the room. Tsum had to sit on a cardboard box and manage how much weight she put on it. They had to share a futon. The man had insisted on sleeping on the ground, something he was not unaccustomed to with his months away from the village, but Tsum was having none of it. Morning. She chirped and picked at her bacon, tossing them into her mouth at a somewhat tame speed. How'd you sleep? He asked. Like a baby. You're predictably warm. She chewed the meat between her sharp teeth and rolled a question through her mind, ultimately deciding to phrase it another way. You know, Minato, I'm surprised you didn't try anything last night. I had a lot on my mind. The woman laughed a little, nibbling on her bacon. If you wanted to cuddle, you could have just asked. It's dangerous getting an Inuzuka woman's hopes up, you know. Minato breathed out a quiet laugh. Yeah, I know. She grinned at him and said, Well, later today I'm going to reintroduce you to the touch of a real woman. How are you so sure I haven't slept with the Kunoichi station with me in chill? Because you haven't, she pointed out factly. Fair enough. After 10 months of literal blue balls, I hope you've got the stamina to take me, big boy. She bit some bacon and beamed at the man, who smiled at her, amused. I'm sure I'll manage somehow. He slid a short stack of toast to her, slyly commenting. You weren't this horny yesterday. Yesterday, I was suppressing it all to my feet 'cause I thought I was going to get laid last night. Today, my dear friend, I'm 2 times my normal level of horniness. The blonde teasingly raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not the one that demolished my apartment building? This seems to me like some sort of elaborate scheme to get into my pants. The dogged woman chortled, fairly by Minato's returned, albeit meandering, flirt. Mikoto talks a lot, especially when she's drunk. She says you've got skill? I wanted to check it out for myself. I believe Anko come around later, but I've got first dibs. She slowed to a stop as noticed a flash of sadness in his eyes, before he turned back to the kettle as it whistled for his attention. As he poured out hot water into a mug and shoveled spoons of coffee into his and her mugs, she asked, Something wrong? He asked, like he didn't know she had just spoken. Oh, nothing. If you're thinking about whether or not I only invited you to sleep with you, then no. I honestly want to help however I can. She placed her hand on her chest and said, I swear. I didn't doubt you, Tsum, but thank you for helping me. You're welcome. She placed a few pieces of bacon between 2 slices of toast and munched down on it, saying with her mouth full. I was thinking, since you don't have any cash, we ask for a B-rank mission if you're up for it. She moaned at the taste of the breakfast, throwing in some eggs into the toast and bacon sandwich. She went to town on the combination, saying, We can use the money to get you some new clothes. Can I push that to tomorrow? Minato asked, chewing on his bacon, facing the stove and keeping his back to his accommodating host. There's someone in the village I want to talk to. Who? Don't worry about it, he answered, whirring around and smiling slightly at her. How are the eggs? I haven't made eggs in months, so I think they're a bit runny. Dude, Sim exclaimed, taking down a mighty gulp of her breakfast. They're great. She finally noticed what he was wearing, dark pants and a dark blue long-sleeved shirt with a green jounin vest over his torso, with black sandals on his feet. He wasn't wearing a forehead protector, and the side strap of his vest was left open, almost like he didn't care how he looked. You're heading out now? Yup. She stood and looked around her tornado of an apartment. Want me to spot you? I'm fine, Sim. The man interrupted with a light smirk. Thank you? Well? She swept her eyes up and down his apparently purposefully disheveled clothing. You know where I keep the house key, right? Yes. She got up and quickly wiped her greasy lips with the oversized button-up shirt, Minato's, from what she could remember of last night. She went around the table and stood up on her toes, pressing a warm kiss onto his cheeks. Have fun. Surprised by the sudden, all too direct action, all Minato could do was awkwardly pat her head and walk around her. I will. I'll be going now. See you later, dude. The intentionally ruffled man opened the door of the quaint apartment, and the airy, lightly smiling shell over his face crumbled into dust. Under it was a dull-eyed, dead-faced man that marched down the road. Orochimaru. He ignored the villagers as they sent him greetings. For a slight moment, his mind wandered back to Tsum. For all he knew, she could be involved in this whole manipulative charade. Destabilize him by having none of his real friends welcome him, having no money and walking down the streets homeless, only for a friend he didn't know he had to welcome him into her home and treat him like a human being. The Hokage might have been the one to send her to him. The most unlikely friend. Strike at the foundations even more. His friends being married, but they could have at least left a letter for him. He would understand. Those were the friends he knew. He had known them since they were in the academy, and even someone as unfeeling as Hayashi or harsh as Fugaku would do something to welcome him back. The date for the arrival of his former advance guard comrades hadn't even been a secret. It had been broadcasted in the village 2 months prior, and the camp in Chill had known this 3 months earlier. A letter would have been nice. He punched down the part of his mind telling him that he was being selfish. All his life, he had put everyone before himself. He had disregarded his own personal health and his time for everyone else, most especially his friends, and they all knew this. They knew this. They knew how much he had done for them. Minato had never helped them for any kind of gain in the future, only because they were his friends and they needed help. A letter would have been nice. His dead blue eyes became frosty and cold. The people wisely kept out of his way as he moved towards his destination. Mikoto, of all people, knew this. She knew how much he treasured his friends. 1 letter. He didn't allow his now fractured mind settle on the amount of heartbreak killing his heart and tainting his soul. Did they even think about him? While he was dying in Frost Country, did they even consider his health? Wasn't he allowed to be selfish? He blindly turned a corner and stomped into the alley, ignoring the shabby, dirty men lying against the walls and smoking. He looked around as he stopped at the end of the alley, peering deeply to both sides of him. Tall, red brick buildings on both sides and an equally red brick wall between them, fitting snugly in the alley. Minato stood before the wall for a moment, searching the bricks for a moment before he placed his right palm on the wall and closed his eyes. He frowned with a hum and took his hand off the wall. Orochimaru was in there. Naruto was right when he said Naruto was a touch sensor. Minato could sense anyone for miles around as long as he had his hand or bare feet to the ground. He could also sense all the occupants of a building if he had his hand against the outside surface of said building. As long as their feet were touching the ground or their bodies were touching something touching the ground, he would sense them. The chakra suppression seal, an illusionary seal, didn't block his probe, it merely stifled it a little. Minato knew Orochimaru was there. No one else had the same murky, disgusting, repulsive, reptilian kind of chakra. This time he raised both hands and hovered them over the wall, ghosting them over the surface and furrowing his eyebrows. He found what he was looking for. A door knob, invisible to the untrained eye, and turned it. Locked. Figures. With his left hand still on the doorknob, he retrieved a lock-picking set from his back pocket, disregarding how his freshly administered jounin vest still flapped as the side straps were still undone, and flipped through the short set of wires on the key ring. His lock-picking set was simply a ring of various kinds of wires, in various lengths and of various thicknesses. He chose one wire, after running his hand over the knob again, and pushed it into the keyhole on the knob. His now free other hand reached to his other back pocket, and pulled out a sealing brush. He rolled the tip of the brush in his mouth, lathering it with his spit, and swiped at the door, disabling the detection and alarm seals inside the hidden building. Spit was a unsavory medium for sealing, but no book or scroll said it couldn't be used. As long as the medium conducted chakra in some way and to some degree, it could be used as a substitute for ink. Like blood. Too bad people's minds didn't stray towards using spit in case of emergencies. It took Minato half a second to unlock the door and another second to ensure the hidden door was still masked by the illusionary seal by adding his own touch to it. The inebriated men lying outside of the secret place didn't notice him enter, and it was too far into the dark alley for him to be seen from outside. There also wasn't any ninja following him. Good. Minato closed the door after himself. He wasn't thrown off by how deceptively open the place was. The room he was in was pure white and featureless, with a simple wooden door on the other side. A gray-haired boy with thin, round glasses ran out of the door to him, his hands out and his eyes frantic. "You can't be here!" Minato shoved the young teen aside and walked past him. "Sir!" The seal master, suspecting that the boy had only known of his presence by hearing the door open, pushed open the other door and stopped at the sight before him. It was a lab, apparently. Minato didn't understand science enough to identify every single chemical in the lab, only the really important and really poisonous ones, but there were beakers, test tubes, vials and containers of different colored liquids, powders and, in a few cases, gas. There were 3 large metal drums of what he could immediately identify as radioactive material containers, for when the person didn't want any sliver of the deadly materials inside slipping out. There was an operating table in the middle of the room with a dead body sitting on it, strapped down by his neck, wrists and ankles, so Minato suspected the person had only died recently. The person's stomach was wide open and missing, from a glance, his large intestine and his bladder. One thing was for certain. This was illegal. The Sannin he was looking for was also standing on the other side of the table, wearing a light blue operating apron, white surgical gloves, a medical mask and thick visors. Minato's left hand snapped up behind him, holding out a tri-pronged kunai that had appeared from out of nowhere under the gray-haired boy's chin, just a bit away from his throat. The boy was holding a baseball bat. The seal master, without turning his eyes away from the mildly surprised and greatly impressed butcher on the other side of the operating table, shook his head and said, "Don't even think about it." The boy didn't drop the bat, holding it up with a tight grasp. The silence was palpable. Orochimaru exhaled and said, "Stand down, Kabuto." He took a step back from the cadaver on the table and pulled off his gloves and his bloody operating apron, tossing them into a secure waste bin. He turned around and washed his hands at the sink, as the boy, Kabuto, lowered his guard but kept his bespectacled eyes narrowed at the lax jounin before him. Minato spun the kunai on his palm and it disappeared into a seal on his inner wrist. "I suspect," Orochimaru said, scrubbing his hands up to his elbows down with antibacterial soap. "You will simply flash away if I was to attack." The blonde stayed impassive, knowing that the man before him had an array of skills that could kill him where he stood. Minato gave nothing away, only answering, "That I will." Orochimaru chuckled deeply, a grating hissing sound that slid up from his throat and sent tendrils of fear down Kabuto's spine. "It seems I'm at your mercy." The scientist finished up washing his hands, taking care to go under his nails for every last speck of dirt. The Namikes nodded once. Yes, you are. The pale man turned around, speaking to the boy. Dispose of the body and clean the table. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The young teen slipped past Minato, holding his baseball bat in his hands, and went about what he had been ordered to do. Let's take this to the other room, shall we? Minato walked back into the room, never taking his eyes off the dangerous reptile for even a split second. The black-haired sage laughed, hissing. For the great yellow flash to fear me like this, I have to say. He bowed mockingly. I'm honored. He closed the door after himself and crossed his arms, smirking craftily. Now, why is the student of my former teammate looking for me? I have some questions for you. I take it your questions have nothing to do with what you just saw. Depending on how honestly you answer them, I'm willing to forget what I saw. Orochimaru seemed justly surprised by Minato's answer. That's... His head tilted to the side a little, suspicious. Very much unlike you, Minato. He closed his eyes and hummed laughingly. Not so Konoha after all, People change, Orochimaru. Pray tell, is it chill that changed you or being abandoned by your so-called friends? Minato didn't want to delve in asking how the other man knew this. You're not in the position to be asking the questions. Fufufu, alright then. Remember, I keep my mouth shut about that, and you don't lie to me. If you do and I find out, I'm out of here. Sounds fair. Minato dug into his right back pocket and pulled out a small scroll, unsealing his book of questions from inside and returning the scroll. The blonde flipped through the book and asked, to gauge the man across from him. General knowledge questions. What is your name? Orochimaru. Full name. Orochimaru is the only name I've had. Where are you from? Konoha no Sato. Rank. Unranked as of last week. Unranked? The Sannin are now unranked. The man answered. It's an honor higher than Jounin, apparently. Sarutobi-sensei said that it's a reward for our efforts during the war. We also now have more freedom and have less need to take missions. What are the names of your teammates? Former teammates. The snake man corrected. And their names are Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya. He then added. And in case you're wondering, yes, Jiraiya is also the only name he has. I'm aware. Another chuckle escaped Orochimaru, resigned. Just trying to be helpful. What is the name of your former teacher? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konoha no Sato. Now, on to the real questions. Have you ever had a student? The man laughed lightly. Oh, I see, fine, yes, I have had a student before, besides this one. Jabbing a thumb over his shoulder to Kabuto in the other room. What was his name, and is he still alive? His name is Naruto Komori, but I only found out about his last name 15 years ago. He doesn't go by Komori much, mostly uses Naruto, as far as I know. And yes, he is very much alive. When did you last see him? The Sannin looked up, thinking hard. 15 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. How old was he when you stopped teaching him? He was 11, maybe 12. Why did you stop teaching him? The older man shrugged. Had better things to do, like win a war. Why did you start teaching him? It was a competition between Jiraiya and I. He waved dismissively. I can train better than you and all that. He had 3 students and I had 1, but I believe I was the winner. Do you bear any resentment for your student? Orochimaru smiled gently. Yes, I do. Why? He poisoned me. Why? Orochimaru screwed his lips to the side in distaste. Tsunade and I, we were sent to darkness to convince its new leader to bend to Konoha at the risk of invasion and destruction. Naruto disagreed and made to leave. I attacked him. Naruto's student had Tsunade and me in a dangerous position, and I was about to kill Naruto in a dangerous position. Long story short, Naruto's killer intent poisoned me. Minato wrote down the summary with a swish, shaking his head slightly. Right off the bat, Konoha wasn't looking so good. Orochimaru's right fist suddenly shot up and he coughed violently into it, thumping his chest and clearing his throat painfully. Minato lowered his raised guard at the sharp action. Did Naruto launch any counterattack on Konoha? No, he didn't. Then why did Konoha not follow through? Naruto isn't the ghost for nothing. Did you and Tsunade forget this when you went and threatened to destroy his country? The other man chuckled disdainfully. Yes, I suppose we did. I'll be direct here. Is there a reason why Konoha hates darkness so much? I personally don't care about the place, but, he added with a raised finger, seeing Minato narrow his eyes at him. I believe Konoha hates dark country because they believe that since at some point darkness had a Konoha-born daimyo, Konoha was entitled to a slice of the precious minerals of that country. Minato looked to him to go on. Sometime during the Second War, a weapon maker in this village got his hands on some obsidian steel kunai he found on the corpse of a dark country shinobi. He refashioned them into a katana and sold it for 1.3 billion ryu to the Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju, just as he was stepping down. Tobirama gifted Sarutobi-sensei the katana on the same day he died. I don't know if he still has it. What I know for sure is that the obsidian katana was a wonderful weapon. Yes? Konoha got greedy and went looking for more. Hiruzen twisted the arm of the daimyo and, little by little, annexed darkness. I see. You see, dark country is very blessed. Orochimaru went on. Strong, sturdy trees, silver mines, underground gems, rivers, lakes, mountains, hills, fresh soil, delicious food, and they reap bountiful harvests every year. Before Konoha arrived, I admit. Minato's hand tightened around the pen. Is it true that there are refugee camps around dark country? That is true, yes. How do you know? Hyuga scouts at our shared border reported so. The Kurama clan. Were they brought here by force? Yes. Why? Why else but to make Konoha stronger? From what I know, they're not doing anything to make Konoha stronger. They are merely taking up space. We suspect Naruto is sending them funds to survive comfortably in the village, because the Hokage certainly isn't giving them anything. What was the plan for them? Well, clans, like other human beings, are classified under human resources, which is a branch of resource adjacent to natural resources. They were to become ninjas of the village, utilize their paint ninjutsu to improve our mission success rate, and sell their paintings to make a nice, tidy profit. Minato cocked his head to the side, doubtful. So, the Hokage honestly and truly believed that the same people he removed from their homes would do all that without fail. No one would have anticipated Naruto becoming leader of Dark Country, and no one knows how he's getting money to them. The Kurama clan presently lived a semi-autonomous life within their assigned clan compound, without need for Konoha's funding or support. This was long before the clan of Painter became the new root. The idea was to make the Kurama desperate for help, give them little option but to comply with our wishes. How were they taken out of their homes in darkness? The daimyo signed the clan to Konoha but they refused to budge, so we raided their compound, stole the clan head's daughter and threatened to kill her if they all didn't relocate to Konoha. Wait, Minato said, shaking his head with a not-so-amused smile. You're telling me you were all planning to kill the holder of mania? Orochimaru's lips screwed to the side and he nodded once. Did any of you know what would have happened if the girl died? I have a fairly good imagination, he answered ominously. The one other time in recorded history that mania had accidentally been released had resulted in a section of the continent being chipped off, Kiri separated from the continent, and chipped into islands, with the village itself being the biggest island. Whose bright idea was that anyway? Jiraiya's. The man answered quickly and truthfully. He knew that the Kurama couldn't physically touch the mania holder and that a majority of the clan couldn't be further than 10 miles from her. Sounds like something Jiraiya would do. It worked. When will Jiraiya be back? He's going to meet up with the Hokage in Kirigakure in 2 days for the 5 Kage summit, so he should be back in a week or so. He saw the underlying happiness in Orochimaru's orbs and he couldn't help but ask. What's going to happen in a week? The Hokage will be picking a successor to his seat. Minato eyed the man, suspecting that Orochimaru was on the very short list of potential successors. One last question. Finally, Is Naruto my biological father? Orochimaru paused, about to roll his shoulder. He weighed the pros and cons of replying truthfully. Then he scoffed and smirked. The backlash of the truth will be interesting to watch. No. Who is? Since you already knew Naruto wasn't your father, I'm guessing you already know Dash. Who? Yes. My father? His pen broke under his intense grip. Tsukumo Hatake. Minato released the broken pen and sealed the book into the same scroll he took it from. He wordlessly turned around and made for the door. Hey, this whole operation stays secret. Yes. Minato said over his shoulder and left the room. As Minato took permission to leave the village for the fire capital, Naruto, the leader of Dark Country, was preparing to leave the country. North Gate. Northern Region. Dark Country. Naruto, wearing his normal shinobi uniform, including Jounin flak jacket and forehead protector, stood with his council and his appointed bodyguards. The council were slightly bowed forward while 5 of the guards were on their knees behind the master. The remaining 5 were keeping back the crowd of people that had managed to get wind of their beloved leader leaving the country. Only 2 personal guards are allowed into the meeting hall, Naruto said firmly, not inviting any objections from his assembled subordinates. He nodded to the 2 ninjas jogging towards them, whom the 5 guards allowed past. Kisame and Kushina would follow me in. The council bobbed their heads, and Nanako Hogo, the clan head and director of the Southern Region's Defense Corps, said, Excellent decision, my lord. Daikihara Pansasenshi, clan head, said in a low voice. Will you still take your guard detail with you, Leader Naruto? Yes, even though I think 8 guards plus these 2, nodding to the bowed redhead and shark man, is still a bit excessive. One cannot be too safe in ensuring your safety, sir. Makoto Gato, clan head and director of the Northern Region's Defense Corporation. He and Nanako were joint leaders of the DC, and they rarely butted heads, because the Gato and Hogo clans were very much alike, though their duties and jurisdictions barely intersected. Naruto had outlined their limits very well. The only place they usually met was when they were transferring DC officers back and forth from the north to the south and vice versa. Well, I appreciate you guys worrying. I might be getting old, but I can still defend myself. No sir, you are not getting old. Ginkgo Suzumabachi, clan head and director of the Shinobi Academy, pointed out politely and astutely, outlining facts. 39 for a shinobi is not old, and for one as active as you are, I don't believe there is much that can slow you down. In any case, the 8 guards would wait outside the meeting hall, and if anything was to happen, I'm sure Kisame and Kushina can handle it. Also, boss, if I may speak, are you sure you don't want us to arrange a carriage to take you to Snow Country? The road is pretty long. Azura Kamuri, clan head, asked tentatively. No, I can run fine. Azura was the newly instated Kamuri clan head, doing so after Rimaru Kamuri, the immediate former clan head, had passed away from old age 2 years ago. Rimaru and his Kamuri council had chosen Azura from the list of candidates, and had trained him on how to lead the clan of smoke release users. The Kamuri clan was highly militaristic, believing in order, loyalty, and obedience, and Azura had displayed the determination and drive that surpassed the other candidates for the leadership spot. Azura had been honorably discharged from Bialeke once he was made aware that he was in the running to becoming Kamuri clan head. He knew that no clan head was permitted to be an active or passive member of the country's Black Ops. The 25-year-old man had a deep, natural tan, golden blonde hair that he had tied into a short ponytail and glimmering cerulean blue eyes. The blonde hair and blue eyes were telltale trademarks of the Kamuri clan. The man had a neatly trimmed goatee he habitually dyed black and a short mustache he left as it was, in its natural blonde color. He wore a light gray short-sleeved short, a pair of black and gray camel pants that were tucked into his strikingly black stomping boots. He also had on a jounin vest and his hide tied around his forehead, though leaning to the right at an angle that covered his right eyebrow. Unlike his arranged, strictly professional military exterior, the man wasn't a complete hard ass. He had taken to calling Naruto boss lately. Azura also had a pair of prosthetic legs, from his knees down. No one could have guessed. He was the same young man Naruto had pointed out to Sueki 15 years back that was undergoing training to enter BLAK. Azura was doing a commendable leading his clan. Naruto turned to Kisame and said, "Did you get my dry cleaning?" "Yes, sir." The blue-skinned man presented 2 freshly ironed leader's robe on 2 hangers. The hat was in his other hand. Naruto smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "Thank you." BLAK operative Bat collected the clean ceremonial robes and hat, and sealed them away with the rest of Naruto's things. "You probably paid for it yourself. I'll have Amara wire you some money." "It's dash." "No, I insist." The masked man looked to the director of the National Bank and the woman nodded. By obligation, the BLAK commander was the one to guard the leader of the country when he was outside of the country in an unallied nation, alongside the other guards. Bat had only chosen to guard Naruto in allied nations with the same amount of security, as in the unallied countries out of her own personal discretion. Now that Naruto was heading to a country that he had blacklisted his traders and merchants from living in, and said nation knew that it was blacklisted by darkness from directly trading with them, it was cause for alarm for Bat that she wasn't the one accompanying her master into the meeting room. The commander spent weeks questioning her master's decision. He still hadn't given her a definite answer. But in the end her leader's word was law, so she couldn't impose herself on him. All she could do was protect him from afar and most of all trust that Kushina and Kisame would do a good job. "I leave this country in your capable hands until I return," Naruto said to his council, both the shinobi and civilian halves of it, and the 9 men and women bowed deeply, appreciating the level of trust bestowed on them. The shinobi half had 6 members and the civilian half had 3, 1 councilman, Fukijima Anato, that headed the medical department of the country's civilian division, including clinics, pharmacies, hospitals, scientific research, the street cleaners and the movement of drugs within the country and out of the country. Basically, he was in charge of the physical and mental health of the people in the country. Then there was the councilwoman in charge of trade, Iobeki. Her department oversaw every single trading activity with the country's allies and non-allies. There wasn't any legal exchange of money that she or her people weren't aware of, for the traders registered sent her letters on their profits and loss every year, which she would neatly compile and submit to the bank to confirm whether or not the year had gone well. Io worked alongside Amara, the bank's director, when it came to cross-checking the traders' financials. The last member of the civilian council was Councilman Kenzo Kazaiku, the head of the inventors department in the civilian division. His own department was the kind that was hard to pin down, because there were all kinds and forms of inventing going on in both sides of the council. The man was the one in charge of metalwork, carpentry, engineering and mechanics, anything that involved inventing. So weaponsmiths fell under him, as well as household electricians and mechanics. Just like with the Shinobi Council, the Civilian Council hid nothing from Naruto, and neither did they hold the ultimate power in even their different departments. That honor went to Naruto. Information, reports, news, and updates all flowed into Naruto's office and onto his desk. There really wasn't any secret in the country that Naruto wasn't aware of. The only real freedom they had was for clan heads to govern their clans as they saw fit, just as long as it didn't hinder or block Dark Country's growth. It was due to the collective agreement of the clan heads that a summary of each clan council was personally submitted to his office a little while after said meeting was adjourned. They did this out of respect for Naruto. The council, and the people of the country, were duty-bound to obeying Naruto, and they were utterly devoted to him. It goes without saying the reason Dark Country was a wealth nation wasn't only because Naruto was a great leader but because the people were great followers. "You will come back and meet the country better than how you left it, my lord," Councilman Kenzo Kazaiku solemnly promised, placing his hand on his heart and bowing again. The rest did so as well, murmuring their own vows. "I trust one will," Naruto said with a bright smile, pushing his glasses back up his nose. "Thank you for all your hard work. I'm not sure if we would be where we are today without your diligence and your selflessness." "It's an honor, boss," Azura said. Even though he was somewhat new to the council, he was doing his best to make the Kamuri clan not only known for being the majority members of BLAK but also great at metalwork. Leave it to us. There was a minor air of fear and reluctance around their leader leaving for the very first conference of Wealth Nation daimyos. But as Makoto Gato said before, there was no such thing as too much security for Naruto. Naruto silently tilted his head forward, returning the respect to his counsel. He turned on his heel and walked to the gate at a leisurely, relaxed pace, waving over his shoulder. Later, his bodyguards rushed after him and the people sent him off, wishing their precious leader a safe journey and waving Kurono until they couldn't see him anymore. Chapter 21. There were two of them now. Naruto lowered his stance, grasping the head cleaver with trembling hands. Blood profusely poured out from his left brow, from the blow to his temple his best friend had given him. The black-haired boy panted, reaching and dragging for every morsel of air to enter his lungs. He was spent. "What have you done to Granny?" he bellowed to the twin monsters hovering high in the air. The black and white scaled dragons rumbled with laughter. The black one looked to the white and tittered in a hauntingly deep voice. "He wants to know, he wants to know. She sold us the amulet and left." "She?" Naruto stammered, wavering to and from doubt and disbelief. "She would never dash." He stopped as the hulking black dragon placed a clawed hand to his chest, and the amulet seeped out from his scaly chest. The eye of Yami. The head cleaver fell from Naruto's hands, and he collapsed onto his knees. "Granny, why?" The white dragon, a fractured, more serious copy of the black, tooted. "Humans will do anything for money, so it seems, so it seems." Naruto now felt like his battle with the black dragon had been all for naught. Granny had encouraged him to fight for the sake of the world, for he was the only one that can seal away the dark evil his father had accidentally unleashed, but now she stole the amulet. From him. "I told you, boy," Black Dragon said with a satisfied, raspy exhale, blowing out deadly heat from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Humanity is a doomed project. Mass extinction is their only salvation. I was wrong to create such filth. I shall now rectify my mistake, I shall. The two dragons, one a copy and other a kami, watched, intrigued, as Naruto clasped his right hand around the handle of the legendary head cleaver, sliding it towards him as he stood up and perched the massive weapon onto his shoulder, having to bend his knees to accommodate the weight of the sharp slab of demon steel and his relatively short stature. Naruto's black hair covered his eyes and his cold black eyes swirled dangerously. He felt a sharp tug in the pit of his gut. Then a sharp yank. Fire welled up within him. "I will not let you, no matter how detestable humans can be, there is still hope." The white clone tooted. "Stubborn this one is, he is. The black kami shook his head and flapped his wings harder, forcing the red clouds in the sky to part to show the pale moon. "I have given you the chance to redeem yourself, to serve by my side and to aid me in forming new life for this wasteland of a universe. I now realize." The dragon's head lowered and his beady yellow eyes burned with disgust. "You are nothing but a waste of Sister Yami's hope. Give it to me," he ordered, gnashing his teeth powerfully and roaring. "Give it to me now!" The young man, chosen to be the champion to the slumbering goddess of the underworld and the bearer of her hope for humanity, glared up at the dragon, fearless and vengeful. "Come and get it, you lizard!" All of his trails flashed through his head, and the heat in his belly turned into a smoldering furnace. Naruto leaped up as the black dragon's long neck curled back. The reptile's wings opened wide and the heavens moaned. A beam of light buzzed out of the moon, whizzing over the dragon's head and zipping towards the lad shooting up towards his scaly adversary. "Lord Naruto." Naruto frowned ever so slightly and grunted, looking up from his novel to the person that had called his name. Kisame Hashigaki bowed and pointed a few dozen meters forward. "We're almost near the train station." "Ah," Naruto hummed, smoothing out his facial features into a brief smile. He earmarked his page and snapped the book close, stashing the small, thick backstory book into the large sleeves of his ceremonial cloak. "So it seems." Their group had been walking for some miles now, choosing to slow down their speed once they crossed hot water and into the shared territory of the hot water village country and snow country. The leader had been reading one of the few novels he had borrowed from the library. Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi. He patted down the place on his wrist he had pushed the book into, making sure that the seal had swallowed the book completely, and didn't leave any lump. The BLAK operatives that had been concealing their presences seemed to come into existence about 20 feet from Naruto in all sides, marching around their masked leader in a cross-cube formation, where Bat and the rest of the Black Ops bodyguards marched in an 8-pointed diamond formation. Kisame and Kushina were in the middle and Naruto was safely nestled in the middle. The only sounds that could be heard was the shuffle of feet on the tarmac road. Snow fell down from the sky, blanketing the surroundings in thin snow but not enough to prevent them from seeing the path ahead. Naruto tilted his head to the side and peered over his shoulder, breaking the silence. "Hey, Kushina, wanna make a bet?" The girl trooping close behind him furrowed her eyebrows at the sudden question, then shrugged. "Sure." Naruto faced front again and spoke to the blue-skinned ninja close in front of him. "What about you, Kisame? You seem like a betting man. Want to join in?" The shark man scratched his gilled neck and he did a quick mental conversation with his sentient sword on whether or not he should make a bet with the fastest man on the planet. Kisame then answered, reluctant. "Depends. What are we betting on?" Kushina chimed in again. "How many times we're going to be attacked while we're in snow country?" Naruto chuckled at the invisible way the shoulders of his black operatives tensed and the way Commander Bat's ears twitched, turning her head fractionally and keeping an ear on what Naruto was saying to Kisame and Kushina. He was almost tempted to ask his wife, while she was on duty, whether she wanted to get in on the bet as well. Kushina flexed her fingers, anticipating on such attack to happen any second, and Kisame grit his teeth, not liking how terse the air suddenly became. The leader laughed and kept on walking in a leisurely stride, his hands to his sides and the long, wide sleeves hiding his hands to just his fingertips. "Just to make this journey more fun." Kushina cleared her throat. "Well, how many times do you think you'll be attacked?" "We," Naruto corrected. "And I'll say 2 times. What about you?" The cautious redhead tried to shed of her rising apprehension at the confidence her uncle had in them being attacked, Black Ops included, being attacked, mirroring the carefree about him. "I'll go for 3. Kisame?" "I'm going with Kushina, 3. Let me be clear," Naruto said, smiling lightly. "Within snow country borders, while we are here for this mission, and during the duration of 1 week. Direct or indirect attacks?" his niece asked. Naruto waved his hands. "Oh, the other leaders might come at me with verbal attacks and indirect attacks, that one doesn't count." Indirect attacks themselves couldn't really be classified as attacks, just prodding at the patience of the victim. "I mean direct attacks, including traps, suicide bombs, bandits, hired killers, bounty hunters, missing ninjas, the leaders and or their subordinates coming themselves, stuff like that." A country such as Snow, and for an event like the First Conference of Wealth Nation Daimyos, the Snow Daimyo was meant to clear the path for the other Wealth Nation Daimyos so as to prevent any such attacks that Naruto had spoken of. The meeting was meant to broach peace among the 4 wealthy nations, and as it was the first, then it was doubly important to not allow any little inconvenience reach the invited leaders. For this reason, Bat and her subordinates were bothered by the amount of detail in the bet. "What about poisoning our food?" "For that one, I or Bat will be the primary targets, and I doubt Bat is going to eat anything this country gives her." The commander looked back forward with a muted huff, knowing that what her husband was saying was true. She wasn't going to touch a morsel of food in snow country, but the same courtesy couldn't be extended to Naruto, for at some point he and the other leaders would have to dine together. "Don't worry about me, I'm immune to poisons." "How?" Kisame stammered, almost tripping on his own feet. "It might be because of how long I fought Hanzo way back when, or it could be for another reason." "Which is?" Kushina poked for more intel. Naruto smirked. "I'm wagering 5,000 ryu." This time Kisame did indeed stumble in his step. Kushina outright fell onto her face. 5,000? Naruto hummed, pleased with their reactions. Shouldn't be too hard for you too, right? Their shocked reactions were spot on. 5,000 of Dark Country's Ryu was a lot of money. It could afford a full weekend stay in the famous Sunagakure Beach Resort, and a whole new seasonal wardrobe. The exchange rate of Naruto's country's Ryu was very high. It was higher than a great chunk of the continent's few currencies, and it was in such high demand that at some time in the past, Suna and Kiri had adopted the use of Dark Country's Ryu in their own economies, which meant that they were now just called Ryu among the 3 shinobi settlements. Uzushio was making headway in adopting the currency, and River was sending a delegation to Naruto and his national bank to start the process of introducing the Dark Country Ryu to their country. It was similar to what Snow, Kumo, and Iwa were doing, where the 3 shinobi settlements used only one currency, which had originally been Snow's. To put it into perspective, the Dark Country Ryu was more valuable than Fire Country Ryu, and the latter currency was the most common, most used on the continent. It was most likely that when a person in a market somewhere on the continent wanted to buy something and the trader gave the price without providing a specific kind of Ryu, simply saying 100 Ryu, then it was Fire Country's currency they were referring to. Within Naruto's first 5 years of leading, he had surpassed Suna's currency, Fire Country Ryu, and after another 5 years, Kiri followed suit. Presently they were just passing Uzushio, Fire Country Ryu, and nearing Rivers, also Fire Country Ryu. It had taken Naruto and Raza several weeks to reach an agreement on Suna primarily using Naruto's currency, while not making it look like Naruto's country was annexing Suna, and both leaders reached an agreement. For every exchange of money in the market within Suna, Dark Country had a 5% stake that would be wired to their bank in full at the end of each month, but if Suna was the one trading with darkness, then there was no such stake. In essence, there were millions of Ryu being funneled into the Dark Country National Bank every month from Suna. This wasn't a handicap for Suna, because now that they were using Dark Country Ryu instead of their own, buying and selling outside of their country became much easier and less expensive. The value of Suna's oil, gas and coal shot straight to the top, above swamp oil, above hot water village gas and above Kiri's coal. It was also because of their Ryu that Suna could cancel their loan being taken from darkness, and were now in the process of paying back what they had already loaned and spent, which was 7.5 billion Ryu in total. Raza had never been so satisfied with his alliance with Naruto's country. He wore a smile for weeks, hidden under his turban, of course. Kiri took a leaf out of Suna's book, and Naruto spent more weeks going back and forth with Kiri's Mizukage at that time, Genjutsu Hozuki. Their agreement was a copy of Suna's with darkness, and the benefits came rolling in soon after. More businesses sprang up in their country. People were building more houses and thus attracting tourists. It was through Dark Country's Ryu that they were gradually recognized as a wealthy nation. There was a constant, gradually increasing demand for their Ryu from non-allies to known dark traders. The buyers would use the currency they wanted and request for Dark Country Ryu as change, or outright ask the traders to change their Ryu to Darkness's own. Even though Fire Country's Ryu was still the most commonly used, Dark Ryu was a precious currency that was growing in popularity. Not many people knew what was going on inside of Naruto's country, but many people could feel the ripple effect of the currency of Naruto's country outside of darkness. Dark Ryu, as at the end of the war, was now the second most valued currency, right behind Snow's. One of the talking points in the meeting, proposed by the Chill leader, would be on how a shinobi like Naruto, who used to be seen as someone that only lived to fight, could take a country like Darkness, which was being torn apart by the Civil War and the Second War simultaneously, bring the country out of the gutter and dart all the way into the wealth nation listing after 22 years. All of which no one outside of their allies knew what was happening inside. It was unfathomable. The 5% coming in from the 2 great ninja villages every month, the Suna loan being paid back, Darkness's separate investments into Suna's natural resources and the Uzushigakure Fuinjutsu research, the biannual returns from dark and dark-born traders outside of the country, the nice and tidy profit from missions Naruto's ninjas went and succeeded in still maintaining their 99% success rate dash, and also adding the small cut workers paid from their salary as country tax. contributed to why living in dark country was so comfortable. There really wasn't any way for anyone to live in poverty in dark country. There wasn't much to be dissatisfied about. The people were loyal and obedient to the hierarchy, and even if there were who doubted the leader and his faithful counsel, some which there weren't, it was still hard to fault Naruto. The masked blonde pushed his glasses up his nose as he hid his smirk. Darkness was slowly dominating while maintaining its secrecy. Naruto's shimmering smile radiated as Kisame and Kushina's eyes steeled over. "You're on, Uncle Ruto!" Naruto raised his hand for their procession to stop, and he turned around, shaking his niece's hand firmly. He turned to Kisame and did the same. "May the best man win," Kisame said with a wide, toothy smirk, and Naruto, closing his eyes and releasing the other man's hand, said to both of them, "I'm feeling lucky." Naruto nodded for them to continue walking. After a few minutes of walking, they could spot the train station a short distance from them, and they also saw a radiant young woman standing in front with a large group of armor-wearing men and women. Koyuki Kazuhana, 20 years old, stood at the front of the entrance to the train station. The woman had black hair with bangs swept to both sides of her face and violet-blue eyes. She wore a lime-green kimono with wispy white swirls of snowy wind designs blowing delicately on the back, white socks that reached her knees, and low-heeled sandals. Her eyes raptly watched the group of people approaching the country, keeping track of the ninjas she had been assigned by her uncle to escort into the country. She purposely overlooked the 8 animal mask-wearing shinobi on the outside of the formation, and honed in on the 3 individuals nestled in their middle. One was a large man with blue skin and unmoving gills on both sides of his neck. He was the one taking point in the middle. This man had black hair that spiked upwards, tied that way by his dark blue highlight. He was as muscular as he was tall. He had 3 sets of curved facial markings under his eyes and cold black eyes with a white scara. As he spoke, she could spot the man's shark-like teeth. He was wearing a dark sleeveless shirt and black ninja pants with white bandages winding down and wrapped around his black sandaled feet. This was standard gear for members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. In addition to all that, he was wearing a black and white dark country jounin vest. There was also the ominously lifeless bundle of bandages on his back. She didn't need to be a censor to feel the amount of bloodlust curling out from the tall shark man. Even as he suppressed it, she still felt a small chill on her spine. The person at the inside back of the formation was red-haired woman about her age. Her hair was straight, long and untangled, falling down her shoulders to her lower back but tied up as a ponytail, leaving just 2 fawn-like bangs to fall down each side of her face to her chin. The redhead wore only dark purple lipstick that complemented her deep, enticing purple eyes and her pale skin. She wore a short-sleeved black shirt, black shorts that reached her knees, and red ninja-grade tights with blue shinobi sandals. The kunoichi had lean, tight muscles, which could easily be mistaken for no muscles if she was to wear civilian garb. Koyuki wasn't deceived. She knew the lithe Uzumaki woman, though carrying herself with a bounce in her step and glittering eyes after the person she was directly behind, could crush heads with one hand. The red-haired Tamba had a single sword strapped to her back. Koyuki noticed the glow of adoration the 2 ninjas had for the man in their middle. The redhead's admiration was more pronounced, and Kisame's was toned down to a perpetual bow if he so much as looked over his shoulder to the man walking behind him. Koyuki had read about both jounin dark ninjas. They had their own individual entries in a few bingo books, so they were fairly infamous. The Red Reaper, Kushina Uzumaki. The Sea Monster of Dark Country, Kisame Hashigaki. The last person Koiki's violet-blue eyes looked at was one of the most feared, most respected and most dreaded person on the planet. The Ghost Naruto. Also known as the leader of Dark Country, who walked right in the middle of his security detail. The man had a hair of wild blonde hair, tucked under his white and black wide-brimmed hat. There was a plain black half-mask over his lower face, and he wore a white ceremonial robe that had bubbling black mist designs at the bottom of his robes reaching his knees and on his sleeves reaching his elbows. If he turned around, she suspected that on his back would be the kanji for darkness, much like how the kanji was on the tip of the leader's hat perched on his head. Naruto had serene sky-blue eyes and a calm, kind disposition about him. There was also a distinct warmth about him, one that eased her hidden nerves and soothed her festering rage against her murderous uncle. It reminded her of her father. Koyuki closed her eyes and centered herself once again as the procession reached her. The prototype chakra armor-wearing ninjas behind her, 20 in total, snapped into attention and saluted to the newly arrived leader. The BLK guards at the front parted slightly for Naruto to slide past Kisame and enter the front to stand directly in front of the black-haired woman specifically charged to welcome him into the country. Koyuki stood at the front of the rigid snow ninjas, before the dark leader, and bent forward, bowing deeply with her eyes respectfully lowered. "Lord Naruto of Dark Country, my name is Koyuki Kazuhana and I was sent here by Lord Doton to escort you into the country." The cold expression of her face seemed to irk Kushina, and the Uzumaki silently narrowed her eyes. Koyuki straightened up and forced herself not to allow the serene gaze of the blue-eyes leader to throw off her stoic expression. "I had thought you would come in a carriage, Lord Naruto. I hope the journey was not too stressful for you." She bowed again after her polite inquiry, this time only slightly. "Oh no, fresh air, cool breeze and good company is much better than being cramped in a carriage, don't you think?" the leader answered. "So you say, Lord Naruto, but the weather is not so favorable here." Naruto smirked. "We're used to the cold." "Of course, Lord Naruto." "No." She turned and motioned to the entrance of the purposefully vacant train station. "If you'll follow me, I will take you to Lord Doton." Naruto gestured to her. "If you don't mind?" The snow soldiers pushed open the doors for Koyuki and Naruto to enter. Kushina, Kisame, and the other guards flooded inside quickly. That particular train station was devoid of other life because the snow daimyo had ordered his people and any visitors to not go there, for the leader of darkness to not be stressed by their presence. The same could be said about the road Naruto and his guards used to travel on once they entered the shared territory between snow and hot water. "Kazuhana, huh?" Naruto wondered aloud, striding beside the woman towards the awaiting train. The steam locomotive was a masterpiece of gleaming silver and gold metal. The woman looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Her face was neutral. "I've heard that name before. I'm an actress." Naruto snapped his fingers and pointed at her. "Yes, you do theater plays, right?" She nodded. "I read about you in the newspaper some days ago. It said you started acting on television recently. Princess Gale, or something like that." "That is correct," she answered. A curiously raised eyebrow broke through her expressionless face. "Have you not seen any of my movies?" "No, I prefer reading," he answered her honestly. "I mostly watch movies with the missus from time to time." Koyuki coughed into her fist, affronted that he hadn't seen any of her relatively few movies and relieved that for a change she wasn't being fawned over for being a rising star actress. Scores of people were throwing themselves at her feet irrespective of their marital status. She even had a growing fan base in Fire Country. Her offense at not being easily recognized by a figure as influential as Naruto took over, and she asked, out of curiosity whilst maintaining a stony face, "What kind of movies do you and the missus watch, Lord Naruto?" The man easily ignored the shaded, unheard snarkiness in her tone. "Horror, thriller, mystery, anything heart-pumping." Bat felt a smile inch up her masked face. "Romance movies just aren't for us, Lady Koyuki." Koyuki sniffed, yet another thing the man beside her had wriggled up from her cold facade. "I don't find that surprising. A man of your gruesome past might not know what romance is. The missus might not even have a say in what to like or dislike in your household." Naruto chuckled and lifted his hand, stilling Bat as the commander looked over her shoulder to Koyuki with a dark, soul-chilling glare. There was no physical change in the Black Ops, but Naruto could sense the rising heat bubbling inside them. Kisame grit his teeth and Kushina clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles as her lips twitched down. The actresses tipped her chin up at the sudden drop in the temperature. "I was merely voicing an opinion," she said with a small stammer, clearing her throat and ensuring her steps didn't falter. Naruto's head snapped around and he narrowed his eyes at Kushina, making sure the red-haired woman didn't voice the insult burning on the tip of her tongue. Well, Lady Koyuki, that opinion was somewhat offensive. Naruto tooted and pushed his glasses up his nose, walking onto the train. I could have poked at how Princess Gale is a stereotypical damsel in distress, or how more than half of your appearances on the theater is to act as a princess of some sort marrying the most unlikely of peasants out of love despite your parents disagreeing and antagonizing the union. It all ends happily ever after the end. I could have also made fun of how you insulting my household, me and my wife's preference in films, and saying that my gruesome past makes me a domineering person is a reflection of how your uncle murdered your father just so he can take the throne, thereby giving you a gruesome past and a pitiable present because you don't have a reasonable, effective say in anything. But I didn't say that, Naruto said with an uncaring shrug, turning around as they stopped before a private room in the train, looking to the silently glaring woman. Did I? Kushina snickered into her hand and Kisame screwed his lips to the side, stifling his laughter. Koyuki's coldly stared at the man. Her father's murder wasn't a close-kept secret. It was one of those things no one wanted to talk about, mainly because Doton was a powerful daimyo and Snow was the first, wealthiest nation on the continent. It wasn't exactly news to know that Doton was a cold, ruthless and calculating man who wore a mask of pleasant and genial warmth. The man could easily kill his brother by his own hands, as he would order his soldiers to assassinate a village in his country under the vague suspicion of them planning to overthrow him. Doton might have an ulterior motive for arranging the meeting. Naruto hummed with a smile as he suspected he had hit the nail on the head and effectively destabilized the actress. Koyuki degrading him, Sueki and his household was meant to incite him and affect his mood throughout until the meeting of the other wealth nation daimyos, where Naruto would take out his inability to answer to what Koyuki thought was the truth on his fellow country leaders. The meeting would erupt, no agreements would be reached and the continent would be severely stunted as the mutual neutrality the fourth wealthy nations enjoyed would tip towards open antagonism. Koyuki must have been told numerous times that her beauty and her words could make even the most boisterous man mute. The woman's first failure in thinking that her shaded words would get to Naruto. Her second failure was thinking Naruto wouldn't reply in kind. Her last failure was in thinking that Naruto gave a rat's ass of what she thought about him, his wife, his house or even his country. The actress could think all she wanted that her cold and stony facade and her subtle, stinging words would touch a nerve and make the meeting of the leaders fall in on itself, but that wasn't true. Naruto could read her like a book. Anyone else might have fallen prey to the obvious for him prod at their temper, but Naruto had spent years before returning to darkness reading situations and studying people. The reason then was to know the best way to kill them, frame them for a crime, or to craft plans on the battlefield. Emotions on the field were something Naruto didn't feel. Now that Naruto was the leader of a whole country, he used those skills to read people so as to dissolve a situation or properly address it. The real question on Naruto's mind, as he maintained eye contact with the stoic actress, was her reason for wanting to extinguish the meeting that would aid in preserving long-term peace on the continent. Her uncle, the daimyo, certainly wasn't the one that sent her. Doton had lost too many ninjas in the war to want it to continue. Was it to spite her uncle for killing her father? To ruin the Snow Daimyo's search for peace on the continent by ruining the first conference of wealth nation daimyos set up by Doton himself. Destroy what her uncle had so painstakingly done in revenge for what he had taken from her. Then there would be continued collateral damage, right? Naruto cocked his head to the side and his eyes bored deep into Koyuki's soul, pushing aside the cold exterior and finding the whimpering child within her, the one that wanted to avenge her father but was too weak to do so by herself. He glanced down to her hands and saw the small calluses on her palms, meaning she had been working with a weapon recently, and he picked up there was a nick on her palm, an injury only an inexperienced weapon user could sustain. It looked new too. Her body type and the fact that there were less calluses on her left hand than her right told him that the weapon was a single dagger. The leader of darkness didn't need to have his assassination techniques to pick up those minute details. Naruto was just good at observing, keeping a cool head and acting decisively. He had to hand it to her. At the very least, out of the rest of the leaders she tried to manipulate, it was him. Maybe she thought he was as bloodthirsty as most ghost stories portrayed him as, and so he wouldn't think twice to burn the meeting to hell, or maybe she assumed Naruto gave a damn. He didn't. For all of that, it took the masked blonde 5 short seconds to analyze, unknown to his security detail and the armor-wearing snow shinobi around. He asked, throwing Koiki off even more than he already had. Does this room have a TV? No. Ah, too bad. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out the novel he had been reading before, The Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi. This'll have to do for now. The woman sniffed petulantly and pointed at the door behind Naruto. This would be your private room until we reach Light City. 3 BLAK ninjas from Team 12 rushed into the room and swept the place down for bugs and traps, finding none. We will be there in an hour, 30 minutes. Lunch will be here in 10 minutes. Please, make yourself comfortable. Naruto nodded to her in genuine appreciation. Thank you. Koiki wordlessly swept around and went somewhere else on the train, probably her own private room to blow off some steam. Her soldiers followed her, casting baleful looks to the leader. The blonde watched them go, his fist on his hips and a slight smile on his masked face. Nice girl, that one. Kushina scoffed and entered the room, perching herself on a seat. She clearly wanted you to bow to her uncle. Naruto entered the room as the Black Ops vanished from sight but not from detection, positioning themselves outside of the room in different places. Kisame, staying in visible sight, stood outside of the door and closed it as soon as Naruto sat down. The blonde leader chose not to comment on the thumb-up bat sent Kushina before the older Kunoichi went to her position. Kisame and I will take turns staying in her. I've got the first 45 minutes. The leader sat down neatly, making sure not to rumple or crinkle his ceremonial robe, flicked his right hand in front of him and craned his down slightly to read his novel. Kushina fidgeted in her seat, shakily unstrapping her sheathed katana from her back and placing it on the seat. The quiet redhead drummed her fingers on her knees, using her right pointer finger to scratch her cheek and humming, casually throwing her eyes about the private compartment. Naruto's blue eyes peered up from his book, and he raised an eyebrow. What's up? Uzumaki played with the ends of her black shorts, lowering her head and peeking up at her uncle through her bangs. I was wondering. Yes? Can I sit next to you? The blonde rolled his eyes and shrugged, dipping his eyes back to his book. Sure. Kushina leaped out of her place across from him and plopped down next to Naruto. The man didn't show any visible reaction, and Kushina took this as a good thing, pursing her purple-painted lips and nonchalantly tucking a stray strand of her red hair over her ear. She shifted a little closer to Naruto, and the man didn't seem to notice. Kushina fist mentally pumped herself at the small achievement, pushing all the explosive happiness deep down into the bottom of her gut, making sure her quivering smile wasn't too wide. Kushina scooted closer again, and Naruto turned another page of his book. She shuffled closer, almost close enough for their thighs to touch, and Naruto briefly looked sideways, then went back to reading. She hopped to the side and placed her hands on her burning cheeks as their thighs rubbed together. Ah, Kushina? She shook off the haze floating about in her head and muttered. Yes? Naruto's neck turned to the darkly blushing redhead. Are you feeling all right? You're a little close. You don't like it? She asked hesitantly, and Naruto slowly earmarked his place in the novel and placed it down onto his knee. After he and Sueki had their first night together as a couple, Naruto became a little more perceptive of when a person was infatuated with him. Amara Chuenku and Nanako Hogo first jumped out to him when he had spoken to them. He noticed the peculiar way they addressed him, their body language around him, and their sharp change in their manners once he entered the room. There wasn't utter lust or perverse desires swimming in their eyes or their actions, but real, sincere love. He wasn't sure why. Soon after realizing that a good chunk of his people like him that way, he took notice of Kushina's attitude. Her mother said that she was a whirlwind of red energy, a boyish girl, a loud mouth, and a glutton. Tamaki Uzumaki, Kushina's mother, also told Naruto that the very first day she had worn a fancy dress was when Naruto had first visited Uzushio. Naruto chalked it up to a childish crush. He didn't want to call it hero worship because that sounded insulting. Most children around her age held that sort of crush for him. Naruto waved it off and told himself it would pass as she grew older. Kushina became more comfortable around her, bringing out her real character traits like being a loud-mouthed tomboy that loved food. Her infatuation stayed as she got older, and dare say she was more open with it. He would have to blind and deaf to not know. When she was 15 and came out as a lesbian, Naruto purposely chose to forget that Kushina ever had a crush on him and treat her as he always had treated her. She still crushed on him. Naruto resigned himself that since she bore those feelings since she had first heard his story, that liking Naruto as more than an uncle figure was something she couldn't so easily discard. It wasn't that Naruto didn't want to like Kushina that way. Even if she referred to him as her uncle and she his niece for 15 years now, the blonde man wanted to respect Kushina's sexual preferences and not push himself on her. Kushina was a good girl. Putting her in a situation that was uncomfortable for her was something he wanted to avoid, but now that she was at the peak of her infatuation, he wanted her to speak her feelings. Put it all out there. After doing so, she would look into herself and see if she still wanted to go further. Naruto slipped his book into his sleeve and fully looked at her. Kushina. The woman jumped as she noticed he was giving her his whole attention. Uncle? What's wrong? Her lips wobbled in embarrassment, and the blush spread over her nose increased, turning her whole face red. I don't know dash. She stopped as Naruto looked at her factly, nonverbally telling her that there was definitely something she wanted to say. You. The man slowly smiled, a light, airy expression that eased the tension out of Kushina's pores, lowering her shoulders and forcing a frustrated exhale from her lips. Uncle, I. Her fist clenched the ends of her shorts, and she bent her head forward, closing her eyes tightly and gritting her teeth, bracing herself for disappointment. Uncle, I love you. Naruto remained patiently silent, wanting her to get everything out of her system. The warmth ebbing from him eased more words from Kushina. I've always loved you, uncle. She continued, her head lowered in submission, fearing that if she looked up she would see the disapproval in her uncle's eyes. Ever since my mama first told me about you, and then how amazing you were. Uncle, I liked you so much. At first, when I was a kid and mama told me ghost stories, I liked you as the ghost, Databane. She laughed quietly, pitying the poor, desperate image she was portraying to her idol. Now and back then. But then I got to live with you, and then with Auntie Sue, and you stopped being the ghost. You were just. She looked up at him for the shortest of moments, tears swimming in her purple orbs and her fingers painfully closed around the ends of her shorts. Her chest tightened as she saw the friendly smile being directed at her, bowing her head down again. You became my Uncle Ruto, Databane. The blonde man still didn't speak. You became my super cool, super awesome, super supportive uncle, and I liked you even more. Her right hand gripped her chest, and she felt a tear drop onto her knee. Then I started liking you even more. I started having all these complicated feelings. I like, but I still like you. I think I fell in love with you, completely, when you didn't judge me for. Naruto blinked and his smile became lopsided. Uncle, I can't get rid of these feelings. I've tried. I tried my hardest to stop loving you that way, but. She looked up at him, the tears were now freely falling down her pale cheeks, her purple eyes quivering and searching his for even a sliver of disgust. It didn't work. Nothing's worked. I can't hold back these feelings for you anymore. I need to tell you how I feel, Databane. She ducked back down and mumbled sadly, already regretting all the words she had just said. You must be disgusted of me, uncle. The man sighed with a quiet laugh and gently threw his left arm over her shoulder, bringing her in for a side hug. The shaking woman instinctively wrapped her arms around his midsection and pressed her face into his chest, having to fully slide onto his lap and sit sideways to do so. She closed her eyes and absorbed as much heat from her idol as possible, trying to control her breathing. The man chuckled at how much she looked like her younger self at that moment, when she had first started living with him and Sueki, insecure, unsure of each step she took and shy. Kushina too felt like a child, sitting on his lap and fighting for his warmth. "You kept all of this bottled up in you, Nana," Naruto said in a low voice. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The girl pouted and nestled her head under his chin. "You're married. You're happy and Auntie is happy," she said in a subdued tone. "I didn't want to be a home wrecker." "What changed?" Auntie Sue said, she said. Here Kushina blushed harder than she ever had in her life. Naruto felt sorry for his tomboyish niece. As she said, it was okay and that I should shoot my shot. A larger-than-life, shaking smile slid up the flushed woman's face and her hands tightened around him as her uncle's head fell back into a rumbling laugh. Yes, that did sound like something his wife would say, he thought, and wiped a stray tear from his right eye. "She said we can share you." A large sweat drop slid down the side of Naruto's face as he laughed. "She said that, huh?" Uh-huh. The feeling of being hated for bearing those feelings gradually left her, but the insecurity remained. If you don't mind, can we try and be a couple, just for this week, while we're in snow?" She sat up and looked at him in his eyes. There was a slight red at the corners of her eyes from her previous crying. She hastily wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand and returned them around Naruto's midsection, fearing that any longer, and he would lose him. If you don't like me that way after this week, then we can go back home to darkness and we can forget about this whole thing." Naruto placed a hand on Kushina's head, and he slowly ran it through her hair, soothingly rubbing the back of her head and eliciting a satisfied purr from his niece. She cozied up close to him with a content smile, awaiting his answer. And an answer he provided. "All right, let's try it." A wave of joy rushed into Kushina and her body finally loosened for the wound-up tension, relaxing into her uncle's chest. Finally. She'd confessed, and she wasn't shot down. She giggled, pleased. She swore to herself to put her whole heart and soul into that week with her long-time crush. If not, then she would at least still have her memories. At that same time, the lady's royal garden, the Fire Daimyo's palace, Fire Country capital, Fire Country. Lady Wakono, daimyo of Fire Country, lifted her cup of tea to her lips and sipped daintily, setting it back down onto the saucer. She in an intricately, delicately carved open-walled tea house, sitting on a seat instead of kneeling on a cushion and clothed in a casual red and white kimono, one that was free and unrestrictive though did not hide the amount of power she had in the country. Her 2 attendants stood outside of the tea house, and dozens of her guards samurai and ninja alike patrolled up and down the illustrious garden, where flowers and foliage of all kinds and colors bloomed in controlled coordination. Some gardeners were at work, sprinkling water onto the bushes and shearing off the excesses. Mornings like this were Wakano's precious time. She had the opportunity to sit in this sweetly smelling place, look out the symphony of color, and enjoy a fresh cup of green tea and a few pieces of toast. The immaculately beautiful Fire Lady exhaled with a small smile. A maid rushed up the walkway and skidded onto her knees before her mistress. Wakono frowned and said, "What is it?" "My Lady Wakono, I am sorry to disturb you during this time," the maid began, and the daimyo waved off the apology, sipping her tea and motioning for the older woman to speak. "Master Minato is here. He seeks your audience." Wakono hummed as she dropped the cup back onto the small saucer, dabbing at her cheeks with an embroidered white handkerchief. "Send him in." The maid walked back with quick, clipped steps, and 2 minutes later, Minato was escorted into the garden and to the tea house by a different maid. This one looked younger than the one that had first come but bore familial resemblance to her. The blue-eyed man still had his jounin vest casually thrown open, intentionally looking disheveled. Wakono swept her eyes over the man's form, then she smirked and snapped her fingers. A chair was placed across from the tea table and the daimyo flicked her wrist to Minato. The shinobi sat down on the seat and silently looked at her. A deadly smirk cracked onto her tanned face, and her eyes darkened dangerously. "Is this really how you should present yourself before your daimyo, Namikaze?" "I'm not in the mood, Wakono," Minato said, looking down at his clothes. I should have you executed for the causal way you are addressing me, she said frostily as she sipped her tea, pushing a cup of tea towards the blonde across from her. But I'm a merciful mistress. I shall overlook your manners for today. She frowned when all she got was a subdued nod. You're not your usual self today. My words would have gotten at least some sort of snarky response from you. Minato looked at his cup of green tea and he frowned at his reflection. The truth, the real truth, I encountered it. Oh? Wakono, Minato said and meshed his fingers together before him, saying in a serious voice. I would like to see my collection. The woman paused mid-sip, peering at the man across from her. She slowly dropped her cup, her eyebrows furrowed as she saw nothing in his eyes, merely a soulless, empty, hollow gaze of a vacant corpse. Goosebumps rose up on her sleeved forearms and she frowned, saying in a less formal, more concerned voice. This look in your eyes, what are you planning, Namikaze? The Namikaze shook his head a little and looked outside of the garden, to the calming rose bushes, the tranquil tulips, and the clinically organized harmony of colors. I'm not sure yet. He looked at her, and she was taken aback by the betrayal glazed over his normally jovial blue orbs. But I'm going to do something crazy. Wakono coughed into her fist, hiding her discomfort at the drastic change in Minato's attitude, more so than the many times he frequented her palace when he was meant to be stationed in Sho. She stood up and straightened the front of her casual kimono. Come then, I shall show you to your collection myself. Minato's eyebrows furrowed lightly and he looked up. Is that really okay? Are you done with breakfast? Oh, no need to worry, Namikaze, I too would like to see your vault. She moved around the table and extended a hand down to the sullen man, smiling haughtily. The man looked at the offered hand and reluctantly took it. Wakono yanked him out of his seat and they walked out of the tea house. Going through your vault has been one of my favorite pastimes, Namikaze. And that concludes the fourth part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Silent Night, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Foy the Snooze Button, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.